Live from Halifax, it's the IWK Telethon for Children. Featuring special guests from across the Maritimes. With heartwarming stories of hope and healing. Celebrating 41 years of giving. Here are your hosts from CTV, Todd Battis and Maria Panopalis.
Good Sunday morning. It is nice to have you with us. I'm Todd Battis, along with Maria Panopalis. Good morning.
Nice to see you.
Hey, we've got a good group of people here with us, don't we?
We sure do, and they're all ready to answer those phones. We're here until 6 p.m. this evening celebrating the region's largest children's hospital, the IWK.
Boy, can you believe it's 41 years? It doesn't look a day over 39.
I know.
Hey?
Well, speaking of that, I mean, how many have you done so far? Oh. At least half, more than half.
At least half, and I've done some with other broadcasters in other parts of the country, the children's telethons, but boy, it's nothing like being here on the desk, though.
Absolutely.
With you, and we've got several hours throughout the day. It's a lot of great stories. We're going to have some familiar faces join us and some new folks come in. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, we're going to celebrate our volunteers as well. We want you to make those calls, though, 1-800-595-2266, iwkfoundation.org if you want to make your donation online. Look at all those smiling faces, lovely faces, waiting to take your call and have a little chat with you. Yeah.
And we'll get a chance to meet them, as we always do, the folks that come in to volunteer their time to work the phone banks, and you'll be talking to them if you're so kind to pick up the phone and give us a ring at 800-595-2266. Maria, I mentioned familiar faces. There's none more familiar than this next gentleman who, well, it wouldn't be Telethon without Steve Murphy, and he's back again this year. Steve, Maria asked me how many of these I've done. I'm going to put the same question to you.
175, I think. I remember when I said this last night. I remember when Alexander Graham Bell invented the telephone. It made it a lot easier to get the pledges. Bill Carr made a very good point earlier, and that is that there are all kinds of phone operators here. You're very quiet, by the way, but we know you're there. Come on, get yourself. But the phones are not actually phones. They're laptops. So just because you're not hearing sounds doesn't mean there aren't people calling. There are a lot of people calling. Everybody back here is awfully quiet, too. What's wrong with you people? Oh, no. Come on now. Yeah. There you go. So it's great to be here at the Lighthouse Arts Centre. You know, this is where they make This Hour has 22 minutes. Normally, that great Canadian show. This hour has 480 minutes, and it's coming up here between now and 6. Great to have the whole team here in the same big room. I'll be spending a lot of time talking to people who are the caregivers and the care receivers here at the IWK. The IWK is a building, but this program is about doing things for the people who provide the care and the people who receive the care. So when you make a donation here at 595-2266 or online, you're giving to people, not to a building, not to an organization, but to people who really need the care and the people who deliver the care. And this is all part of a big 4-day fundraising blitz, really, that's going on with our Bell Media radio stations in the Maritimes. And they're here, they're live, and they're under the watchful with Amanda Debison.
A close eye for them. You know, I did have a face for radio. No, these people are beautiful. We're joined here with our friends from Bell Media radio stations from across Nova Scotia and also New Brunswick. Over here on my left, we have Crash joining us all the way from Fredericton. We have Carly B. And we also have Megan and amateur Alex from Virgin Radio Mornings in Halifax. How does it feel to be here for the IWK Telethon? I'll start with you, Megan.
Awesome. This is exciting. We are used to being in the studio, right? So it's nice to be here doing some TV and kind of blend for this year's, show.
Yeah, and Alex, you're used to getting up early.
Yeah, I'm used to it. I mean, I've watched the telethon for so many years, but this is the first time I've ever been on it.
This was a sleep-in for us.
This is true. And Carly, too, this is your first time being part of the IWK Telethon?
Mm-hmm. It is my first time, and so happy to be a part of it.
We're happy to have you here, too. And Crash, you were here last night, part of the IWK Tribute Show, here from Fredericton. How are you feeling?
Yeah, it feels great. A little different for us radio folks with TV cameras everywhere. I made sure to comb my hair this morning, so we're good.
You know, you didn't miss it. Which one? Steve Murphy.
The one in the back. The one in the back, Steve. Thanks, yeah.
I got some tweezers. I can help you with that if you want. And you guys have been working so hard. They're going to be broadcasting here throughout the day. And they also came off the IWK Radiothon, so we're going to learn more details about that later in the show. But right now, no strangers to radio. Let's throw it over to Peter and Katie.
All right, Amanda Devison, thank you so much. And I'm so happy to be part of this year's telethon. Again, I'm with Move Radio, my radio folks you just met as well. But what I'm most happy about is the fact that I get to work with my very good friend, Katie Kelly. Again.
Oh, Peter Harrison, it's always a pleasure.
My pleasure.
I'm so excited that you are our Power Hour Prince once again. I think we dubbed you that last year, and you're back again, so thank you so much. I'm going to be here to support you in whatever way that you need, but the Power Hour, it is very important. It's the time where we ask viewers to help us purchase specific pieces of equipment for the IWK.
And specifically, we're going to ask you to become monthly donors at $19 a month so that the IWK has that they can depend on throughout the year. $19 a month, keep that in mind. And we'll tell you about that very specific piece of equipment that they need right now that you're going to help us buy. That's coming up. But we actually have some very important business to take care of.
We do. We're going to throw it back to you.
It is? All right. I must admit, I'm not sure where we're going at this point. In the morning, we have a patient story. Let's take a look at that.
I started playing football at 8 years old. Ever since, it's just been a huge part of my life, and I didn't really know what else I would do besides football.
He seemed impossibly tiny that first year playing football. The helmet is so huge. He looked so tiny on the field, and he was having the time of his life. It's the best expression of Oliver that you might see is on the football field. As a parent, the very first thing you think when your child says, I have a lump, is that it might be cancer. And then you do everything to talk yourself out of that because that couldn't happen to your family.
You just never expect that in your life. You never think that you're gonna get diagnosed with cancer at all. I thought it was just gonna be a normal, oh, I'm gonna get sick maybe for a week or two. It's gonna go away, but it just started getting worse.
Nobody says cancer to begin with because they don't want you to panic. The emergency room doctor did say you should probably call your husband. Nobody needs you to call your husband to tell you good news. Before his diagnosis, when Oliver first started getting sick, it was clear that he really wasn't himself. He felt terrible all the time. He could hardly eat. He wasn't smiling anymore.
I had like a bump under my arm. I could barely breathe. That's when I really started to notice that this is definitely more serious than just being sick.
We learned about IWK the hard way by walking through the door and needing them. And we were definitely grateful for those extras that the IWK was able to provide for us. I didn't have to stay anywhere else. I could stay with Oliver in the hospital. They were relentless trying to offer entertainments, craft boxes, dogs, Lego. And that's really comforting because you're trying to make that hospital room your home for a week or sometimes more. The thought that I had was never that he wouldn't play football again, that we might lose him. You honestly just are every day focused on getting him better and getting him back doing the things that he loves.
You feel like you can just do nothing, or you feel like you're going to be able to do nothing for a long time, but I think the way I coped with it is telling myself I was going to be okay.
Oliver had an ALC lymphoma diagnosis. His chest was filling with fluid, so one of the first procedures that he had to have was to get his chest cavity drained, and that took the entirety of our first visit there, so almost 10 days. As treatment progresses, of course, it gets much, much more difficult for Oliver. He's getting weaker as you go.
The nurses just always came in with like a smile on their faces, you know, treated you like they've known you their whole life. So that's one of the biggest impacts they've had on me, is making me feel like I was their family member. My coach visited me, definitely put a smile on my face. He gave me a shirt with our team name and everything. He asked how I was doing and all that. You know, I think that's really a big thing that coaches should do, and that really helped a lot.
Oliver got the all clear from his oncologist in October 2024.
One of the coaches pulled me aside out of the locker room while everyone was getting ready. He's like, yeah, you better be ready to take the final snap of the game when it's over. So I've always loved that feeling of being on the field, but I think this one would be a little bit more special than all the other times.
Seeing him out on the field is when it all came out. In that moment, I knew what he could have lost. What we all could have lost. That's one of the best moments of my whole life, was seeing him jump up and down with his friends on the field. It's important to support the IWK, to give every family the opportunity to experience that moment again when their child is healthy, when they get time with their child that might have been taken from them. There's nothing more valuable to that parent.
Yep, time for the first Power Hour. And for those who don't know, a Power Hour is when we invite a lot of people to get together to make a contribution in a common cause, which is to buy a key piece of equipment or several pieces of equipment. So we're going to ask you to consider what we're going to talk about here for the next little while with Nicole Evanson, who's clinical leader of development at the IWK Emergency Department. You're a busy person,
Yes.
Nicole, because you've got an emergency department to run already, and there's a new one being built. Now give us an update there.
Well, we're part of the way through the construction. You can actually see it on University Avenue now when you drive along, which is pretty exciting. And they're getting some of the walls in on the internal structure. I got to go in for a sneak peek look, I think, a couple of weeks ago, and that was pretty exciting. So,
how is a new ER going to change the lives of the people who work at the IWK? We know it'll change the lives of the kids. How will it change your life?
I think we're ready for an infrastructure update. So, you know, being in a bright, clean space will feel really good for our staff. And I think we're all ready for some change, and we're dealing with a lot bigger patient volumes now. So we need a little bit more space to see those patients and do the care that we do.
There is no doubt that when we go to the IWK or any healing place, that we have a couple of concerns. First of all, safety. We need everything to be safe. We also need to create a comfortable environment for the patients and for the people who work at the IWK. And that's why we're asking you folks at home to help us buy some IV syringe pumps. Now, I probably sound more knowledgeable than I am even just using that term. IV is intravenous, syringe we know, and pump. Put that all together, Nicole, and tell us what these are and how you use them in your practice every day.
Well, what we do is make up our medications, and so for small children and babies, medications have to be diluted in a small amount of fluid, and in order to be able to deliver the medication to the patient, we put it in a small syringe, and the syringe pump helps us deliver the actual medication by pushing the syringe at a controlled rate, so we can do that in a really precise manner.
So that speaks to both safety and comfort.
You got it.
And I guess the other question that I'd ask you is, how important are these, and how are they used in the IWK every day?
These help us deliver life-saving medications on a regular basis every day, whether that's for blood pressure, whether it's sedating medication, or antibiotics. So all of these medications together take time and energy, and this allows us to walk away from the bedside and something to deliver the actual dosage to the patient.
And it's very, very precise.
Exactly.
Which comes again to the safety piece. How are the new pumps, or the new generation of pumps, better than the ones we're replacing or trying to replace?
Well, these are, they have software embedded in the pump which allows us to control limitations. We can double check weights. If anything's not lining up correctly, we would do a safety check. We would back up and start over and make sure all the calculations make sense for the patient's weight, size, and what they're receiving the dose for. Yeah.
Okay, so this is an equipment upgrade in a sense, but we also need them because the IWK uses them in almost every department of the IWK. This is Nicole Evanson. You've been everywhere.
Yes.
You're at the IWK. You started. You're from Stellarton. You went to X. You went to New Hampshire. You went to New Zealand. You've been everywhere.
I
Nicole.
have.
Yeah.
Yes.
And now here you are on the telethon.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's very
So
exciting.
let's get Nicole some pumps. Let's get over to Katie and Peter and figure out how to do it now.
Well, here's how we're going to do it.
We know how important they are now. So now it's time to buy some.
Now,
Yeah.
can you?
Seriously, $4,795. That is the price on the pump that you're seeing on the screen right now, $4,795. Now, that's a lot of money, but as a community, we can make it happen, okay? Now, we're going to start with one pump. We're going to start by buying one pump. What we know is we need actually 21 monthly donors at $19 a month to make it happen. Good news, while that conversation was happening, one person stepped up and said, I'd like to be a monthly donor.
Wow.
Okay, so that's how it works. We're going to get this number down to 0, and we will have bought one of those IV syringe pumps.
Amazing. So all we need you to do is call right now. Add your name to that list, 1-800-595-2266. You can also donate online, iwkfoundation.org. But we need to get this number down. Lots of times we say numbers up. We need to get this number down.
We've been doing this long enough through Radiothon and Telethon where we used to say $19 a month. You know, that's roughly a cup of coffee a day. No, it's not even close because your coffee costs so much more
That's right.
than that. By the time you have 4 cups of coffee during a week, you've already paid for your monthly donation to the IWK. So keep that in mind. It is not as much money as you might think. Not by any means. $19 a month is all it takes. We need 21. We've got 1. Let's try to get the number down in the next few minutes. Now we're down to 19. I'm not going to change that now because that takes just a little bit more effort than it's not effort. Here's what happens. See? Nothing. Try it again. Nothing. I'm going to get that down to 19 the next time I have a chance.
Yeah, exactly. So we're going to keep checking in. Next time we see you again, we hope to see that number a lot lower. So please pick up that phone right now and make that $19 monthly donation.
Have that conversation right now. We as a family, we as a company, we as an individual, we want to become a monthly donor at $19 a month. We need 19 more to buy our very first syringe pump.
We will check back in with you soon. Here's Todd Battis.
Okay, and don't forget, you can make that contribution online or you can do it on the phone. All right, we're just getting settled in. The day is beginning. So we turn to Jennifer Gillivan joining us, who of course is the President and CEO of the IWK Foundation. Always good to have you.
Always
Welcome.
great to be here with you,
Isn't this
Todd.
a great day?
Yeah, we just were saying this is our favorite. This is the start of this whole telethon day.
And it began with the Radiothon
It did.
a couple days ago.
Fabulous to have them here.
And the show last night.
What a show. What a show. What kind of talent do we have on the East Coast of Canada? Unbelievable.
I was watching it from home last night and thinking, if you were flipping around in the channels last night,
you'd have
you could
stayed
be
on it.
forgiven if you would have thought, is this, the Emmys or
Exactly. It was
had that
such
look, right?
an amazing show. It really was.
So we have so much fun on this weekend. We know that this is a year-round effort. This has been a big year at the IWK. You've had some big changes.
We have, yeah. We're in the process of finishing up with the building out the new emergency department. It will be one of the best in North America, and it will have its own dedicated mental health space. And as you and I know, because you did the interview, the Garin family made the most generous, biggest gift, $25 million towards the new mental health and addictions ecosystem, which, believe it or not, will be one of the first in the world. There's nothing like it anywhere else.
And there's been so much focus on mental health, especially for young people, adolescents in the last number of years. This is a really key part of what our health centers do.
It is. I think Canada and around the world, I think we're in an epidemic. I call mental health the polio of our generation. And we can't keep just looking at it and doing parts to help it in silos. That's why this ecosystem, it's really about if you're suffering as a child or a youth or your family, whatever door you walk in, you'll be navigated to where you need the help. And intervention is key.
So that's what's going on now, and that's what's been going on in the past year. We always like to look towards the future.
Oh,
What's next?
Oh, then what's next? We have many, many things that the IWK still needs. Like we have some shiny new parts, and then we have parts that aren't shiny new. Our buildings are as old as the other buildings. And while it isn't about buildings, it's about the people. The people are incredible that do the care at the IWK. They're unbelievable. We need to continue to look at improving and renovating existing footprints as much as possible. Technology is changing the game on equipment. So our equipment lists just go up year over year. We never get to get the IWK everything it wants. I wish I could. So when people look at the IWK and they look at this great show last night and here and they think, oh, everything's great. It's not. We need their help. We need the help from everyone. It's their IWK. So
Before I let you go, I want to go back to something we were talking a bit about last night.
yeah.
That donation. We got to talk about this. The Anne Murray
Yeah, amazing.
Canadian hockey sweater, which is much more than that. You know, I was thinking about this. This is really, we're at a moment in time in this country where we're rediscovering ourselves, I think, and there's a little more swagger.
Yeah.
And to see Anne Murray on stage wearing that elbows up, let's call it, jersey, is, I think, the epitome of that. Talk about how significant that's going to be as a gift. And what it means.
I think Anne Murray wouldn't have worn a hockey sweater if it wasn't for the inflection point that Canada's in. I believe Canada's going to enter a renaissance period. I believe the world is watching Canada. That's what I said last night. Bono said the world needs more Canada. And this iconic hockey shirt, elbows up, from Anne Murray, which will be signed by Anne Murray, will be a moment in time captured in a very unique way of the history of Canada. Because we will look back on this time and say we were there, we were part of that history. And so I really feel this is beyond a hockey top shirt from a celebrity. This is an iconic Canadian singer who in a moment in time in our history has donated an iconic piece of
and we got to see a bit of it modeled there by Katie, the
Amazing.
Sparkles. Jennifer, thank you very much.
Thank you,
we will
Todd.
see you through the day, no
You will.
doubt.
I'm here all day.
We know you'll be rooting and running things from the sideline. That's Jennifer Gillivan, who is President and CEO of the IWK Foundation.
Hi, I'm Joe Manhinnick with WestJet. Once again, WestJet's really proud to support the IWK. The IWK does such great work in our communities, working with families and children across the Atlantic provinces, and especially here in Halifax. WestJet helps support the IWK by providing 8 round-trip tickets that anywhere WestJet flies to our local communities that raise the money. Once again, we're really, really proud to help support the families and children of the IWK.
The IWK 250 started in 2007, and it's a great event every year. And this year it's going to be even bigger because it's a 4-day event. And we have to say thank you very much to John Chisholm, all the Chisholm family, Donald, Kelly, Emily Shelby, and Ryan for making this very important. The staff at the Joan Rowie and all the staff at Riverside International Speedway. But the day of the IWK 250 this year is July the 19th. So you will be able to get your tickets soon and send up for this big event. Camping is at a must. Everything is such a great event between Wednesday to Saturday. So let's all say thank you to everybody who participated, all the campers, Steve Lewis Auto Body, the Friends of Steve and Marie Lewis, the Russell W. Hawkins Limited, the Annie Knish Jr. Bulldogs, and everybody who participates and helps make this event such a great event to help the IWK, which is our special hospital in Halifax. Thank you to everybody, and see you on July the 17th to the 19th for this very special event.
All right, should we see our check total with a big flip? 3, 2, 1.
Woo! $60,000 from all the people who help and support Steve Lewis Auto Body and us for this event and the Chisholm family. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jarek. I'm an IWK patient. I want to say a big thank you to the IWK 250 for supporting the IWK and making a big difference for kids like me.
I have Ron Casey, one of the organizers of Casey Sandbar Golf Tournament with me. Ron, tell me how you raise your funds for the IWK Telethon.
We set up a 8-hole golf course out on low tide, lowest tide of the season during the summer. It's the only golf course I know of in Canada that's only there for 3 hours, and we play golf, and we just by donation people put in for the IWK.
That's wonderful. I want to see how much you raised, Ron. Show us the check.
$16.35.
Amazing. Congratulations.
This was our best year yet. Last year was our 35th anniversary.
Oh, wow. Wonderful.
I'm with Yasser Khan and Hala Azmat, and they are with Wonder World Children's Foundation. And Hala, can you tell us a little bit about Wonder World?
We're an indoor children's play and event space located in Halifax, Nova Scotia. And we're very new and upcoming. We've just started recently, just after Christmas, and it's been great so far.
And Yasser, can you tell us what it's about to give back through your foundation?
So we set up the foundation to give to organizations like the IWK because we feel that our brand resonates very strongly with organizations like the IWK and for other community organizations.
And Yasser, what's your contribution this year?
So our contribution this year is $7,500.
There it is. Thank you so much.
Kendall Doherty from the PEI Mutual Insurance Company is with us today. Kendall, tell me how you raise your funds for the IWK Telethon.
Well, since 2004, we've had an annual IWK bake sale and silent auction, which all proceeds from that go to the IWK donation we make every year, and the company actually matches it as well. So that's what generates this money that I have in my hand.
Wow, so we are so appreciative of your generosity. Let's see how much you raised, Kendall. Show us that check. What's the amount?
It is $5,220.
And we are here at the Lighthouse Arts Center for the IWK Telethon, of course. And what's new this year is we have our colleagues from Bell Media Radio who are broadcasting throughout the show. Joining me now is Carly B. from Move 100 in Halifax. And you folks have been working so incredibly hard over the past few days with the IWK Radiothon. Tell us about that.
Yeah, it's been a really special few days. We have been working on getting the IWK some CAD pumps, which are urgently needed. They're used in oncology and palliative care and with major surgeries as well, so they are urgently needed. And actually this past week somebody called in and donated the entire cost of a CAD pump.
And how much?
About $9,000. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow. Almost $9,000.
Significant donation, but it's really any amount that you can donate makes a big difference. It adds up.
Yeah, $5, $10. We realize not everyone can do that, but it was amazing, and we would love to see more of that.
And you and your radio colleagues have been supporting the IWK for more than 20 years, 24 years. How special is it for you?
It is so special. Hearing the stories, it is so hard not to be crying the whole time in the studio. It is a lot, but it is a really special weekend, and we're so glad to team up with you guys and be a part of it this way.
We're happy to have you, Carly B. I'm going to let you go back on air. You are very busy today. Thank you so much for being a part of the TV experience today.
And thank you.
Thank you.
Check out that intro. That was amazing.
Okay, we're here for the IV syringe pumps for the emergency department. That's what we're trying to buy.
Yes, and we
some
needed
good news.
originally how many?
Originally 21 donors at $19 a month, monthly donors at $19 a month. 21. What are we down to now?
Because they cost $4,795
exactly.
each, and we just got an update actually.
Oh.
We are now down to 10.
10. All right.
So we've got 11. Right?
Yeah, that's right. We have 11 monthly
so
donors
far.
at $19 a month.
But what's
Good
special
math.
about this is that one person actually purchased five,
Five
monthly
donations.
donations.
You know, that's really, really special. Obviously, every donation is special, be it a one-time donation, a monthly donor at $19 a month, or someone saying, I'm going to take 5 of these monthly donations. And at that point, you know, you're creating a legacy. Whether you're an individual or whether you are a business, you are creating a legacy, just like you would be, by the way, if you gave the full purchase price, because it's a little bit of a secret, but we need more than one.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
starting with one. We need more than one, and they each cost $4,795. I'm just going to throw that out there. If anybody can afford to do that this morning,
Yeah.
that would be amazing too.
And if you can't, we'd also love even one monthly donation, $19 a month. At all it takes. You're going to help us buy an IV syringe pump for the IWK. You can call right now, 1-800-595-2266 to help us out. We're going to throw things over to you know what, Peter? I think he actually is the longest time host of the IWK Telethon. It's our first time seeing him on here this morning. Bill Carr, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. That's code for saying the oldest guy in the building. I think that's what that was, but I'm okay with that. Look, I'm here in the phone banks, and I'll tell you, when I used to do it a long time ago, the phones rang, right? But the phones don't ring anymore. Okay, but what happens is these people get active. Now you see this? This is inactivity. We don't like this. We love them, hate the inactivity, all right? We want to see them on the phone. Anybody, look, see this lady back here, look, she's doing the right thing, see? Because somebody called her and got her going. Otherwise, these people fall asleep. They're face down in their all over the place, and we don't want that. This is an incredible day. We're going to be here all day. I'll be in the phone banks rattling these people up. Here's what's neat. Roxanne, who's my handler, they give me a handler now at my age, and look at this. She has to hold this up so I'll remember what it is, but this is what you do. 1-800-595-2266. That'll get these people going. Or donate online at iwkfoundation.org. And please do so. We've got 8 hours. It goes quick. Don't sit there and go, I'll get to it. I'll get to it. No, I will. Betty, I'll get to it. No, don't do that. Get on it right now and do it as quick as you can. And now I'm going to throw to two amazing, wonderful people who you've seen already, but you can't see enough of them. I'm going over to Maria and Todd.
I'll get to it. Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Nice to see you, Bill.
Good to see you, Bill. Wouldn't be a telethon without Bill. You know, when this young lady, Nora, was 3 years old, she was adopted from an orphanage in India. Her parents, Marie and Eric, brought her home to New Brunswick knowing that the IWK would become part of their lives.
That's because Nora needed surgery to repair her cleft lip and palate. Today, she is 9 years old, and she is this year's Children's Miracle Network champion child for the IWK. Here is Big Bad Laura's story.
Who is Nora?
She's just a sweet little special little girl. She just loves everybody. Everything that she's had to do, she's had to work extra hard.
The challenges that she first experienced in life and what she is continuing to encounter and overcome, it's pretty amazing.
Big, red, Nora!
When we saw Nora's picture for the first time, it's a memory that I think every adoptive parent has that you don't ever want to forget. You could almost see her soul through her eyes.
It was just love at first sight.
She was the one for our family. Nora was born with a bilateral cleft lip and palate, so she had openings on either side of her lip and the roof of her mouth.
Her initial stages in life, some of the medical experiences that she had caused some initial trauma.
She had 1 or 2 surgeries, so she would have spent a lot of time in hospital by herself. And when we first brought her home, there was a lot of medical appointments she had to go to, so that was always a bit of a struggle for her.
When a doctor would enter a room, she would immediately start to cry. And those were tough, tough days.
When we were waiting to adopt from India, I did some research and I found out that the IWK had a cleft lip and palate clinic. From my own experience, I knew she would be in great hands. I was born with a faulty heart valve. I was what they called a blue baby, so I was blue around my mouth. I had to travel to Fredericton to see a cardiologist from the IWK, actually, Dr. Murphy. He knew that it was a valve issue. And then I had open heart surgery. I was followed by them throughout my childhood. I would see the traveling clinic in Moncton, and the cardiologist would come up from the IWK every year.
The beautiful thing about the IWK, they meet you where you're at. They created the environment that was supportive and welcoming. All of a sudden, we would be sitting with Nora in the chair in the doctor's office. The doctor would come in, and there would be no tears.
She had some remaining holes or fistulas in her palate, so they had to get those fixed right away. She came through that with flying colors. Then the next step for her would be to have a bone graft. So what they do is they take bone from her hip and they help rebuild the top of the gum. She came through that like a trooper too. I remember Dr. Dusek coming and seeing her walking the hall. He's like, wow, she's up already, you know, and they let her go home because she was doing so well. There was a few more visits that year to have follow up from her surgery, and now she just goes every year, and they all just make sure that she's developing like she should. It's great. She walks through the IWK now like she owns it. No fear at all. Her speech has come really far. When we first picked her up, the speech was pretty well non-existent, and now it's 90% of the time we can understand what she's saying. She's just a typical 9-year-old little girl.
Yeah, when I think about the impact that the IWK has had on us and our family, it's hard to put it into words.
The IWK has changed her life. She would never have had a voice without it. The biggest thing I've probably learned from Nora is what true grit and determination is. You know, she had a really rough start, and she sailed through that, and she's just such a bright, positive, funny little girl, and it truly shows that, you know, you can start with nothing and turn it all around.
I get excited when I think about what's in her future, because I don't think much will stand in her way.
And we've got some great news to pass along. Remember, if you've been with us all morning, last time we were here at the Power Hour, I just threw it out there. If anybody wants to buy an entire IV syringe pump, and they can do that for $4,795, man, that would be fantastic. Well, Ivan and Judy Douglas, they called to say, yeah, we'd like to do that. They bought an entire syringe pump. But we still need more, folks. We are down to buy the second syringe pump now, we are down to, okay, that is a 5. I promise, that's a 5. We need 5 monthly donors at $19 a month to buy the second syringe pump, and we need even more, so keep it going. We would love to have someone else. I mean, again, it's a big ask, we know, but if you could actually step up and say, if you were in a position to do that, we know not everybody is, but if you're in a position to do that, if you'd like to buy a syringe pump for $4,795, again, a legacy for you, for your family, we would love that if you can do that. I want to just remind you what the syringe pumps do. They provide precise amounts of very important medicine to the kids at the IWK. And if you will, just for a second, think of, I don't know, one of the kids in the NICU, maybe a newborn, maybe a preemie, who needs tiny, tiny, tiny amounts of very important medicine to make sure that their blood pressure and their heart functions are continuing. That's what the syringe pump can offer. It can give them that tiny, precise amount of medicine to keep them going, even if they're only 3 pounds at birth. So that is what you are donating today, a syringe pump. We need more monthly donors at $19 a month. We need 5 more to buy our second one, and we would love to buy even more for the IWK. They need 4 in total. So if you would, $19 a month, that's what we're looking for. Now we're going to turn it over to Katie Kelly to see what's up on the socials desk. Katie.
Thank you so much, Peter, and we'll check in with you again very, very soon. Welcome to our social media desk. So people are not only watching Telethon today on television, they are also watching on ctvatlantic.ca, where we are going to be streaming all day. The IWK Foundation Facebook page is also buzzing, and we are checking it. So please keep sending us your messages and your stories. We absolutely love to hear from you, and we're going to be sharing them throughout the day. Like this one. So we have an example from Enfield, Nova Scotia. A little guy named Uriah. So he was born 6 weeks early in May of 2024. His mom, Beth, said he was born weighing just 3 pounds and 10 ounces, and he spent 34 days in the IWK's neonatal intensive care unit. Beth considers herself lucky to have been able to access the care at the IWK, and she is forever grateful for their love and support. Uriah is now happy, healthy, and a thriving 1-year-old. Please keep sending us your stories. We love to see it. You can go on Facebook and find the IWK Foundation's Facebook page. You can also call and make donations, 1-800-595-2266, or donate online, iwkfoundation.org. We're here all day, and lots of people are donating, like these guys. We're going to throw it over to Latavia.
Today we are joined by Becky Gino, the Executive Director of the Canadian Woodlands Forum. Welcome, Becky. Thank you so much for joining us.
Hi there, how are you?
Doing well. And, you know, the Woodlands Forum raises money every year with an event called Log a Load for Kids. Can you tell us about that?
I, of course, can. The Log a Load for Kids Canada is a program that we started back in 2001, and it raises money across Canada for various Children's Miracle Network hospitals. IWK is a huge recipient of one of them. And the idea is that foresters would either donate the amount that is equivalent of a load of wood or do various activities around the regions. And we have several activities each year that contribute to our totals each year.
And why is the IWK such an important cause to you and your team?
It's absolutely something that we believe in, to be able to provide some funding that can help the sick kids that are in need in the hospital. I grew up in Halifax. I know that it's such an important part of the city and what it can do to help the lives of so many families.
Well, we thank you so much for all that you and your team do at the Canadian Woodlands Forum.
Thank you very much. We are so pleased to be able to raise these funds and hopefully make a difference.
Absolutely, and we'll take a look now at how much you raised.
Thank you, Log a Load for Kids, for supporting kids like us. You make the IWK a very special place. Thank you for making a difference.
We want to thank former IWK patient Mackenzie Scanlon of Porters Lake, Nova Scotia, for continuing to give back to the IWK with her various fundraisers, donating $2,145. Thank you to Annapolis West Education Center of Annapolis Royal, Nova Scotia, who held a dance marathon along with other events involving the entire school and raised $3,541. A donation of $7,497 is coming to us from Boston Pizza on Granville Street in Halifax, raised through Kids Cards and Paper Heart campaigns and celebrating 7 years of giving. And thank you so much to the staff of the municipality of Kings County in Nova Scotia. They have a special IWK connection through Felicia from Telethon 38, and they raised $7,767.
We are so happy to welcome Adam J. and his son Caleb from G. Visor and Sons to the Telethon today. Adam, tell me why it's so important for you to support the Telethon.
Yeah, we're very thankful for all the IWK does. My sister had heart surgery there as a young girl, and just this past fall, my son Caleb had to travel to the IWK for brain surgery, and it was just a great experience and so many wonderful people to care for him during that time.
Well, we're happy to hear that. A cause very close to your heart. Gentlemen, let's flip the check and tell us how much you raised.
We've raised $5,000.
We're here with Stacy and Cheryl in memory of Terry Levitt Jr. Tell me, please, why it was so important to you to support the telethon this year.
Ever since Terry had his accident 23 years ago, he always supported children, trying to get them to have supports like he had supports, and he used to go around and talk to schools about safety when it comes to like recreational safety, and yeah, so it was always important to him.
That's a beautiful reason. Let's see how much you have raised this year. Flip that check.
$5,135.
The Stratford and Area Lions Club is here with us today, and I have Larry McDonald, co-chair of the Lobster Committee, with me. Hello, Larry. I love lobster. Tell me about this fundraiser.
Well, this I think is our 47th year that we've been cooking and supplying lobster in the spring season. We run to Father's Day weekend, and with that money, we make our donations. We also, in the fall, we cook and bake apple pies.
Wow, sounds lovely.
They are excellent.
What a great fundraiser. Let's take a look at how much you raised.
We are seeing some amazing donations from amazing people here on the IWK Telethon. And you know, $5,000 is a lot of money. We've had some beautiful $5,000 checks. We need $5,000 to buy just one of these IV syringe pumps. But a lot of people teaming up, working as one, can make it happen. And that's why we have Nicole Evanson still with us, who Nicole is clinical lead at development at the IWK Emergency Department. I want to key on something you said earlier about these pumps, because Peter and Katie have been talking about them. These are smart pumps, just like smart TVs or all the other smart devices we have. So for you and your teams, it would seem to me that the quality of care you're able to deliver is probably not only safer and more comfortable, but more convenient for the practice using smart technology.
Absolutely. I think you're right on the money with that one. We're able to deliver precise amounts of medication over time, and sometimes that time can be up to 15 or 20 minutes, or it might be a continuous infusion, meaning tiny little increments of medication being delivered over a long period of time.
And one of these pumps can deliver many different medications, right?
Yes, individually at a time, yeah.
Yes, one at a time, obviously.
Yeah.
But the point is that if you and your teams are not having to do this work every hour of every day or every minute of every hour, it allows you to be providing other levels of care and other quality.
That's right, yeah, we can sort of multitask.
Yeah, so anything that is allowing our medical professionals to have a better work environment is also helping the patients who come to the IWK for their care. And that's why we say this is not only about the people who receive the care at the IWK and the great quality of care they get, it's about the people who deliver the care and enabling them to really deliver the best care anywhere. Sometimes that requires a technology assist, like an IV syringe pump. Sometimes it requires a whole new emergency department.
There you
which
go.
you're thinking maybe about within a year and a half, 2 years, we'll be there?
I think we're hoping for late 2026.
There you go. It's great having you here. Thank you for all you do for our kids, and congratulations on the great work you and your teams are doing.
Thank you
for
very
our
much,
kids.
Steve.
So now we need some more IV syringe pumps, and it's funny, when I think of IV syringe pumps, I think of two people. And they are Peter Harrison and Katie Kelly.
That's what we were hoping for. Thank you so much, Steve. And we need more.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, when we started this Power Hour, the IWK had put in a request for 4. That's how many they wanted Telethon to buy this year, 4 of the syringe pumps, which you have been so eloquently describing. Great news. We have 21 monthly donations. That covers off 1.
Mm-hmm.
We've had 2 families or 2 donors. We're not sure about the second donor yet, whether it's a company or an individual donor, come through and say, yes, we'd like to buy an entire pump, okay? And now we're starting over and trying to get that 4th. And this Power Hour, well, it's only about another 12 minutes. So can we make it happen? I think we can.
We can make it happen. You can make it happen. All you need to do is call 1-800-595-2266. And if you're like me and you do things online, you can also just go to the website, iwkfoundation.org, select monthly donor. It's only $19 a month. And we need just 18 more monthly donors to purchase that 4th.
Yes, absolutely. And as I've been saying, it's working well, so I'm going to say it again. You can pick up the entire purchase price. Steve mentioned $5,000. I don't mean to correct Steve, but it's not that much. It's $4,795, Steve. $4,800, okay? If anybody would like to pick up the entire price, that's fantastic. In the meantime, it takes the entire village here in the Maritimes. We need $19 a month from individuals. We need 18 of those individuals or their families to step forward. I'm just getting an update. 17 now. Please keep it going. We only have a few more minutes left in this Power Hour.
Thank you so much to everyone who's donated so far. We only have a few minutes, so please keep those calls coming. Speaking of calls, I'd like to call on our friend Bill Carr.
Hey. I'm over here, and I'm in the phone banks. And you see this? There's no ringing, so you can't tell whether anybody's working. But these people, not working. They're just sitting back here doing nothing. But here's the other thing I wanted to mention. You know that every year, the telethon has a focus. But all year long, people are doing stuff. And there's a fellow over here that I want to talk to. And what is your name?
Isaac Healy.
Isaac Healy. I happen to know things about Isaac Healy. Isaac, first of all, tell them what your connection to the telethon is.
So I was born with a rare condition called cutis and I've had 15 surgeries within the IWK hospital, and they saved my life. I'm living proof as to why those donations are very, very important.
Brilliantly said, and thank you for doing that. But you do more than that, and I don't mean to out you here with all this, but there's a certain thing called at HFX Spider-Man, and if you go there, you'll see who?
Me, HFX Spider-Man, also Isaac Healy, and I do a lot of bedside visits at the IWK hospital and walk around the waterfront and just generally try to make people smile.
Yeah, and he's keeping the city safe, basically. And so are you wearing it? No, not today. Okay, I'm just checking because
I do have it on.
No, okay, I understand. But this is amazing. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for all you're doing. And if you had something to say to the folks out there, what would you say? The thing that we always say.
Please donate, folks, and with great power comes great responsibility.
That's right. That's right. Micah, you don't know who Micah is. This is Micah. Micah's my buddy, and he's got this up for me. 1-800-595-2266 or donate online at iwkfoundation.org. And by the way, look back over here for a second because I want to make sure this is a neuralizer. You don't remember who he is in terms of his secret identity. Woo-hoo! Okay, well, Todd and Maria, over to you.
All I can remember was Isaac. I know he mentioned some other name, but I can't remember. He's a perfect example. There's so much of this in the Maritimes when it comes to the IWK. That lifelong connection. I mean,
15
Isaac had
surgeries,
15
outstanding.
surgeries, and to this day comes back,
right.
Makes the visits to the children in the hospital. There's lots of examples of that in our region, and that's why we hold this place so dear and why we would love you to keep these people busy. Hello. These are our good friends from TD, also from Admiral Insurance, who come and help us out the banks every year, the phone banks. Important, of course, are the stories that we share.
Always.
The reason why we are here trying to raise money to help families and to help children. Cindy Lee is a mother of 4, and she knows what it's like to almost lose a child, Maria, not once, incredible, but twice.
It's an amazing story of resilience. 2 of her children have faced life-threatening emergencies and have needed immediate care at the IWK. We want you to meet Caden and Macy now.
Cindy Lee is grateful for every moment she spends with her children. Both Caden and Macy have faced life-threatening emergencies and relied on IWK Health for critical emergency care.
Because of them, I have both of my children with me still, and there's not a lot. It's hard to put that into words, but the gratitude is there.
At nearly 5 weeks old, Macy was rushed to the IWK's emergency department from her nearest hospital in Aberdeen after Cindy noticed her daughter was breathing faster than usual. At the IWK, a cardiologist determined Macy had a life-threatening congenital heart defect and would need open heart surgery to repair it.
I was terrified. I mean, I didn't know a lot about, number one, the heart condition she had, what it meant for her life, if she was even going to survive it.
The following day, Macy was airlifted to Sick Kids in Toronto for surgery and returned to the IWK after a month-long stay. She then stayed at the IWK for close monitoring for 3 weeks before she was able to return home. Now, at 7 years old, Cindy says her daughter is thriving. She says the care Macy continues to receive at the IWK's Children's Heart Center is unmatched. In 2022, nearly 5 years after Macy's emergency department visit, Cindy's son, Caden, was rushed to the IWK for emergency trauma care after being struck by a car close to home.
It just felt like deja vu all over again, like he was in the same spot she was, except now instead of a little baby, it's my 14-year-old boy, and he's very hurt.
Caden was admitted to the IWK's Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. He needed a ventilator to help him breathe, and MRI results showed he had a severe traumatic injury to his brainstem.
After he was extubated and he wasn't waking up still, and they told me, no, we have to have the conversation that he won't walk and talk, and he'll never, eat by mouth, and he'll need a G-tube, and you'll need, wheelchair ramps to your house and all of those things. None of that happened. You saw him. You saw him. He's walking and talking, and he's doing well too. So, that's all I think to the care that they give.
Cindy says the staff at the IWK's emergency department saved her children's lives. Because of the quality care they received, she can watch them grow and learn and laugh. The chief of the IWK Emergency Department says the redevelopment of the ED will provide a state-of-the-art space to best meet the needs of patients, families, and staff alike.
Children can be more vulnerable in terms of their tipping point. When they get sick, they can hide it quite well until they get to the point where they then really tip into being unwell. And so we have to closely monitor their vital signs to make sure that we're able to catch those moments, and we have to work hard to decipher pain and fear from acute illness.
Dr. Emma Burns says generous community support will help them provide world-class emergency room care for Maritime children and families.
And as our population grows and we see more and more children moving into the Maritimes, having this highly specialized, highly serviced, highly functional emergency department is just going to do wonders for the entire community and all of the people that work there and take care of children and families there.
It's that kind of compassionate care Cindy says she will never forget.
Supporting the IWK is of the utmost importance. A lot of people don't understand the magnitude of the care that your children will receive there if they need it. And if you ever do need it, you want it to be available. So you should always support the IWK. Donate that extra dollar, do your birthday fundraisers, everything that you can do to keep this wonderful facility on the go.
All right, Peter, we're down to the wire here on these IV pumps.
Right. We want to buy 4. We are so close to buying the 4th.
Close.
But we now know who outright purchased one of the pumps as well.
So Clary and Debbie Kempton purchased one outright. They spent $4,795.
Yeah, that's
so
fantastic.
Thank you very, very
Thank
much.
Thank you. Yeah, we've had 2 families do that this time around. Listen, we are down to, here we go, 8 more monthly donors. That's what we need to buy the 4th and final pump that the IWK has requested, where they came to us and said, we need 4 pumps this year. Can you do that? And we promised that we could, so let's do it. So
Let's
listen.
do it. Yeah, what time is it?
We have about 3 minutes left in the power hour. We have 8. That's a little more than 2 new monthly donors every minute at $19 a month to make it happen.
Yeah,
now, there are a couple of ways you can do that. You can call 1-800-595-2266, or you can donate online if that's easier for you, iwkfoundation.org. We're down to 6 now.
We're down to 6.
All
okay.
right.
And these are very important. So most IV medications are given to children using this syringe pump. It also says it's the single biggest impact that these do is provide better patient safety. So these are keeping our children safe.
I've been in the NICU, which I consider hallowed ground, through radiothons and telethons, and you will see stacks of these smart pumps, these IV syringe pumps, in beside the babies, because there's so many medications involved. And each of those medications have to be given precisely to the tiniest children you could possibly imagine. You can't even imagine that their little bodies could sustain life, but they do. And they do it with the help of the IV syringe pumps. So if we could just have 6 more monthly donors at $19 a month, we will be sure that the IWK has all the pumps that they need. We're down to 2 now.
We're down to 2. We're down to 2.
We can see this in real time, folks. We can make this happen in real time, okay? We've got just a few more seconds with you right now. If you could go ahead and donate at 1-800-595-2266.
We did it. We did it. We did it.
High five. There you go.
You did it.
Thank you, Maritime family.
Thank you.
You know what? You bought 4 of these IV syringe pumps for the IWK. That's what they wanted. That's what you gave them.
Peter, you really are the prince of the power hour. Yay! We did it. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone, and we're gonna keep bugging you. We have a few more things we need to purchase today, but we're doing really great so far.
1 hour from now, a brand new power hour, a brand new piece of equipment to buy, and again, we are going to be depending on you for all the help you can give us.
We sure are. We're gonna hand things back to Todd and Maria.
Not surprised at all that we hit that mark. Thank you, everybody. We've got something very important coming up as we get to the end of the hour. But really quickly, you have experience with these, right?
We have, yes, both. You know, when we do these stories, you say you never know when you're going to need it. My family needed those pumps because my little girl, when she was born, had a little infection because I ended up having the flu when I was giving birth. Anyway, the whole thing ended us in the NICU for a week, and my newborn daughter needed antibiotics, which she got through that. And of course, I've mentioned my little boy's story before, who was in the NICU for several months, and he too has used it. So this is one of those full circle stories where you're like, you don't know until you need it, but you are so glad that it exists when it does.
So now families are going to benefit from those 4 more that you made possible. Thank you very much.
All right, are you ready for this? Can you believe it's already been an hour? It's an exciting time. The first hour of the 41st Telethon has come to almost a close, but it is time for the big number.
Yeah, let's check the big board. After the first hour, our total result is $440,000 and $1.17. Thank you very much. And the IWK Telethon number 41 rolls on.
You're watching the IWK Telethon on CTV.
And welcome back. We are quickly, very quickly, that went fast, didn't it?
Yeah.
Into hour 2 of the IWK Telethon here on CTV. Todd Battis, Maria Panapellis, we're certainly glad to have you with us. If you're just waking up and flicking on the TV or logging in, we're glad to have you with us. 1-800-595-2266 or donate online at iwkfoundation.org. We will be holding down desk duties all day. We have all our friends, familiar faces, folks that have dropped in to man the phone lines, and we've got a lot of interesting telethons still ahead of us.
We're so lucky to be part of this every year, Todd. I feel so blessed, and not just because it's a great time, but we are making a difference in the lives of Maritime children, Maritime families. It is the kids, moms and dads, they need some support too, though, you know, and they get to a place like the IWK where they're terrified because their most precious little person needs the support and the care, and then mom and dad are taken under their wings too, and having been one of the people who's received that kind of love and support, it's invaluable, and I know you too. You've been part of that circle, that web of love.
I had experience with the IWK in my family with the little guy when he was first born. We both have spent precious time in the NICU, haven't we?
Oh, we sure have. Yeah, we're so lucky to have it indeed. 1-800-595-2266 if you'd like to make a donation by telephone, or iwkfoundation.org. That's where you can go to make a donation
Should
online.
make the point, look, through the day you are going to see some very generous and some very big numbers, right? We see those on the check turns and different folks and groups that come through. But really the heart and soul of this telethon for your Children's Health Center is that $5 donation, is that $10 donation, is that monthly donation of whatever amount you can afford. And we know this is not an easy time. We report on it every night, right?
We sure do.
This is a difficult time for a lot of families in our community. But if you think you can spare even just a little, that's the heartbeat behind what we're doing here today. So
every dollar counts.
We would love to hear from you.
We sure would. So coming up this hour, we're going to kick off our first miracle match. We'll also get a sneak peek of the new emergency department at the IWK, and we'll get an update on a very special donation made by Anne Murray last night on the amazing tribute show. I hope you watched because it was out of this world.
The sparkles.
Yeah.
The sparkles on the Team Canada jerseys. Fantastic. Okay, let's get into the reason why we're here. Rachel and Corey's daughter, Fiona, was 8 years old when she was airlifted from New Brunswick to the IWK. This is something that happens on a daily basis. They didn't know it at the time, but the IWK would become a very big part of their lives.
8 years later, Fiona continues to rely on many specialized care teams at the IWK.
She's soft. My favorite thing to do is to rub my cheek against her cheek. I'll just like rub my cheek against hers and just like think about the softness forever. Just like ingrain it in my mind forever. I don't know. Yeah. Fiona is pure. She's full of sunshine and rainbows and happiness. That's the best way to explain her. People that meet her usually say she's got a very zen energy, and I feel the same way about her. Her snuggles are therapeutic. And for the most part, she's a pretty happy, content girl, considering all her challenges she has. Yeah. My name is Rachel Doak, and live in Miramichi, New Brunswick. I'm a social worker. I'm a mom. I have 3 kids, Tristan and Fiona and Ivy, and a wife to Corey. Fiona was born 3 weeks early. I was induced and things were going well. We were discharged from the hospital, but within 48 hours we were back at the hospital because she was having some feeding difficulties. We spent probably a week at our local hospital and she wasn't improving. So at that point, we're gonna be sent to a NICU for further investigations. And when the choice was given, we said IWK right away because, you know, we watched the telethon, so that was right away where we decided that we would go. She was airlifted there and spent 3 weeks at the IWK in the NICU. And she eventually came around. She started to feed on her own. She had a surgery for her apneas. We weren't sure if this was it and if she just kind of had a one-off and that things will level out, or that she would have more disabilities as time went. But I knew in my mom heart that she was gonna have difficulties. I just felt it. Things just kind of unfolded from there. She had some testing done, and Fiona is technically undiagnosed on paper, but the genetics department at the IWK did find like a blip in HECW2, it's called. So we call Fiona our rare and beautiful unicorn. She eats through a G-tube. She's non-mobile, she's non-verbal. She has some respiratory issues as well. Epilepsy is a big part of her life. She has daily seizures. But despite all that, she's happy. When she's feeling good, she smiles every day. She's laughed 3 times in her life. It's been a long time since we heard that laugh. Sorry. Sorry. We're really lucky to have a video of her laugh. I play it a lot. I know it's in there. I'm hopeful she'll laugh again someday. She talks with her eyes. That's what we always say. You have to look instead of listen for her.
Can you tell us how Fiona talks?
Fiona talks with her eyes.
What does she say with her eyes?
She says, I love you.
They're best friends, true sisters. A lot of her seizures don't require medical intervention. You just ride them out, and Ivy has taken on that role. She'll hold her hand and stroke her. And, it's okay, Fiona, it's okay. And She's very helpful and good to her sister.
Good job.
This is all good.
Fiona, when she's feeling well, she goes to school. If she's not feeling well, she spends the day with her Grammy, which is Corey's mom, Connie.
Mom and Fiona have a very special bond. I think Mom knows her better than we do. I think that connection is just pure love. My name is Corey Doak, and I am proudly Fiona's dad. Fiona is just generally very sweet. I like to say she was born without an ego. She is just pure love. As long as she's feeling good and everything's going well, she's just happy to be hanging out with us. People are usually, they lead with, "Oh, I'm so sorry." And I like to say, "Oh, don't be sorry, we're quite happy to have her."
She's always received incredible care from the IWK. The nurses and the staff take care of the family, not just the patient. So it's definitely felt the whole time we're there. The well-being of the whole family is important.
They are always happy to take phone calls from the ER department or from the pediatrician department here in New Brunswick and answer any questions that they might have about her care.
We really are so grateful and thankful for all the donors that help out with kids like Fiona at the IWK and families like ours. Like, I don't know where Fiona would be without the care she's received at the IWK. It's literally life-saving, right? It has saved her life. Sometimes children like Fiona aren't necessarily seen or talked about that much, and they're important parts of our community. We are aware that we're on borrowed time with her. I know that she doesn't have a super long life to live. I want her to be seen, and I want people to see the beauty in her story and the beauty in our family. Like, there are hard days and there's definitely suffering, but there's joy and there's beauty and there's gratitude, and I want people to see her like we see her.
Oh, sweet girl, sweet family, mama, dad, big sis, grandma. You see, it really is about supporting families. And of course, sweet Fiona, my goodness, what a doll. We want to tell you that although Fiona doesn't have an official diagnosis, the IWK's genetics team has introduced the family to Care for Rare, a nationwide research program focusing on the improvement of both the diagnosis and treatment of rare diseases.
And through Care for Rare, Fiona's care team and family hope to get the long-awaited answers they've been waiting for, and we thank them very much for sharing their story.
It's time for our first miracle match here on the IWK Telethon. I'm so excited to welcome. They decided to put the shortest and the tallest CTV hosts together for this one. Paul Hollingsworth, great to see you.
Good to see you. I'm wearing my high heels, by the way, so I'm actually not this tall.
Right.
Just want to put it. By the way, before we do this, and this is an exciting little 4 minutes coming up here. Last night, the tribute show, what a time. The talent, the vibe, the set, the entertainment, the energy, the stories. What a wonderful and what a wonderfully touching night.
Paul, it was so much fun. It was so great to have you there, and Jonathan Torrens hosting with us as well. Yeah, like you mentioned, the entertainment, just wow, wow, wow. And the biggest moment of the night for me, of course, Anne Murray sent in her jersey that she wore at the Junos when she accepted her Lifetime Achievement Award, the blinged out jersey. We're going to talk more about that in a little bit, but wow, iconic. And it's up for auction right now, and all of the proceeds go towards the IWK Telethon.
We are really excited about the jersey. We are really excited about Telethon 41, and we are quite amped up over this. Is it the Miracle Match?
It's the Miracle
We
Match.
have the
This is
Power
the first
Hour
one.
with the Miracle Match. I
Yeah.
can't confuse them.
Yeah, so we're into the first Miracle Match. So do you want to explain to everybody how
So,
this works?
well, first of all, it's a lot of fun, it's a lot of energy, and it's a lot of excitement over the next 4 minutes. During each Miracle Match, one of our sponsor matches donations made over the phones and online up to $5,000 this hour. So as soon as our countdown clock starts, you can call, which brings us to this moment. Let us start
Should we
the
do
4 minute clock right now.
Start that clock. Start that clock.
All right, the number by that, 1-800-595-2266. To double your impact, Katie, who is our first sponsor?
Okay, so this hour we are so excited and so honored to have back our friends at the Grocery Foundation Atlantic. They're back as the first sponsor of our Miracle Match. They have donated $5,000 as a way of recognizing their good friend Kevin Connors and the work he has done for the foundation.
Kevin has quite a story. He has been a key part of the Grocery Foundation Atlantic board for many, many years. And as a way of saying thanks to the former board chair, the Grocery Foundation is donating this gift on Kevin's behalf. What a wonderful way to pay tribute to a wonderful man, to honor all the hard work that Kevin has put into the friendships and relationships and great causes that he has sort of managed and succeeded in along the way.
So we're into our 4-minute little kind of time block that we have here for you to make a donation. Like Paul mentioned, okay, so we're down to 3 minutes. We've got 3 minutes left for you to make a donation that's going to double. So if you don't have a lot you can spend today, this is what I say is always the perfect time. This is the chance for you to double that impact. So if you have $5, it's $10. If you have $20, it's $40. Any penny that you spend over the next 3 minutes is going to be doubled, and that's thanks to the Grocery Foundation Atlantic, and we can't thank them enough for sponsoring this Miracle Match, Paul.
We want to have some momentum within these 4 minutes. Look, that clock ticking, it's getting me jazzed. You can feel the energy building. If you're watching at home, and we know you're really into this to begin with, that clock ticking is an opportunity to remind you to get on the phone, to get online, 1-800-595-2266, or donate online, iwkfoundation.org. Double it up.
Yes.
Make this 4 minutes count.
Absolutely. And let me tell you a little bit more about the Grocery Foundation Atlantic. It's a partnership between Sobeys, Foodland, and Co-op. And it represents retailers, manufacturers, brokers, and other businesses and organizations connected to the food industry, Paul. So although it's an annual gala, the foundation raises funds for the Children's Hospital in Atlantic, Canada. So it's fantastic.
1-800-595-2266 or iwkfoundation.org. Grocery Foundation Atlantic, once again, making this $5,000 match donation in recognition of the amazing Kevin Connors. The Miracle Match, honoring Kevin Connors. The clock is ticking to remind you to get online, to get on the phone, to make it happen, to double up and make this 4-minute window of opportunity count. I have a feeling we're doing well. I can feel it building.
I want to know how much time we have left. Oh, 1:20 left.
1:20.
We're dwindling down time-wise. So again, this is your chance to double your money if you don't have a lot to spend. Let's make it count. Let's make these guys spend some money. Let's take their money.
1:20 is not a lot. We're probably down to a minute right now. I can hold my breath for a minute. That's how little time that is.
Let's try.
I'll faint on air. We are getting close, though. We must be 55 seconds, 54, and countdown is on. 1-800-595-2266. Donate online, iwkfoundation.org. We're sticking around for the next minute to see this thing across the finish line.
Oh, absolutely. And listen, this is one of, we're going to have a couple miracle matches throughout the day, so if you miss this one or you just want to have fun and double your money throughout the day and donate a couple of times, you can do that too. Like, we're here for whatever, right?
We are honoring the sponsor, Grocery Foundation, and Kevin Connors for the wonderful work he has done. He is in the spotlight during this Miracle Match. Grocery Foundation Atlantic.
We're down to our final 20, Paul.
We are, all right.
We're
looking at the clock.
15 seconds. 15 seconds left for you to double your money.
10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, and we did it.
Miracle Match is over.
I skipped 7 there because I had to breathe.
Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Thank you, Paul. We're going to do this again really soon.
I look forward to it. All right, thank you.
Hi, my name's Andrea Penny, and I'm the Manager of Food Services and Clinical Nutrition at the IWK.
Hi, I'm Sana Tawan, and I work in the Clinical Nutrition Department at IWK. And we would like to say thank you for donating to the IWK.
And providing patients and families with the best care possible. On the bottom of our hearts, thank you.
I'm joined by Niall McGuinness and Alina of Dirty Nellies. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
So you're going to your 8th year fundraising for the IWK. Can you tell us about the tournament?
Yeah, so we've done 7 years. We've done a charity golf tournament, and we engage local businesses to help raise money for the IWK Children's Foundation.
And you also have a personal reason why you like to support the IWK. Tell us.
Absolutely. So this year it hits really close to home where my daughter was diagnosed with meningitis B, and we had an extended stay in the IWK. And it really puts it in perspective for us, the work that gets done inside the IWK. And it was very eye-opening. We are forever grateful for the work that gets done, and we're super appreciative to be able to give back to the community.
Absolutely. Can you tell us how much you raised this year?
We raised $45,000.
Wow, thank you so much.
We've got Alex here from Extra Life. Can you tell us how you raise money for the telethon this year?
Yeah, well, we raise money all year round with smaller events that we host online, but it all culminates in a big 48-hour stream on game day, the first weekend of November, where we get a bunch of people from our community together and we stream for 48 hours raising money for the Extra Life Foundation.
Very, very cool. Why is it so important to you and your team to support the IWK Telethon?
Well, the IWK specifically for me, as I'm a local in this region, the CMN hospital has always been like a staple in my life. Ever since I was a kid, hearing the telethon, the IWK telethon and radiothons on the TV, on the radio all the time as growing up. And then of course, just what they do to support children is always going to be close to my heart, especially as a father. It's just one of the worst things to see to me is sick kids that could be helped with me taking a little bit of time out of my day to raise some money for them.
We love that. Let's see how much money that is. Flip that check.
$92,537.
Hi, I'm Lo. Thank you to Extra Life for making a difference.
We've got Dennis and Josh here from Electro Federation Canada. Can you tell us how your team raised money for the IWK Telethon this year?
We had our 18th annual Electro Federation tournament just last year at the Moncton Golf Club, where our group, Electro Federation Canada, and our 160 members that came out to play that round of golf had a number of contest holes where we were able to generate the money that we're now going to donate to the IWK today.
Fantastic. Let's see how much that is. Flip that check.
$4,162.
I'm joined by Kendra West Pettigrew and Jessica Pettigrew of Swing for Scoliosis. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
So first of all, Kendra, can you tell us what Swing for Scoliosis is?
I certainly can. We're a local nonprofit here in Nova Scotia supporting children with scoliosis.
That's absolutely incredible. And Jessica, what is your major fundraiser?
Yeah, so each year we host a golf tournament. It's being hosted at Grandview this year on July 12th. And all of the net proceeds from the golf tournament go directly to the IWK's orthopedic department. And it's a great day where everyone can come out and support all that we do.
Well, thank you so much for supporting the IWK. Can you tell us how much you raised this year?
Yes, we certainly can. $16,000.
Woo! Thank you.
We are here with Chuck and Abe from Cook Inc. Can you tell us how you raised money for the telethon this year?
Sure. Well, we have a program called Buck a Pay for the IWK at Cook, and it allows every employee to get involved, to sign up, to give $1 per pay. And the really neat thing is the idea came from my friend Abe here, and he can tell you a bit more about how it came about.
Yeah, my son was born with 4 congenital heart defects, so I wanted to give back, and Cook is a great place. They support so many things in our communities. They jumped on board, and it's been great.
We love to hear it. Let's see how much money you've raised.
Okay, we have raised $15,000.
You see how many ways they're raising money. There's the miracle match, but there was also a thing called the digital match. And the digital match, Cook Incorporated, which you just heard about, they volunteered to add an additional $10,000, which they would match up to $10,000. During that time, it was $9,529 was raised, and Cook said, "I don't care. I'm giving the whole 10." So now it's $19,529 that's being raised, and I'm here with my assistant, Amanda. Hi, Amanda.
I'm not Amanda.
Well, I'm sorry, you're not Amanda. You're Clara.
Yes.
I made a mistake. See, yeah, I'm old. You see, I make mistakes. What are you doing today?
I don't know.
Okay, she's actually helping me. I know what she's doing. She's helping me. She's holding this up, so you can call 1-800-595-2266. You can online donate at iwkfoundation.org. And are you going to be here all day or just some of the day?
I don't know.
I don't know. We have no real information here, but we know that you were here once, and now you're here volunteering because she's amazing, and everybody's volunteering to make sure that this IWK Telethon goes big and goes hard. Wonderful. Thank you, Clara. Thank you very, very much. And I finally got the name right. I'm old. Anyway, now I'm going to throw to Amanda and the radio peeps. Over to you.
I am Amanda. I will take that. Thank you so much, Bill. I'm here with Megan Cody and amateur Alex from Virgin Radio Mornings in Halifax. This is a really exciting time for us because this is the first time you've been doing the IWK Radiothon for years, but this is the first time that we have our Bell Media radio friends as a part of the IWK Telethon. So, Alex, I'm going to start with you. You have twin girls who were born at the IWK, so how special is this for you personally?
Yeah, it's so nice to be a part of this. My twin daughters are 8. They're identical twins, so they were high risk at the IWK. So I owe a lot to the IWK for that. They were, we had tons of appointments like before they were born and even after. I would like to shout out Amber Drennan and Melissa Hogue, 2 fantastic nurses. And I feel so grateful for the IWK.
We're hearing so many of those stories today, so thank you for sharing that, Alex. Megan, this is your first time too being a part of the IWK Telethon, so what are you thinking so far?
It is. It's awesome. TV's a little different. We're right on set here, so that's fun. But like the more the merrier type thing, right? Like we're joining forces. We're getting to say hi to your audience, which is cool. But we're helping you guys. You're helping us, and you're helping all of us collectively. So it's just been really fun having everyone kind of under the same roof, so to speak. Yeah.
It's true. It's a big Bell Media family here too. And one thing that we can all agree on is the IWK is our hospital. It's our community hospital. It is supporting the people in our community, the youngest ones who need the most support. And you're also hearing and sharing some beautiful stories today too.
Yes, absolutely. We just had Ken Baisley on, who he's come out every single year for the IWK Radiothon with us, and just a really cool kid. Houseofdoom.ca. He's still over there. He does a fundraiser now at the IWK around Halloween, where he sets up his own haunted house. So those are the types of stories and things we get to find out when we do this every year.
Have you gone through the haunted house? Because I know I have, and it's scary, even the low scare. Yes.
Okay, I haven't done it myself yet.
Yeah, I haven't done it either. I must do it this Halloween. Must.
Okay, and we have a show that is still continuing. Thank you two so much for everything you do. Now we're going to throw it over to Todd and Maria.
Thank you, Amanda. So great to see our friends here from radio.
Yes.
As Megan mentioned, all under one roof, which is really nice. And our friends, of course, from Move Radio in Fredericton.
So many people have to come together to make this work every year. I mean, you see a few of us on TV, but there are so many more behind the cameras.
You know what I love about this? When we talk about our Maritime community and how the community comes together for a telethon every year. And I just want to point out, of course, our staff from CTV Atlantic are here, but this is the time of year, and it's always exciting for us because we get to see a lot of colleagues who have retired and come back to this every year. Some former colleagues who've gone on to work for other businesses, maybe a career change or what have you. They all come back for this, so it's a bit of a old home week, right?
Yeah, it is. It's totally a homecoming, and we love to see everyone. And we're lucky that we have such a huge network of people that want to be part of this every year.
That's right. And Ishan over there, he's pulling some cable, and
here we go.
Woggy,
There's
Paul
Creelman.
Creelman on camera. That's right.
Where's Jody Jessam? Greg Irvin, there he is, behind our camera here. See, again, you can't see them, but we know that they're here, and we couldn't do it without them.
It's a lot of years of experience, Maria, knocking around this room right now. Let's move on with another story, the reason really why we are here. Last year, Allison and Leslie's son, William, suddenly became sluggish, started having trouble breathing. His parents blamed it on the heat, that heat wave that we had in the Maritimes, particular in the Moncton area last summer.
Yeah, but for peace of mind, they took him to their local hospital. Within hours, William's health had taken a turn for the worse, and he was airlifted to the IWK for life-saving care.
William, oh my gosh, he's very passionate about a lot of things. Dinosaurs being his main one. He loves to dance, he loves music. He's all over the house, he's climbing, he's doing everything.
I really don't know where to start. The resiliency on this kid, man, it's unbelievable. Him in the hospital with the doctors informing us that there's only so much time left, and looking at him in that bed, just feeling so hopeless. He was fighting that whole time.
When he was 19 months old, that's when he got sick. Everything was fine. We didn't have any concerns about his health. All of his checkups were normal. We had a heat wave in Moncton, and he wasn't himself. And we didn't know this, but he came in contact with COVID. The COVID caused his heart to stop beating properly. And this happened very quickly over the span of a few hours. We went from having a perfectly healthy child to one that was essentially dying.
So I went to the hospital with William at 5 in the morning, and he was just lethargic the whole time on the bed, just getting more pale by the hour.
When I arrived at the hospital and Leslie and I switched spots, that's when things took a turn for the worse.
I got a call back, and Allison screaming to the phone, "Babe, I need you to listen. I really need you to focus in. William doesn't have much time left." And as soon as I heard that, I just broke down. It was hard to think that I was gonna lose this after a year of just being with him. That's not fair for anybody, you know?
They were communicating on the phone with the IWK the whole time. His heart was not beating properly, and they had made the decision that he was going to need ECMO. It's a machine that essentially pumps your heart for you that only the IWK has for children. When Life Flight arrived, he was critical, so they got him on an ambulance right away. And when we got there and we loaded him on the plane, they lost his pulse. "Oh, Allison, we're gonna have to shock his heart now. Oh, Allison, we're gonna have to get his pulse back." These are all things like that I'm hearing at the time, and I'm just repeating in my head, "Do not let this baby die. Please, God save my son." And it just kept repeating in my head over and over and over and over. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The care that he received from the moment he showed up, it was unbelievable. We arrived so quickly, and he was so acute, like his heart was failing. Like the second we pulled up to the IWK, everybody was ready to help. Whether it was the person holding the door, the code alarm going off, the random strangers running with the gurney, like helping us push the gurney faster down the hall, like everybody helped. We received unbelievable medical care. Immediately when he went in and his heart was the problem, the first two people that came to speak to me were the interventionalist, so the person in charge of that PICU, and then the cardiologist was there. When your heart can't pump blood to vital organs, they go into failure. And so that's what happened to William. So once they figured that out, it was figuring out the residual damage on the rest, and he had failure in all systems. They would constantly come in every day to reassure me that everything was okay, or that what was going on with him, here's the information. The support was unbelievable from all sides, and it's the reason I think that William is here. I truly don't think that he would be here without the help. And I can't just pick one. It was so many departments: music therapy, child life, everyone. And that was the whole journey while we were in the hospital, was getting him metabolically right so that he could go home.
Seeing him come out of all of that, the fact that the doctors were able to give me him back and still being able to see him be the kid that he is. He could almost face death and he still could wake up with smiles every day, then I gotta match his energy. His healing process is still coming along.
Coming home, we have a huge amount of support as well. So that was one thing that they really made sure we had before leaving, is that we had a full team here. And then we're followed by the IWK team as well. Nephrology, we still see rheumatology, cardiology, endocrinology. Who am I forgetting? It was a really lovely feeling coming home. Scary, but they made sure we had everything we needed. I am just so truly grateful for everybody at the IWK. Thank you is just not enough, and our son wouldn't be alive without them. And thank you for not just us, but what you do for everybody else. Because we weren't the only people in that building, the only parents in that building.
That's right.
That's right.
Strength, courage, that's every bit of the kid. He doesn't stop fighting. He's set to do something, set to accomplish something great in life. I believe my son will do that, and I love that about him.
We think about it all the time. What will his future look like now? We want to keep him in a bubble and keep him safe, but I have a feeling we won't be able to stop that little guy.
No, he seems to be all energy, and although William is doing much better, his healing continues. He'll have regular follow-ups, as you heard, with many areas of the IWK care, including our cardiology and rheumatology, and we certainly wish the entire family lots of luck. Okay, not only are we seeing these fantastic stories being played out on television, but the IWK Facebook page is full of photos and stories like that. I know just the person who knows more about this.
I do.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you doing today, Todd?
Talk about telethon. You've been doing one yourself last night.
Yes, the
You're
tribute
here all
show.
day.
It was fantastic last night, and I'm so excited to be back this morning. It's already going so well, so I'm very excited. And I just want to give a shout out to all of the amazing people who have been sending those stories and photos and messages on social media, because we so appreciate getting them, and we just love reading the stories, and we love sharing them. And speaking of which, I'm so excited to introduce you to a handsome young fella named Ethan. He's 13 years old. He's from Shelburne, Nova Scotia, and his mom, Alicia, says he's followed by many care teams at the IWK. So she'd like to send a huge thanks to everyone involved in his care, and that's including Dr. McNeely and Dr. Walling. And she says the IWK, Todd, it saved his life, and I know a lot of people can say that. And the IWK has also allowed him to reach important milestones, including graduating from elementary school just last year. Again, that is 13-year-old Ethan from Shelburne, Nova Scotia. And we want to thank, again, everyone who has been sending those stories on social media. Look up the IWK Foundation on Facebook if you want to share yours.
All right. And now I think we're going to send it over to Bill Carr.
We are.
Bill?
Excellent, and they're peopling the desk really well. You know, see, that's 2025. That's what the kind of language you use now. Okay. Now I'm here with Dustin Diamond. Dustin, I'm just guessing. Are you with the Grocery Foundation?
Yes, I'm with the Grocery
I was throwing it
Foundation.
out there because I'm speculating, but I think I'm surrounded here by green field of green. Where did you go? Oh, she's back there. I have a two-part story to this. First of all, I want to know about a phone call that you just received, and then we'll go into the foundation. Just a minute.
Yes, I've been here for the last hour and a half taking phone calls.
On the phone.
And the one I just finished was a gentleman from Sydney who's been donating for the last 25 years on behalf of Member 2. And what he does, he collects cans and bottles, and he collects them all year, he returns them, and he donates whatever he collects to the IWK. So this morning he made a donation of $1,285, and he said his 25-year total's been close to $40,000. So I am just blown away by.
And you know, so that means every time he's out doing that thing, he's got in his heart this organization and what it does.
12 months
That's
of the
amazing.
year, so.
And speaking of a huge heart, the Grocery Foundation, how long has it been going on?
We've had the Grocery Foundation's been around since 1999. We just celebrated our 25th year. And we're made up of a collection of grocers, brokers, wholesalers in Atlantic Canada who come together to run a charitable foundation.
Normally competitors.
Normally competitive.
Normally competitive.
Yes.
Fierce competitive.
But you'll find all of our products and brands at your local Sobeys, Foodland Co-op, or your Pete's Boutique right here in Halifax. So.
And they come together, and what the goal is simply to support why. Do you think?
We're here. What we do is we're really focused on mental health support and nutritional support for the children in Atlantic Canada. That's really what we're all about. And our tagline is "Big Kids Helping Little Kids Since 1999."
See, that's amazing. Yeah. That's amazing. And this year, I heard there's a bit of a. They're gonna tell the Miracle Match, which you already did. We're going to tell that total later, but you have another total that I wouldn't mind hearing.
Yes, so since 1999, we've been donating to the IWK, and this year we've pledged to donate another $250,000, which brings our 25-year total to $5.5 million.
5.5. You can all yell. You can all yell right now. All right.
And also, today we're also doing the Miracle Match on behalf
right.
of Kevin Connors, who was day one with our foundation. He was a member for 25 years.
I know,
So
I
we
know
decided-
Kevin well.
We decided to name our donation, our Miracle Match donation, in his honor because
Brilliant.
he's done so much work and brought so much passion to our foundation.
Amen. He has too.
Yes.
This is Dustin Diamond. You call 1-800-595-2266 or donate online, iwkfoundation.org. And in the meantime, over to Maria and Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Carr. I'll take this one. Always good to have the Grocery Foundation, and that's an extraordinary donation. Thank you very much for that. We were talking a bit about the history of this telethon, and one of my favorite parts was when we used to go through the health center. And we used to do the show from there, you may recall, and we were able to get a look into various parts of the hospital, talk to people, staff, and families who were there. Really gave you the sense that the doors never close at the IWK. For me, one of the favorite parts of the IWK Telethon back in the day, as they say, was the overnight show that I used to do with my good friend Jimmy Flynn. Hi, Jimmy. If you are watching this morning, we are thinking of you. My colleague Suzette Beliveau now has the pleasure of getting access to the hospital to speak to people and to look into particular areas, and she had the great pleasure of being able to check out the new emergency department at the IWK.
This is so exciting. We are in the new IWK Health Emergency Department that is under construction. I have Becky Deschamplain with me, one of the RNs here at IWK Health. Becky, we are standing right now in what's going to be the waiting room, right? Tell me a bit about how this is so exciting for you as an RN working here at IWK Health.
Yes, we've been waiting many, many years now to have a bigger and better space for our patients and families. We're working in a department that's about 30, 40 years old now, and it's showing its age. It's not big enough to accommodate all the patients that we're caring for now. So the space alone will be a big improvement over what we currently have. Plus we have a lot of extra features in this department that we don't currently have existing departments.
So let's paint a picture for everyone watching. What will those new features be?
Well, we're going to have many more exam rooms, so we'll have a lot more space for patients and families. We're going to have a different flow, so patients will be coming into the department and navigating their way through the department, so they'll always feel like they're moving forward. We'll have a lot of internal waiting spaces so that patients are kind of moving in and out of exam rooms a little bit more swiftly. We're going to have a lot of fun stuff for the kids. We have a lot of technology, a lot of entertainment, some toys and games and things for them to play with. And we have things that will help us do our job better. We'll have an x-ray room, we'll have a decontamination area, and some of those support spaces to be able to provide the best care we can.
Tell me a bit about the patient experience.
Yeah, we hear a lot from patients and families that the care is great that we provide in our department, but the space isn't meeting their expectation. So there's a tight areas, that there's not enough room for patients and families. The exam rooms aren't big enough. It's harder to accommodate all the family members or the stuff that they may have with them. We don't have a lot of space in our current department for some special needs patients. There could be patients that need a special space to be able to wait that's not in the main waiting department. The new department will have a breastfeeding lounge, which is a space that we don't currently have, to be able to provide that option for moms and babies. And just the distractions, just to have a pleasant environment with some new features in it that will be able to pass the time a little bit more easily for the families.
Before we continue with the telethon today, Becky, of course something of this magnitude doesn't happen without the support of our generous donors. What message do you have for them today?
Yeah, the donors really do make a huge difference to the patients and families here at the IWK. It takes it to the next level. It brings that extra level of first-class care that we can provide, medical equipment, things that we are able to use in our department have been funded by donors, but it also makes an environment special for the patients and families. All of our, the special little extra things that we're including in our department are being funded by donors, and so the patient and family experience will really be impacted by what the donors can provide.
Amazing, thank you so much, and hopefully this will open, the new ED will open its doors late next year.
That's right.
Thank you so much, Becky.
Thank you.
We're here with Darlene and Holly from Atlantic Windows. Can you tell us how you raise money for the telethon this year?
We raise money we have a big golf tournament every year. We did a couple of Chase the Ace, which were very popular. We do toonie draws, we do employee deductions, and just a bunch of different events to raise our money.
Fantastic. Why has it been so important for you to support the IWK Telethon?
The IWK Hospital for Children is for Atlantic Canada. Atlantic Windows, we have friends, family, we have associates that uses the IWK. So those kids are our future. So we're investing in that future.
That's gorgeous. We love it. We're grateful for it. Let's see how much money you've raised.
Okay, so we lost a valuable member of our IWK committee this year, Heather Allen. So Heather, we did it. This is for you.
Hi, I'm Alex. I want to thank Atlantic Windows for supporting the IWK. It's clear to me you care about supporting kids like me.
Hi, my name is Kelsey Butts, and this is my daughter Stevie, and we'd like to thank everybody for donating to the IWK.
We wish to acknowledge Scotia Investments of Hammonds Plains, Nova Scotia for their support of more than 30 years and this year's donation of $3,345. A contribution of $3,722 is coming to us from Bloomfield Elementary in Bloomfield Station, Prince Edward Island, in memory of their former student, Cameron Cook. Thank you so much to Imperial Manufacturing Group in Rishabakto, New Brunswick, for presenting their gift of $5,000 raised through payroll deduction. And we wish to thank Grey Bar of Halifax for their many corporate and employee-led initiatives, including amazing cakes, resulting in a donation of $7,453.
Parkdale Sherwood Lions Club is here with us today, and we're so happy to welcome Chris and Barry with us. Chris, tell me how your Lions Club raises funds for the IWK.
Yes, we're very fortunate through our patrons at our bingo hall. We're able to raise funds through that organization.
Wonderful, and so wonderful that everyone supports and that you guys support the telethon. We're always happy to see you. Let's flip the check and see how much you raised. How much do you have?
We have $5,000.
We have Colleen Barrington, store manager, and Matt Beck, assistant store manager with People's Jewelers as part of the Signet Jewelers group. Thank you so much for being with us today, Colleen. Can you tell us about how you do your fundraising?
We ask every single customer for a donation, and we have a fantastic charity teddy bear that we sell every holiday season.
Can you tell me a little bit more about this charity teddy bear?
Well, last year's was named Biscuit, which is just the cutest name ever, and he was just the most cuddly teddy bear. I'm so looking forward to meeting this year's.
And Colleen, I'll get you to give us the number while Matt does us the favor of flipping the check.
$21,074.
We're having a lot of fun here on Prince Edward Island. I have Gar Gillis from Hannah's Bottle Village with me today. Gar, why is it so important for you to support the IWK Foundation?
Well, it gives a lot of kids a second chance at life. So what better cause than that?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's see how much you raised, Gar.
This year we had a record year. We raised $22,260.
Wow.
And overall, $130,000.
Just some amazing stories, amazing donations. We thank you if you've called, and if you haven't, great opportunity to do so now. 800-595-2266 or online, iwkfoundation.org. There are a lot of things that we love about this broadcast. One of the things I personally love is getting to meet many of the people who've had personal experiences in the IWK. And we're joined now by three people who've got real life experience at the IWK. Jane is on the couch, Molly's back here, Matilda's in the middle. We're making no effort to make Matilda do anything she doesn't want to do because, Jane, Molly, this is really all about this little child right here. I want to lay a little background. You're moms and you're both nurses. Yes. And that's all I'm going to say because, Jane, I'd like you to tell me a little bit, first of all, about how this little person comes to be with us here today.
So Matilda was born 10 weeks early in our local hospital. Molly was not feeling well that day, so we headed into our local hospital to get checked out.
In Charlottetown?
In Charlottetown, yes.
Queen Elizabeth?
Queen Elizabeth in Charlottetown. And we went to just be looked at. Her blood pressure was running a little high, so thought we'd just get maybe some medications and be sent home.
Yeah.
Turned out Matilda wasn't moving at all.
How far along were you at this point?
30 weeks.
Okay, 30 weeks. Okay, a little earlier than you wanted.
Earlier than you
Yeah.
want, yeah.
Not
So-
something we anticipated.
Yeah, so when Molly went for her ultrasound, she was actually measuring 25 weeks, and Matilda wasn't moving at all. So
She's moving. Okay.
she's moving
She's
now.
moving now.
She doesn't stop moving. So she was born very quickly after that via C-section.
Yeah.
Good catch.
Yeah, I've done this before, haven't I? Okay. It's okay, darling. There you go.
Shortly after her birth, she was found to have quite a few medical complications.
And she was tiny at birth.
Yes, she was 1
under
pound, 10 ounces.
1 pound 10.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So she was very tiny and had quite a few medical complications, including a bleeding disorder. And she needed to be airlifted to Halifax.
Yeah, and that began the IWK journey. Now, you're both nurses and you're both moms. I want to just ask you, how does the nursing affect what's going on in the moms' minds at this moment when you're being rushed over to the IWK?
Oh my.
Like a little bit of too much knowledge, maybe?
Sometimes having the background knowledge can make you think the worst.
Right.
Yeah.
And really, really worry about the worst.
But some of it we knew, some of her lab values could be fixed with some IV fluids, so we didn't have to stress about those numbers, but maybe we would stress a little bit more about something else instead. So it's kind of...
It helped in some
It
senses,
helps and
but
it hurts in
yeah,
others. It's a mixed blessing. How
Yeah.
much time did you spend at the IWK in the NICU?
4 weeks.
4 weeks.
Yeah, 4 weeks.
Yeah. It's an amazing place, the NICU.
That NICU, that NICU was phenomenal. Like, we were able to stay in the room with her 24/7.
Yeah. This is something about the new NICU, is that it was made for families. It wasn't made for patients. It was made for families.
It definitely was.
And a lot of the gear in that NICU came from the people who call and help on this show.
Yeah.
It truly made, I think,
Watch
a huge,
that.
Okay.
a huge difference in her recovery that we could be with her
For sure.
all of the time.
Yeah.
I wish we had more time, and I have a feeling the next time we're talking about Matilda, she may be talking to us.
Yes.
Because she's a very energetic child.
Yes.
I do want to reiterate something else. This is a little human being who was about that big when she was born.
Yes.
Yes.
And this is an important thing to remember, that this goes on at the IWK every day.
Yes.
Every day. For people just like Matilda and just like Jane and Molly. And we're glad you had a few minutes to come in and talk to us. I know you're busy because you're professional nurses, and the rest speaks for herself. At any rate, good of you to come in.
Thank you so much.
And another good reason for you to call. I think you'd agree, Maria and Todd. You're both parents. Yeah. This is a very energetic youngster over here.
Steve,
Redecorating and everything.
I know.
it's the one thing that's been missing from a Children's Health Center telethon.
What, children?
Is a little one running around the studio, and it reminds us exactly. Well, over here.
She's a furniture mover too, Todd. Aren't you? Oh, my heavens. Hi. You're moving the furniture, aren't you, sweetheart?
Oh,
okay.
Smile.
Interior design.
She's
I
tough
can,
too, by the way.
Yeah, no doubt. I can see it. A future in interior design. Look at that. Right? Here's
And the
a
beat goes on.
Here's a good motto that we have heard over the years, and it's your life does not need to be defined by your illness. And that's the motto Jenna, former IWK patient, lives by. There she is. Although she's just 21 years old, she's already an accomplished healthcare advocate and community volunteer.
But her journey has not been an easy one. With the support of the IWK and her family she's gotten through, Jenna has overcome so very much. Now she's sharing her story to inspire others and help shape the future of youth mental health care in Nova Scotia.
My name is Jenna Ketty, and I'm 20 years old, and I am a healthcare advocate, a chronic illness warrior, and a former IWK kid. I was an IWK kid from the time that I was born. My mom tells me I was in that emerge probably every month for the first 2 years of my life. and struggled a lot with my mental health throughout elementary school. Suffered with quite a bit of bullying, struggling with my body image and an eating disorder, and struggled with depression throughout junior high and high school and the parts of early adulthood. So the IWK was really there for me through all those parts. Trying to find my place in the world was really, really rough. I was quite different and didn't fit in with the types of activities everybody was doing, but I kind of did my best to find my way. I ended up finding volunteer positions at the IWK, which is what introduced me to the advocacy world. And then throughout university, I've been kind of traveling around Canada and sharing my story, and that's given me a lot of purpose. My support system has really been my mom. She's been there for me through thick and thin and everything. We're kind of been through it all together and been through the good days and the bad days, but she's been so helpful to me. I was a self-harm survivor and a suicide attempt survivor, and I went through a lot of ups and downs throughout my young life. So I went through a lot of different therapies through the IWK, and I've actually been involved with building the integrated youth services as a youth partner.
My name is Maureen Brennan, and I'm Director of Mental Health and Addictions at the IWK. Jenna's story is an amazing story for us to learn from, to actually have her experience, to understand what has worked for Jenna and what hasn't on her journey. Actually helps us shape the services in a way to improve them and to be more responsive in ways that maybe Jenna didn't have access to during her time. IYS provides a suite of support services. These services can be social services, wellness services, or physical and sexual health services that really meet kids where they're at to provide a response to their needs right from day one. IYS offers an opportunity to meet someone on day one and assess what might be helpful for them and to connect them to a level of services that might fit their needs. The idea is to uniquely understand what would work for this youth, what the caregivers might need in a level of support, and connect them in that one location.
It's really important that we set youth in our communities up for success. So all 8 of the locations are going to be in places near schools and near other locations that youth normally are, so that it's not hard for them to go, and you can just walk in and be welcomed by, you know, a smiling face, or we'll have a door that you can come in and maybe not say hi if that you're having a rough day. But for me, I think it really would have meant being less confused, knowing exactly where to go.
We've had youth advisory councils that actually come together to help us build a space, understand what the space needs. Everything gets co-designed and integrated with the youth, helping to shape what we do. The IWK is uniquely positioned to be the backbone of IYS Nova Scotia because we're one of 13 children's healthcare hospitals.
Healthcare doesn't need to always be like clinical medical stuff. It can be bringing youth in for a cooking class, because then youth are getting to know the people in their community, and then they have more people to rely on when they need help.
IYS lends itself quite nicely to provide that support and services for those youth and caregivers who might need more support and services during that time. So you have seamless and integrated services out of one location to support youth.
I really think that those services are really going to change the game for a lot of people, and I think having that one-stop shop would have been incredibly helpful for me.
The IYS site relies upon youth like Jenna to actually contribute to the design and to the implementation of the sites.
You're not only investing in, you know, a hospital, you're investing in people's futures, lives, your local community. If you live in the Maritimes, you are so beyond blessed to have the IWK in your corner. It's always there for you. But also remember, your life doesn't need to be defined by your illness.
The world is a complex place, and youth have a lot to navigate with a lot of pressure on their shoulders. IYS is a site that can meet them where they're at and provide immediate access to support and services that might be needed.
Helping others helps you heal, and that's something that's near and dear to my heart.
And Jenna hit the nail right on the head there where she said that this is a game changer, you know? And we now know, we can give you an update, that Integrated Youth Services Nova Scotia has unveiled its official name. It'll be known as Anchor Youth Space. There'll be 8 locations, 8. So wherever you are in the Maritimes, chances are you will be near one of these anchor locations. Across the province, I should say, and the spaces will be an anchor of support for youth and families when they need it.
It's a fitting name, indeed. And by the way, the first Anchor Youth Space has officially opened its doors in Amherst, with more spaces soon to follow, as Todd just mentioned. Outstanding.
All right, let's go back to Mr. Carr in the crowd. Bill?
You know, I was just thinking we're nearing the second hour, end of the second hour, and then we've got 6 more to go. So if you're wondering about whether you should or shouldn't, you should. And the thing that starts to hit you after a while, and I've been at this a long time, the stories keep coming, and the stories are so varied and so amazing, from preemies to now teens and mothers and families, and you don't know when you need the IWK. But the IWK has to be ready, and it has to be ready on, as you can hear, so many varied levels. And that's the amazing thing about the IWK. It's growing and growing and growing to meet needs in an increasingly complex and difficult world. I just think this new youth program is amazing, but I also know everything that they've been trying to do has come from one place. That's right here. And that's where you have to look, and that's what we're asking you to do. If you can, 1-800-595-2266, or donate online to iwkfoundation.org, and do it now. Get up, get away from the TV, get away from the computer, and go do it right now. Katie, over to you.
Thank you so much, Bill. And that's exactly what the folks at the Grocery Foundation Atlantic did. They are the sponsors of this hour's Miracle Match. And we're going to hear from the Grocery Foundation right now. Over to you, Kaylin.
I'm with Dustin Diamond, Vice President Finance, Sobeys, and Treasurer of the Atlantic Grocery Foundation. Dustin, can you tell us a little bit about the Atlantic Grocery Foundation?
Thanks, Kaylin. Yeah, the Atlantic Grocery Foundation, it's a group made up of retailers, wholesalers, manufacturers, and suppliers in Atlantic Canada we've been coming together since 1999 to generate funding to help support youth in the Maritimes.
And can you tell us a little bit about your fundraising efforts this year? I think it involves a gala, doesn't it?
Yes, every year we have a gala, usually in the fall, and we bring together all of our suppliers. They donate for the evening. We run raffles, do prizes, whatnot, to generate, again, just to generate funding to help support youth in our community.
And you've contributed quite a bit over the years, haven't you?
Yes, we were formed in 1999, and over that time we've generated almost $11 million for the Janeway Hospital in St. John's, the George Dumont in Moncton, as well as the IWK right here.
And let's see what your contribution is this year.
Very good. We're pleased to provide $250,000 to the IWK this year to help them fund programs to help provide youth mental health support, as well as nutritional support for children in the Maritimes.
Thank you so much, Dustin.
Hi, I'm Aoife.
And I'm Gemma.
And let us tell you how much we love the Grocery Foundation Atlantic. A whole lot. Thanks so much for your support.
And thank you very much to the Grocery Foundation Atlantic and the Kevin Connors Miracle Match this hour, and for bringing in that fantastic check. That's a wrap on our Miracle Match, and thanks to all of our generous donors. And now for the update on how we did during this Miracle Match. Our Miracle Match donations, $7,020. The Grocery Foundation with another $5,000 on top of that, for a grand total of $12,020. The Miracle Match is a wonderful success. We thank you very much. And let's head back to Todd and Maria.
Fantastic. Should we keep the numbers going?
I think so.
End of the second hour. Let's see how we did. We turn to the big tote board, and after hour 2 of your IWK Telethon, we are at $1,024,504.03. Thank you very much. We head into hour 3.
You're watching the IWK Telethon on CTV.
Welcome back, and welcome to hour 3.
Yes, already over $1 million and counting. Every penny counts. We thank you so much. Anybody who has made that call, who has made the phones ring, 1-800-595-2266 or iwkfoundation.org. We are so grateful.
We are coming to you live from the Lighthouse Art Center in downtown Halifax. What a beautiful facility, a beautiful set, Maria.
Outstanding,
The folks here have been so generous with their time and their skill, and we certainly appreciate it, and we will be here for the duration of the day. There's the numbers, 800-595-2266 or iwkfoundation.org.
We also have 3 more inspiring stories featuring patients from the IWK and their families. Each time I see one of them, I have to tell you, I think of my own experience at the IWK, and I know that's probably what a lot of people are doing at home. You know, you put yourself in those shoes, and we said it earlier that you don't realize how important the IWK is until you need it to help someone that you love to be part of your family, and then you're so grateful to have the love and support and expertise of the people and the world-class equipment that the facility offers to our families here in the Maritimes.
And we just had the story about the mental health, the anchor units across the province that is going to have a huge impact. We saw Suzette at the new emergency department that is being built. It's peace of mind knowing that there's a facility right here in the Maritimes, no matter where you live in the 3 Maritime provinces. This is your children's healthcare facility, and it is ready for you whenever you might, and we hope you don't have to, but whenever you might need it. And that's the thing, you never know. Right?
Immediate care right there, absolutely. All right, we'll check in with our phone bank volunteers in just a little bit, but first, our friend, Steve Murphy.
Why, thank you, Maria. We're here for the IWK, and of course that means for the people who are being treated right now at the IWK, where I'm told the ER is in code census. There are so many youngsters being treated at the IWK that we're very, very fortunate that Megan Nason is taking a few minutes out of the NICU to come over, because you're packed. You have no more room. So we got a few minutes with you to talk about a piece of critical equipment we want to get. First of all, about you. You work in the NICU at the IWK. You're a CBU nurse, and I want to ask you to tell us why you want us to buy a trans-illuminator, which sounds like something right out of Star Trek.
Yeah. So a trans-illuminator is a really cool little device. It's kind of handheld. We can bring it right to the bedside in the NICU, and it helps the team to diagnose some pretty critical conditions right there at the bedside in a non-invasive way.
You said earlier, too, that it's like a bright red light that shines through a body.
Yeah.
I mean, it does sound Star Trek-y. The question is, I guess, why would you want to do this, and what would it tell you if you were able to look inside the patient's
so basically, it's a bright red light, like you said, and we can shine it on part of the body or through part of the body, and basically if there's any air or fluid in that part of the body that's not supposed to be there, it'll shine really brightly. So that helps us to diagnose something called a pneumothorax, which is a condition where there's air trapped between the chest wall and the lung, and it causes the lung to collapse. So it's really important.
So that wouldn't be good.
Yeah, it's not good.
And these are with the smallest. You're dealing with the
tiny babies.
Like little Matildas, little tiny
exactly.
babies.
Yeah.
How often would you use one of these, Megan, in your practice?
So for a pneumothorax, we typically would use it to diagnose in any type of urgent situation. We use it more often than you would think. I'd say probably like weekly to monthly, but we actually also use these devices to help us insert IVs. So in our teeny tiny babies, we can see, if we put the light through, we can see their veins more easily, and it helps us to put in an IV.
That's interesting.
So we use them constantly.
When you're trying to get a little tiny needle in a little tiny vein, there's not a lot of room for error there. So you illuminate it to help you do that.
Yeah, so we use them several times a day.
So it's a safety and comfort feature again. You have some of these trans-illuminators, I understand, but they're old. And when I asked you how old, you said they're so old we don't even know how old they are.
And they're in demand. We use them, like I said, especially for IVs, we use them all the time. And sometimes we are fighting over them. So we really do need them. They're a really important piece of our equipment, and in urgent situations, they can be really important for the team to help with the diagnosis.
So again, it's about safety, it's about comfort, it's about getting the best possible care for the little patients. It's also about getting the best possible gear in the hands of people like Megan, who has to go back to work. And this is not a scripted thing. How busy are you there right now that you're in code census? What does that actually mean?
It essentially just means we're really, really busy. The nurses have really full assignments, and they're working their hardest, and they're doing amazing. We're getting low on rooms, but we're making do, and we're getting through it. And
it also means that somebody like yourself has no more time to spend talking to people like me on TV. So we're going to let you get back to work. Thank you for what you do, but thanks for coming over today.
Thanks very much,
here on the telethon. Megan Nason, thank you.
Okay, say it with me.
No, I don't think I can say it.
Trans illuminators. Did I spell that correctly?
Well, I was gonna say, Peter, spell that with your eyes closed, because I watched you write that on the board off your paper.
Looking at my paper the whole time. Trans illuminators is what we need. We need 2 of them. The IWK just told us. You know what they remind me of? And I mean, this is oversimplifying things, too. Do you remember when you were a kid and you went camping and you had a really good flashlight? And you would shine it up through your fingers and it would show, you know, all of the veins in your fingers. Did you ever do that?
You lost me at camping, but yes, I know what you mean.
Trans illuminators, we've just been told how important that they are to the IWK. We need 2 of them. That doesn't sound like a lot, folks, but we have bigger plans for you for this hour.
Yes.
Each of them costs $3,470. That turns into 15 monthly donors at $19.
For each one, yes.
Okay.
And do we already have a couple of donations at this point?
We do. Right now, we need 13 to buy Trans Illuminator, number 1.
Okay.
And then we'll move on to number 2. And then, as I say, we'll move on to other projects that we have for this hour. So let's make this happen. And again, I have to throw this out there. First of all, if you make this decision in your family to become a monthly donor, we know not everyone can. That's fine. If you're watching, great. I hope that you're feeling this with all of your heart. If you want to make a one-time donation, that's fantastic. But if you want to become a monthly donor, then you can do that for $19 a month. Or maybe you want to buy a couple of monthly donations. We had somebody last time we did the Power Hour do 5 monthly donations. Or maybe you as a family or as a company or your business want to go ahead and buy one of them and wipe that one off.
And someone else just did. We're down to 12, Peter.
$3,470. You want to buy one? Call now.
Okay, this is a new Power Hour with our Prince Peter. We're going to be checking back in with you soon.
Yeah.
Here's Todd.
We're talking about these individual units that we're asking people to help us purchase. And Steve was just talking about, with the nurse, about just how packed the NICU is.
Yes.
And there's a reason for all of this. We're growing.
Oh, are we
population.
ever?
We talk about it on the newscast every
At an
night.
unprecedented rate, yes.
Right? So all those new housing units that we see around the Maritimes being built, all these new communities, bringing in people from around the world. The common thread here is a growing population, a lot of new babies, and a lot of them are going to need to make visits to the IWK. So it perhaps, you know, and I don't want to be flippant here, but perhaps it's more important than ever to have this and to be getting your support.
You know, we always talk about how we are offering our children world-class care. We're when they need something, we
Katie's
give.
gonna come.
Yes?
Turn around and say hi, Jerry.
I'm not moving. Am I still up?
You're on TV, Jer.
So.
You're not now.
Good.
This is the thing about scripted television.
Live television.
So Maria has to move out. Katie's going to.
Okay. We're going to do this introduction first.
Live television for you. I'll be gone in a second, but first let me just say.
That was Jerry, our floor director. We got a little ahead of us.
A little bit.
Which probably means we're talking too long.
It probably does. But I will finish my thought.
Yeah.
We always talk about how we are offering our children the best, but we can't take that for granted. We have to continue that level of care. And the best doesn't remain the best. You have to keep on working on it. And that's why we do this telethon every year. And that's why we keep the push on, because if we stop, then we lose that best level of care, and our kids deserve it.
Yeah, that's right, that momentum. And here's another example. Michelle and Matthew were eager to grow their little family and give a sibling to their son, Dean. So, of course, they were delighted last summer when they found out that Michelle was pregnant.
But the joy of welcoming another child would quickly turn to fear when they learned their unborn baby had a rare and life-threatening heart condition. Let's find out more about Hugh's story.
Matt and I were actually on our first trip away from Dean in Chicago, and I had suspected that I might be pregnant. We were just over the moon that we were going to be able to add a second child and give Dean a sibling.
Felt great just to know we're on our journey here, and so excited that baby number 2 is coming.
We had our genetic testing done. I was at home and received a call from an OB at the IWK. She told me then that there was a 98% chance that this baby had trisomy 13, which is a condition incompatible with life. It felt like everything we had been envisioning for the last several weeks of our family of 4 had just come crashing down, that I was losing something that we had wanted so deeply, and it felt so unfair. When we went in for the ultrasound to confirm the diagnosis, they started to say, this looks normal. He's looking perfect right now. He's looking healthy.
That was, it was the best news I've ever heard in my life. It was just this swing from grief to just utter joy.
I was having some follow-up blood work, and it actually came up that I was positive for some autoimmune antibodies. These antibodies being present could mean the risk of a baby developing something called heart block.
We found out that Hugh had a heart block at 22 weeks, and when he gets here, he will need a pacemaker.
It was one of the worst days of my life, was hearing that our baby had third-degree heart block and was now at real risk of not making it here.
It brought out the full strength of the IWK.
We're the only pediatric hospital in Atlantic Canada offering pediatric heart surgery, as well as interventional cardiology. A third-degree heart block in a newborn baby, we call that a congenital third-degree heart block, is very rare. It's not unheard of. We see one a year or every second year through the Maritimes. Third-degree heart block is a condition where when the electrical impulse is triggered in the upper part of the heart, it doesn't actually then get to the lower part of the heart. So not having that, your heart will stop and you will die. When it becomes critical, we'll have the baby delivered and then assess the baby outside the womb.
We continued the waiting game as an inpatient on the 7th floor from January 17th onwards. So the NICU teams were prepped, the cardiac surgeons were prepped, so it really felt like we were in good hands. Unfortunately, as soon as he was delivered, he wasn't doing great. He wasn't super stable. And so they took him in for surgery, and Matt and I were left to just wait.
We have to have a device that is small enough to get implanted and not protrude and not be outside the body. So the challenge is, the smaller the patient, the harder it is to implant a device that's artificial.
Matt got a call, and all I hear is a scream, like a crazy loud scream in the hallway. And my nurse and I kind of both looked at each other and said, I think that's a happy scream. But he came running back into the room and said, he got the pacemaker. They got it in. He's going back to the NICU. And it was just the most incredible relief. The care you receive in the NICU is like no other. I mean, every single nurse and doctor that came in to explain things to us, to provide care for Huey, was so compassionate. These nurses that work in the NICU, they're angels.
For what Hugh's been through, there's nothing that can stop him now.
The vision I had of us settling in at home with our two babies, we got that because of the IWK.
The IWK is incredible. We are so fortunate to have a world-class facility like this in our backyard. The incredible team here, the resources are here at the IWK, and it's just the most amazing facility. Hugh would not be here today if it wasn't for the IWK. How could we not give? How could we not give back to this team that got our boy here?
And we're so pleased to see that Hugh is doing well. We're happy to tell you that. Turns out he was one of the youngest patients ever to receive a pacemaker at the IWK. He has set the bar, so good for him and good for his family. Well, here she is. Look at that. That is something else. That is the Anne Murray Team Canada hockey jersey. She wore that at the Junos?
She wore this at the Junos while receiving her Lifetime Achievement Award, only the second person to ever receive one at the Junos. And look at this.
Yeah,
look how bedazzled it is,
Yeah.
Todd.
Move your hair so they can see that. Look at that. Look at that, folks. Yep.
So, do you know the story behind what happened last night?
Piece of Canadiana. No.
So we're on air doing the tribute show, and this gift bag magically appears with a card. So, of course, we dig in, we open it on air. There's a card from Anne. I would love to donate my jersey to the IWK Telethon, put it up for auction, see how much money you can get for it. Yeah. Well, we were thrilled. I couldn't believe it was the actual jersey that I was holding in my hands. I'll tell you, Todd, I took it home last night because I didn't know how to protect it. I was scared. I was like, where do I leave it? So I took it home last night. I may or may not have slept in it. I can't tell you. I won't say either.
Does that add to the value?
Isn't it beautiful?
It's bedazzled.
It's amazing. And so it is up for auction right now.
Okay.
So people can bid, I believe, until June 12th. So there is some time. You can keep watching, see if you get outbid. The current bid does sit at $4,100. There she is, the queen herself, wearing this very jersey that I am now wearing, Todd, if you can believe it.
Yeah, it is great.
So if people do want to make their own bid, you can go to 32 Auctions. Just search Anne Murray, or she also on her Facebook page, Anne Murray, if you go there, she posted the link. So you can also get the link there or on her website. But how cool is this? Okay, and one more thing. Do you think she's watching?
I don't know. I'm a bit of a well, you know how I feel about Anne Murray.
You think she's watching? You think she's watching?
I'd be too nervous to think if she's watching.
Oh, you can't think about it. Okay, well, just for today, because it's for the kids, let's just think about it and let's just wonder if she is watching, because, I did get to meet her once before, so she kind of, semi knows who I am. And if you are watching...
That was at the anniversary at the Spring Hill Museum.
Absolutely, last year. I'm hoping to go again this year. But Anne, if you are watching, I've DM'd you my cell phone number. I would love to hear from you. I would just love to say thank you for this generous donation, this iconic piece of Canadian history that is now up for auction. And I slipped into your DMs. If you want to, give me a shout on my phone. We'd just love to hear a little bit more of the story behind the jersey. And again, just to say thank you, because you're our queen, Anne. So thank you so much.
She sent me a signed photo wishing me and my wife best of luck when we get married. Yeah, I got that. Thank you, Katie. Go online, auction on that. I may have to do that myself. Kaylin Mitchell, standing by. Kaylin?
And we have Pete Halliday with Enterprise Mobility, and Pete is the Human Resource Manager. So Pete, can you tell us why you support the IWK?
Yeah, the IWK is rooted in Atlantic Canada, much like we are. We've got locations from Edmundston to St. John's, Newfoundland, and we asked our employees where they wanted to give, and the IWK was the most popular vote. And, we're here today because of our employees asking to support the community.
Well, that's fantastic. And Pete, let's do that check flip and see the contribution.
All right, 30 years in Atlantic Canada, we've got $30,000.
Hi there, we're the Green family. We hope you are enjoying this year's IWK Foundation Telethon for Children.
We're so thankful for the support of donors like you and wanted to say a great big thank you from Moncton.
I'm joined by Bailey Cooper and Sarah Lowe and Evelyn of the Lower Sackville location of Dairy Queen. So can you tell us about Miracle Treat Day?
Of course, yeah. Miracle Treat Day is a big fundraiser Dairy Queen does every year. All the proceeds from every blizzard sold goes to the IWK, and it's the second Thursday of August every year. It's a really fun day for us. We have firefighters come out, we have Miracle Kids come out, which are actually part of the program. They'll serve you blizzards, or they can help make you blizzards. It's a super great day to bring your family out. Everybody get a blizzard, and you should check it out.
Absolutely. So can you tell us why the Dairy Queen decided to support the IWK?
I think they do it in every province. They support their local children's hospital. To be honest with you, I'm not exactly sure how it started, but it's something they do across Canada and even in the United States, and it's a great program, and they do it every year.
Well, thank you so much for the support. Evelyn, can you flip over the check and show us how much was raised this year?
We raised $248,971.94.
Hi, I'm Lillian, and I wanted to give a big thank you to Dairy Queen for their sweet support of the IWK. Your generosity is super cool for kids like us. Thank you!
I'm with Jeanette Klein, General Manager of the Delta by Marriott Dartmouth, and Adam McIntyre, Director of Sales. And Jeanette, what does it mean for you to support the IWK?
We just all think that the IWK is such a great cause. Everybody in our building has used it or known someone who's used it. My son spent 3 weeks there when he was born. He's now 25, so he wouldn't be here without them. So always just a great cause for us.
And your contribution this year is?
Our contribution this year from the Delta is $2,000, and then we also participate in fundraisers for Marriott as a whole.
Thank you so much, Jeanette.
We've got Jody here from Eddy Group. Can you tell us how you and your team raised some money for the telethon this year?
Hi, every 2 years we do a corporate golf event in Bathurst, and we have a putting contest where everyone gets engaged and donates money with an opportunity to win prizes, but more importantly to support a good cause. And the rest of the contribution comes from our corporate team.
Fantastic. Let's see how much you've raised.
We raised $5,000 this year.
We are so happy to see our friends at APM McLean Group of Companies join us this year. Mike and Paul, pleasure to see you. Paul, tell me how you raise your funds for the IWK Telethon.
Our funds are raised through voluntary payroll deductions through APM McLean Group of Companies. The generous staff are really eager to contribute to the community, and with the IWK providing such a positive impact, we're really looking forward to this collaboration.
Yes, well said. Thank you so much, Paul. And let's see how much you raised.
A couple of good spuds right here.
Toss to Amanda.
Hello. I'm sticking my finger in my ear, but I'm actually trying to hear what's going on. That wonderful group that you just saw, the APM McLean, I'm doing the official check flip with Barbie. How are you? I'm great. I am so great to be here. An island person. An island person. An island PI's person, here. yes. We say person in 2025. Person, yes. yes. Persons. I'm a Bill Carr person. Island yes. PI is well represented. Isn't that the truth? Now, we hear that it was double from, we're not going to show it yet, but we hear it was double from last year, right? It is doubled. So this organization and wonderful donor in PEI has doubled their amount because they're hiring new staff, and this is employee deductions. Yeah. So they're paying on their checks. So here we go. Ready for the flip? Get ready for a flip and making big noise. I'm sorry, I'm coaching. Flip it. $12,271.50 from APM McLean Group of Companies. Thank you so very, very much. All the people that are involved in making that happen. 1-800-595-2266. Donate online, iwkfoundation.org. And over to you, Amanda.
Thank you so much, Bill. I'm here with Crash from Move 106.9 in Fredericton. So happy to have you in Halifax. We go way back. I don't know if you know this, but you watching at home, but Crash actually taught me a little bit about radio. I was an intern back in 2009.
Sure, yeah, we've been doing it that long, right? Yeah. I taught you so much you went into TV, so that was, yeah.
I learned so much for you. I tell you a secret now. I now start to dye my hair a little bit. I have a few grays.
Oh, I don't have any grays. I had hair when you were an intern, so there's that.
I didn't want to say that part. Anyways, it's so great to have you here in Halifax. We have our Bell Media radio stations from Nova Scotia and New Brunswick as a part of the IWK Telethon. You're coming up off the IWK Radiothon. Tell us about the champion child.
Nora. Well, big, brave Nora. What a sweetheart, huh? Yeah. She was adopted by her parents, Eric and Marie, when she was 3 years old in India, brought home to Charter Settlement, and realizing that they needed to come to the IWK, that was going to be a part of their story. And they continually come back year after year and tell that story. It's so great to make those connections with those families. We couldn't raise the money we raise without our listeners and without those families donating their time to that and giving back.
And we thank you so much for watching today, and for you and all your radio colleagues for all that you do. And we're so happy you're here in Halifax. And we have lots more shows still ahead.
Yeah, great to be here. Thank you. Great to see you.
Okay.
I love that music.
Now you can say it.
Emulator.
Trans-illuminator.
Oh, I was close.
Trans-illuminators. And I've got some very exciting news to pass.
Ooh, okay,
When
spell.
we started this power hour, okay, the IWK told us they needed 2. That's fine. We're going to get these 2, and we're going to move on very quickly because there's another piece of equipment that they need. We've just had someone buy an entire trans-illuminator for $3,470. Yes. And
Aubrey and Shirley Pettigrew.
I actually know these folks.
Stop.
Aubrey and Shirley Pettigrew. Thank you, Aubrey and
you.
Shirley. We really do appreciate it. That's fantastic. Listen, we need 3 more to purchase a second transilluminator. We do that, and we're moving on to another piece of equipment. So this is how a power hour works. $19 a month is all you need. $19 a month is what you are committing to the IWK. And at the same time, we need now 3 more in order for
Three
that
more
to
monthly
happen.
donors
3
at
more monthly
$19 a month.
Let me tell you something. This is one of the things that this transilluminator can do. Pneumothorax is a condition when air between the lung and the chest wall collapses. The NICU team will use the transilluminator to diagnose a pneumothorax. Then, when they do that, a patient with this condition will need a needle aspiration to remove the air. Again, they use a transilluminator to determine if the air was successfully removed.
That sounds important, Peter.
I am practically a doctor at this point, so you can trust me, okay?
I trust you, and I trust that someone is going to make those last few donations that we
Even though
need.
there is no operating display, et cetera, pay no attention. 0, we've got it, all right? We've got
We've
the
done it?
second transilluminator.
We've got 2.
We've got 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on.
Yes, we
We
will.
move- yes, we will celebrate
and we'll tell them about it when we get back.
We will celebrate that, but yes, we
Yeah.
are going to move on, and we've
Yes.
got another very important piece of equipment for you to buy.
We do. We can't wait to tell you more, but first we're going to throw it to Bill.
And I'm in the phone banks with Mackenzie Scanlon. And Mackenzie, you've been raising money for the IWK. Why?
Because I'm a previous IWK child myself from the age of 3 months old till I was 17.
Oh, I knew. And so you're familiar with the place, is what you're saying?
Yeah, it's pretty much like a home, if I do say so myself.
So how did you raise the money?
Well, a lot of family donations, but my biggest success for my donation was I did a fundraiser at a local cafe called the Pure Cafe. Shout out to them.
Hey.
And we did a all-day open mic, and we had some cupcake decorating, we had a duck pull game, we had all kinds of games for kids. We did couple draws, and
You had a dog fashion show.
we did do one of those too.
I love those.
That was super fun.
I bet it was. So, and how much did you raise?
I raised like $2,120 something this year.
Big round of applause. Big round of applause. Thank you so much. That's the way it works. This kind of attention, that's the kind of giving back that we need, and you need to give as well. So don't hesitate. 1-800-595-2266 or online at the IWKFoundation.org. Toss to Todd. Todd?
Or Maria, whatever. Todd and I are doing the old, you go grab a coffee right now. Okay, so 1-800-595-2266, IWKFoundation.org if you prefer to make your donation online. Thanks for watching, everybody. Thanks for supporting the IWK. Time for another patient story here. And this one features a 15-year-old named Corinne who was fun-loving and with a quick wit and a love of dance. And all of that changed, unfortunately, on a winding road in a small, rural Nova Scotia town when her life took an unexpected turn. Corinne and her friends were in a serious car accident. Corinne's injuries were extensive. Here's a story of her road to recovery.
It was a Thursday. That was a very typical day. Wasn't a day that I had any worries at all about her safety. I got a knock on my door about between 12:30 and 1 that night. There were 2 police officers at my door, and they said very directly, "Are you Corinne Cameron's mother? She's been in a serious accident. She's been ejected from the vehicle." The accident occurred in a rural area on a really sharp turn. Went over a ditch, through someone's front lawn, and landed.
I went like flying through the car, and I think I was in the driveway. I don't remember that much, but I can kind of remember like thinking that I was gonna die.
She came in with an ambulance. She was completely covered in mud from head to toe, except for 2 little places where the mud had been wiped from her eyes, and I could see all the bright eyeshadow that was underneath the mud. I remember her father and I being at the hospital thinking, what was it like for her at that accident scene? And was she alone, and was she scared?
A grandfather came.
He had been getting in bed that night and heard the car go through the air, and he heard it hit the tree. And he got out of his bed and he came down the road and he walked past Corinne initially.
He thought I was dead. So I talked. I said, "Sir, will you please hold my hand?"
He laid in the mud puddle with her. He's the one who wiped all the mud out of her eyes. He held her hand and he told her that everything would be okay.
It was really nice because I was definitely scared.
Just to know that she wasn't alone was enormously comforting for us. When we ended up in that trauma room of the IWK, there was an enormous sense of relief. We're in a terrible situation, but we were in the best place that we could be. Initially, the thoughts were that she had a lot of physical injuries, but her brain seemed okay. It looked like we were going to be out of the hospital in 10 days. But over time, her speech wasn't coming back like they thought it would come back. 6 days after the accident, they did another CT scan. They were prepping us for, well, maybe her traumatic brain injury is a little bit more severe than we thought. And that was kind of the news that we were prepared for. The surgeon came to the door of her room and she said to me, the results were not what we expected. She had had a carotid artery dissection, and between the time the first CT scan was taken and the second T scan was taken, she had a major stroke. You know, initially we were told that she may never get better and that she may never live independently. The only hope that she had was that the right side of her brain would be able to learn some of the things that the left side of her brain did learn. We were paralyzed with the thought of this very happy, extroverted, outgoing teenager was now potentially never going to be able to communicate, and what that would do to her friendships and her relationships and her happiness. I couldn't function really thinking about that. So after a few days, I just stopped and I just started thinking about the moment that we were in. And then I started to do some research, started reading and understanding brain plasticity, and decided that if everything was uncertain, then we were going to act as if there was the most hope possible. When we started into the rehab, which is about 2 weeks after the accident, my favorite thing was how it was so tailored to her. So they learned her interests. They knew that she liked pink and she liked Barbie and she loved Taylor Swift.
They gave me a bracelet like Taylor Swift because I love Taylor Swift, and they're really nice.
We saw firsthand the difference in care that you get at the IWK. The head of rehab started wearing, a pink blazer when he would come see her. The school, the music therapy, the art therapy, all of those things are added extras over healthcare that make a difference in a kid who's recovering.
Sea whale, crocodile. See a crocodile. There you go.
She has come incredibly far.
Put the yellow bear in front of the chair.
Corey had severe global aphasia, which is a communication disorder that affected her across all modalities of speech. And she also had apraxia. Even if she knew the word to say, she couldn't say it. She also lost all of the sensation on the right side of her body and a lot of her peripheral vision. She has come incredibly far. We just got back from a trip to Alberta where she gave a presentation on lessons from a teenage stroke survivor, and she was able to speak in front of 100+ people for almost 45 minutes.
When I ever do stuff like that, it makes my talking better and makes me more confident, even if I mess up my words. It's not that big of a deal to me.
She's running track, she's running cross country, she went back to dance, and it looks a little bit different than it did before, but she did a solo less than 8 months after the accident. You wouldn't have known to watch her that she had all the struggles that she had.
I think I'm a better dancer because I worked hard, and I think my favorite is probably I can't say that. Musical? Theater. Yeah, which is kind of ironic because it's like the kind of dance where you're talking, but those are my favorite because I think it's really fun.
It's important to her that other people learn from her mistake and wear their seatbelt.
I can't really change anything about what happened, but I want to talk about my story and my stroke and everything, and I want to help people.
I think that jumping back into her life and being brave in all those awkward, uncomfortable situations that she had to endure to get better is the reason why she is where she is. We're very lucky to have the IWK in our community. Corey working with the IWK together, they've been able to make significant improvements in all areas that she's been impacted so that she can go on to lead a life that's normal for her. Whatever she wants to do, we know that she'll work hard towards it and it'll be possible. And as long as she's happy, we're happy.
And we're happy too, happy to see her on the telethon last night, the tribute show. Something wonderful has just happened, and this is a program where a lot of wonderful things happen, but you've probably seen the story of Hugh that's been on the program this year. He's one of our IWK patient stories that we've been bringing you. Hugh's grandmother just called and bought one of the transilluminators that we've been trying to buy in this Power Hour. So thank you to Hugh's grandmother for her great support. And as a result of that, and Leslie Gom, I think you'll bear this out, we now have a little problem, but it's the kind of problem we like to have, because we've now got 2 transilluminators. We have a few minutes left in the Power Hour, so we have another proposal for you to consider. And this, again, is a good opportunity for a bunch of people to get together and give us the $19 a month. And if you do that, $19 a month, we get 9 people together to do it. We're going to buy a diaper scale for the NICU. We actually need 4 of them, but let's go one at a time. Now, I don't want to make this overly complicated, because a diaper scale is exactly what you think it is. It's a scale for weighing a diaper. Except, if I might be blunt, it's not really the diaper's weight they're interested in. It's the weight of what goes into the diaper. So, you know, the diaper without anything in it weighs X amount. A little while later, the diaper weighs a little bit more. That tells them exactly how much of the other material is in the diaper. Am I being too vague about this? The point is that this is a great way for the staff in the NICU to keep track of things like dehydration and other problems that those little babies will have. They don't want to have to be bothering the children, so they bother the diapers instead. They weigh the diaper output to determine the health of the child. These cost about $2,000 each, $2,071. We'd like to get 4, but we'll start with 1. We need $19 a month from 9 families, businesses, or individuals come forward. We'll all work together, and we will buy one of these diaper scales, first of probably 4 for the IWK NICU. So if you're looking for a way to help, and you want to know exactly where your money's going to go, this is a great way for you to be involved. It's a nice donation. You can do it $19 a month, and you will know at the end of it all that you have helped to buy a diaper scale for the NICU at the IWK. Power Hour continues with Katie Kelly.
Thank you so much, Steve. And it is that time in the show where we check in on our Facebook pages. We are so happy that we have so many people who like to share their stories with us, and they do so on social media. So if you have a story that you want to share, please go to the IWK Foundation Facebook page and do so. Hooray for the IWK, because we're going to shout out another patient right now. This is Ryder. So Ryder was born in October of 2020 and spent 300 days at the IWK. His mom, Brenda, says that despite having many complications when he was born, Ryder is now a thriving 4-year-old. Ryder, we're so happy to see it, and you are such a cutie. We love this story, and please keep them coming. Don't forget, you can call in to donate, 1-800-595-2266, or you can donate online, iwkfoundation.org. It's time now to check in with Latavia.
I'm joined by Heather Ball and Emran Rumel of the Atlantic Superstore. Thank you so much for joining us. So can you first tell us about the Give a Little, Help a Lot campaign?
So all the stores in Atlantic Canada raise money through the year to do a donation to the IWK. So we do things from bake sales and bottle drives, boot drives. We do even pie your manager in the face. So anything that we can do to get the staff involved and excited, and we take that money for the IWK.
Very incredible. And Emran, why is it important to support the IWK?
The community engagement that we see. the excitement, the differences we make, and how the team comes up. So it's basically about creating the engagement in the community.
Absolutely. Well, thank you. Can you show us how much you've raised this year? Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nate, and I'd like to thank the Atlantic Superstore for helping with the IWK. Thank you. You're helping kids like me every day.
Hi everyone, I'm Jane. I'm here with our fabulous Child Life team at the IWK, and we would like to say a great big thank you. We really appreciate all your support and donations. They make a huge difference in the lives of kids and families who have to stay here at the IWK or who come in for treatment, visits, appointments, you name it. It all makes a difference. Thank you.
We wish to acknowledge first-time donor, the Tracadie Lions Club of Tracadie, New Brunswick. They held a community brunch and raised $1,000. A contribution of $1,281 is coming to us from longtime supporter, the South Shore Bluegrass Music Association in Nova Scotia. Thank you so much to Naomi's Sleigh Angels of Stratford, PEI for their gift of $5,100 raised in memory of 3-month-old Naomi Duffy. We wish to recognize a donation of $6,580 raised by the 9th Annual Cody Dixon Memorial Bonspiel held in Montague, Prince Edward Island. And we want to thank the staff of SMS Equipment in Moncton, Fredericton, and Dartmouth for their gift of $8,673.
Our friends from the town of Kensington are here to join us today. I have Jeff Spencer, Mayor, and Landon Yule, Police Chief. Thanks so much for joining us, guys.
Thank you.
Jeff, how do you raise your funds and support the telethon?
Well, the town council decided several years ago that we would like to support the hospital because of all the good work they do for residents of our town and members of our council too. So this is actually the 5th year that we've made an annual donation.
Great. Let's flip that check and tell me how much you have.
So we have $1,000.
I'm with Carl Hovey with J.D. Irving Sproul Lumber. And Carl, can you tell us how you raise your money for the foundation?
Yes, thank you. Every year, J.D. Irving has an annual mulch sale where we get together as a team and go around and do deliveries to the general public who order our mulch. And we deliver, and the whole team gets involved. It's a great time, and it's for a good cause, great cause.
You gotta have that mulch, makes the gardens look great. And so let's see that check.
We've got Bart and Lynn of Dude Run with us. Can you tell us why it's so important to you to support the IWK Telethon?
Yeah, so the Dude Run is a yearly motorcycle run and a festivity afterwards where we collect the money from sponsors and that to donate to the IWK due to the fact that our family has suffered some loss and we have a close connection to the IWK through that. And that is the reason why we donate every year to the IWK.
We appreciate all your hard work and all of it. So let's see how much is on that check. Go ahead and flip it.
We'd like to present the check of amount of $14,500.
Okay.
Hello.
You ready to do this?
I'm so ready to do this.
Steve did a great job of telling us all about the diaper scales. Sort of. I do have a very important question for you.
For me?
Yes. I'm from radio. I'm not from television. Can you say poop on television?
Yeah, oh, definitely.
And pee?
You can.
Okay, so that's what the diaper scales are measuring. Okay, let's be clear. It's poop and pee, and it's very important to monitor that so you can monitor the health of the kids,
Absolutely.
right?
You can't say the S word, though.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
think. Can you? No.
Oh, shoot.
No, you can't
No,
say
I
the
can't
S
say
word.
that.
No.
All right, and just as importantly, these diaper scales stay with the kids for an extended period of time for a single patient. So we need 4 of them all together. An excellent opportunity for someone to step up and say, yeah, I want to buy one of them all by myself. They're just over $2,000, $2,071. To buy our first one, though, as again, Steve's excellent pitch, we only need 4. We only need 4 more monthly donors at $19 a month to make that happen.
Amazing.
Okay?
And these cost a little bit less than some of the other things we've been selling.
Yeah, $2,000.
So if somebody, you got an extra $2,000 laying around, let's grab a diaper scale, shall we?
Yes, we realize, honestly, that not everybody does, but some people do, and we're going to reach out to them and to everybody else who can come up with $19 a month, and we only need 9 in total. We're down to 3 now that we need to buy this first diaper scales. And they measure poop and pee, okay? Just say.
Okay, we'll update you soon. To Amanda now.
Thank you so much. This is a big operation with some big donations, and that is also the case from the folks from TD Bank Group. So they generously matched online donations up to $25,000, and I'm very pleased to share that in addition to the $25,000 donated by the TD Bank Group, the online match raised an incredible $11,464, which is incredible, for a grand total of, get ready for this, $36,464 from TD Bank Group. That is incredible. Thank you to TD Bank and to the generous folks who contributed to this match opportunity.
Thank you, Amanda.
Yeah, that's fantastic. What a donation, hey?
Awesome.
Wow.
It's so great to see. The generosity just keeps on coming. Yeah.
We are well into the show now, aren't we? We're really feeling it. We'd love to get these folks behind us, working hard. They're here to work, and they'd love to hear from you. 800-595-2266. You may have seen in the last hour Steve Murphy chasing around little Matilda. when she was on the set, redecorating, as we were saying. Well, when Molly and Jane, their mothers, woke up on the morning of their 5th wedding anniversary, they didn't expect that within 24 hours they would be at the IWK.
Molly, of course, was pregnant with her first child and would need life-saving care at the IWK's neonatal intensive care unit when daughter Matilda arrived 10 weeks early. Here's their story.
Matilda essentially fought for her life even before she was born. Matilda was our 7th attempt, and then Molly's pregnancy, she was quite ill throughout it, didn't feel great for majority of the time. And it was something that we wanted our whole relationship. Then to have Matilda come early and in the condition that she was, we just felt like this child was the fight that we all needed. And she was going to get through this because we fought through those other obstacles. And this was just another one in our way to have our perfect little girl. The morning of our 5th wedding anniversary, June 30th, 2023, I wasn't feeling great. Didn't feel the baby moving that much. So we just got ready and headed into the hospital to get checked out. Thought we'd get some blood pressure medications, be sent home. That was not the case. When they told me we were having an emergency C-section, everything happened extremely quickly. Within 40 minutes of us finding out we were going to have Matilda, she was born. She did not cry when she was born. Not hearing her cry was something that still sits with me. Once Matilda was stabilized, they both needed to be transferred to the IWK. I had high blood pressure, therefore I had to go by ambulance, and Jane had to drive over. Matilda went by airplane, and she had to go by herself. The drive was long. It was really stressful to be apart from them. I was worried about Matilda. Was she gonna make it to the IWK? Alive? When we arrived at the NICU, it was instant assistance. It was instant support. They had private rooms, and I couldn't imagine not having a private room. We had our own area to sleep. We were able to stay with Matilda 24 hours a day. Every single person that walked into Matilda's room not only looked after Matilda, but us as a whole family. Matilda was a week old. She was getting worse. She had kidney failure, heart failure. She had a hole in her heart. She had 2 large brain bleeds. We had a very difficult conversation with the neonatologist that was on. We went over possible disabilities, goals of care, and where we would like to go from there in that moment. Being confronted with that question, we both just automatically said, we're not ready. We knew she wasn't done yet. We knew she had more fight in her. The next day, that same doctor did an ultrasound of Matilda's heart. The outcome of that was that Matilda's left side of her heart was not functioning. They needed to start medication to start that function to come back. As soon as that medication got to her, we started to see a difference. That little girl never looked back after that moment, and she just continued to rise after that. When I first saw Matilda, it was just, it was overwhelming to know that's my child. She was just so perfect. When she opened her eyes, you could see everything in those eyes. After everything, seeing her now, she's the happiest little girl. She keeps us on our toes, she keeps us running, and she keeps a smile on her face every day. She has a very feisty personality, and we wouldn't change that for the world because we believe that is what helped her get through. I'm just so proud of her and who she is and what she's becoming. Supporting the IWK has never been more important. We didn't realize the impact that the IWK would have on us. If we didn't have them, we don't really know where we'd be.
Thank you so much for sharing. And we meet so many generous donors throughout the IWK Telethon from all over the region, and many of them give for just so many various reasons. One of our donors from Cape Breton took some time to share her IWK experience with us.
I'm joined by Holly Knott with Napa Auto Parts. Holly is the manager with Napa in Sydney and Glace Bay. Thank you so much for joining us, Holly.
Thank you so much for having me today.
So we know so many of our donors have a personal connection to the IWK. Can you tell us about your IWK journey?
Yes, for sure. I'd be happy to. So my IWK journey started in the end of November of 2020, and we are still making regular visits there. My son was at that time diagnosed with Langerhans cell histiocytosis cancer. And so we started chemotherapy immediately, and we did 28 rounds in 2021. And then he was in remission for the 2022 year. And then unfortunately it did return. So we did another 32 rounds of IV chemo, just of a different ingredient. And then we are currently on a targeted chemo. It's an oral chemo, and he's been on that for 1.5 years, and it's been fantastic.
Well, I'm so sorry to hear about that, but I'm glad things are getting better. And, you know, for those who have never had your kind of experience with the IWK, can you tell us about the people who work there and the care that you received for your son?
They're just incredible. We are so fortunate as a province to have the pediatric hospital that we have here. They go above and beyond to make the families as comfortable as possible. They talk to you in normal terms so that, you know, while you're trying to educate yourself on everything that's happening in your life, they're letting you know at a level that you can understand until you get yourself more educated on it. They're just incredible. They're comforting, and they have wonderful child life people there that make your child feel as comfortable as they can while going through all this. We're extremely fortunate as a province to have them.
Absolutely. And you said your son is okay today.
He is. He's great. He plays soccer and baseball, and he's a super hockey fan and plays tons of hockey. And he's doing amazing. So we are blessed.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for sharing your story with us.
Oh my God, thank you for inviting me.
So I'm here with, what's your name?
Victoria Reed.
Victoria Reed. Well, and you're back from?
Maternity leave.
Oh, they called it mat leave. I didn't know what that was. I thought it meant you were doing yoga.
I
But
know, I
no,
wish.
it was maternity leave. How was that?
It was an experience. Yeah.
Is that a political answer or what? Now listen, you're here dealing with these phone bank folks, and I have a question. I have questions for you about the IWK. See if you can get them. The quiz. Okay. Quiz. What does the IWK stand for?
Isaac Walton Killiam.
How much was raised on last year's 40th IWK Telethon for Children?
I was on mat leave.
7.5. You weren't Natalie. We weren't last year. 7.5 million.
Oh my
7.5
goodness.
million.
Okay,
Now,
yeah.
all right?
Woo, good job.
Yeah, good. How many babies are born at the IWK each year?
Oh my gosh, like 4,000. It's just under 5,000.
It's just under 5,000. You see, this is
Yeah.
the kind of brilliance that they have working here.
Yeah.
And now that you're back from mat leave, this is very good. You're catching up really fast. 1-800-595-2266, or what's the other thing they can do?
They can go online and donate at iwkfoundation.org. Thank you so much.
The expertise that's here is amazing. And I don't throw it at anybody. I just let it go. I just let it drift into space.
Peter, you've been holding me in suspense. I know you have an update, and I'm dying to know what it is.
I've got news. I promised you news. Okay, so when last we left, we were buying diaper scales. We needed 4 diaper scales, just over a little $2,000 or so each.
Yeah.
And we needed 4 more monthly donors at $19 to make it happen, right?
Right.
Okay, so here's what happened. We had somebody come along and say, look, I want to take on those 4 donors. I want to have that for
Cleared, yeah.
cleared. And I want to donate another $4,000 after that.
And buy another.
And buy 2
Two,
more.
yes, because
So
they're
that-
$2,000 each.
That made 3.
Wow, wow,
And
wow, wow.
$19 a month donors have just come through to buy our 4th. So
we have
IWK,
4.
There
We're
you
done.
go. Congratulations. Maritimers have bought you the diaper scales, 4 of them that you wanted. Good
What
job.
a successful
Well done.
power hour,
It's a great
Peter.
power hour, huh?
What a good power hour. This
Yeah.
is what, oh, wow. Thank you so much to everyone. That's generosity right there.
I think it's going to be a huge telethon this year.
It feels
Maritimers
big.
are coming through, aren't
It feels,
they?
I mean, even Anne Murray's involved. This is a big day,
And
right?
I'm sure that helps too.
Okay, we're going to take a look at the totals now. Let's go back to the desk.
Maria, I was doing some quick math.
Yes.
Based on what Bill was talking about. Let's say 5,000 babies a year,
a year.
at the IWK divided by 365
Yep.
equals 13.69 babies a day. Let's round up and call it 14.
Right.
14 babies a day.
A day born at the IWK and taken care of.
And that
and
is
mom,
why
too.
if you have a healthy delivery, boom, you're in and get out.
Yeah, you gotta go.
Somebody else is waiting. And we are waiting to see what the totals are after this 3rd hour. So let's go to the tote board and see the total for this hour is $1,687,745.16. Thank you very much. Here comes hour 4.
You're watching the IWK Telethon on CTV.
Welcome back to the IWK Telethon on CTV throughout the Maritimes. We're coming to you live from the Lighthouse Arts Center in downtown Halifax.
We are joined by so many of our friends and colleagues, including CTV's own Suzette Belliveau, meteorologist Kaylin Mitchell, and morning show host Latavia Beezer, along with Sarah Betts from Move Radio in Fredericton. Thank you to everybody for coming out and being part of the day.
A little later in the show, we are going to talk about, once again, the item of the day,
Yes.
which is Anne Murray's Juno Team Canada bedazzled jersey that Katie Kelly has been guarding so preciously.
Yes.
It's going to be hard for her to let that go.
It is going to be hard. She's lucky.
Yeah.
Can you pry it from her hands? You know what? I have to say, I'm feeling a little jealous, though, because Katie got to wear the jersey.
Yeah.
You were talking about how you've got an autographed picture from Anne.
Yeah,
I got nothing.
Well,
I do have something, but
hold out hope.
But I'm hopeful. You know my married last name is Murray, right?
Yeah.
So,
You think?
cuz?
Okay.
Maybe she's my cousin?
Maybe she's watching. Maybe she'll call in.
Maybe we're related?
We've still got so much to talk about remaining in the telethon. We're going to visit with an old friend here shortly and tell stories about people who have who've come to rely on the healthcare center and who have benefited so greatly.
Yeah, absolutely. You and I are two people who have benefited greatly, but anyone you meet on the street would definitely tell you they have a link to the IWK.
Let's say hello to a couple familiar faces. Steve?
Thank you, Todd. Thank you, Maria. You know, this program, the telethon, holds a very special place in our hearts, certainly in my heart, for a whole lot of reasons. One of those reasons is because of some of the enduring relationships and friendships that I've been able to make meeting people on this show for the better part of the last 40 years. So, and I don't want to be negative, but I do want to say, even as we celebrate all the wonderful things that are going on at the IWK, and as we celebrate the contributions of the community, that we also need to take a moment to reflect on a couple of people who are no longer with us, people who were a very big part of this for a very long time. Not one, but two great friends who've left us in the last year. And I want to preface all of this by saying thank you to their families for sharing their stories with us, because it's not easy for them. If it's difficult for us, it's much more difficult for them. I also want to acknowledge somebody very involved in this, whose face and voice you won't see in here, Paul Frozell, who is one of our producers at CTV. And he worked with a face and a voice you will recognize, that of our friend and colleague Jay Baxter, to tell us the story and bring back the memories of these two wonderful souls who've left us now.
My buddy, Spencer McKay.
This is how viewers may remember them best. Genuine moments on the IWK Telethon.
I must say, when I saw Jody Ross come in, I was trying to place where I'd seen you last. Of course, you were doing a little hosting on the telethon last year.
Quick-witted and poised, Jody Ross smoothly stepped into a co-hosting role with me in Sydney, despite having no previous experience in front of a camera.
He's a good friend of all of our Spencer McKay, right? Hey, Spencer.
While Spencer McKay was an absolute scene stealer in every appearance with Steve Murphy.
Scene stealer from age in the arms. He had a wonderful sense of where to be and what to do, and that made him a very effective messenger. He used his own life experience to tell the bigger story of the IWK.
They were talented dreamers with profound connections to the IWK hospital. Proud Cape Brettoner Jody spent much of her teenage years here in treatment for an excruciating and rare form of Crohn's disease.
Can you tell us a little bit about Jody's diagnosis, because it was atypical for Crohn's?
She had very complex illness. Actually, all the doctors used to call it Jody Ross disease. From the time she was 2 until the time she was 16, which is when, although they kept her after she was 16, they kept her till she was 18. She spent approximately 5.5 years as an inpatient in the IWK.
Jody was told her health issues would prevent her from having children, but at the tender age of 20, still in treatment, Jody gave birth to a little boy she called her miracle baby.
How would you describe your mother for people that don't know her?
She was a very strong woman. She went through more than I've seen anyone go through in this world, and probably will in my life. She was very fun. She was very funny. She was a light in this world.
Spencer's first health crisis came at birth. Physical challenges limited his fragile body, but nothing slowed Spencer's incredibly strong mind or dampened his zest for life.
Spencer had a really big personality, and when he wanted something, he wanted something. Like if he wanted to do a film, well, it got done. If he wanted to go to Just for Laughs and go up on stage in front of everyone, he did it. Even though he was little, his personality was so big.
He was successful with everything he did. He got awards, he got nominated for stuff all the time, and it could only go up, really.
Spencer wrote, directed, and completed 4 short films in different genres, including the 2022 comedy Scouter Joe. In 2018, I did a story about Spencer creating and directing his first film called Same Nightmare, based on some of his high school experiences.
And action, that was great.
He said if I was going to be on set, he wanted me to be an extra playing a school teacher. But when I went to the film premiere, all I saw was one arm in one shot. I asked him what happened. He said, "Yeah, I just didn't find you believable." Jody documented her life and trials under a pen name and successful blog. She was a talented writer, curious about the world around her. She soaked life in.
She wrote about her experiences in such a way that you would not even think that she was writing about herself.
My ending may be tragic, but the story in between, my life, those are the happy parts. And honestly, who would rather have a happy ending than a happy being?
I wish I could tell you Jody had the happy ending she deserved. Disease under control, living life to the fullest. But she struggled with the constant in and out of hospital until her sudden death of heart failure earlier this year at just 42.
How would you define Jody's legacy?
I think Jody's legacy is one of courage, and she had a lot of courage.
If you could describe your daughter in one sentence, what would it be, Martin?
She's my hero.
After 27 years of defying odds and dozens of cardiac surgeries, Spencer's courageous heart took its final ambitious beat last fall.
He left us all with a very, very valuable lesson about what people are able to accomplish. Despite whatever life threw at Spencer, he just kept on going. The IWK Telethon will never be the same. It will go on and it will continue to do its good work, no doubt. But it won't be the same without Spencer.
Big part is just how he was able to live life, dealing with what he had to deal with. He didn't let anything stop him.
Spencer had a lot of dreams, but his number one dream was to direct and produce a film and have it launched in Hollywood. And maybe one of them will get there. Maybe.
Jody and Spencer touched so many lives, including my own. And I know they would have been here today celebrating this hospital and its staff, which played such vital roles in both of their lives. Lives lived to the fullest despite their health setbacks. I hope you can see why I'm proud to call them both friends.
Two wonderful people whose story had to be told, although I think we all knew it wouldn't be an easy story to tell, which is why we turned to a master storyteller. Jason Baxter, working with Paul Frosel, you did an amazing job, and I know that Spencer he'd be okay with the story.
He might have a couple of tips, things he might have done differently
would.
as well.
Yeah.
Truly
amazing people, very different people in some respects, Jay, but also very similar in terms of being tenacious personalities.
Absolutely, and they really use those words, soaked life in, because I feel like they did, despite whatever. They were kind of excuse-proof, you know. It didn't matter how they were feeling, what was going on. They were going to enjoy their lives, despite, you know, the many, many setbacks that they both faced.
Yeah, and I have to say this too, and I knew Spencer better than I knew Jody, although I worked with Jody as well. I never detected from either one of those young people any sense of feeling and any sense sorry about their circumstance. There was never any of that.
No, never. You know, so Jody and I met through this telethon. Yeah. She co-hosted with me.
In Sydney for years.
Yeah, if her health had been perfect, she might have been sitting here with us right now as one of the co-hosts, because she wanted to be a television reporter.
Right.
But she had no experience. But she just stepped, just relaxed and just trusted herself,
very, very intelligent, you know, very adaptive. And well, that's a good word for both of them as well. Adaptive.
We know that Spencer would have been here because he was always interested in taking over the production. And no, seriously, I don't mean just my part of it or yours. I mean, he would have been happy to be out in the truck running. Bill, you've known Spencer as long as we did. He had big dreams and he accomplished them. Yeah. He made films. Yeah. He wrote scripts. He directed. He did what he said he was going to do. But he'd really like to be running the whole production.
He would. I know
he'd have been good at it.
Yeah, he would have. And I think what's kind of a little bit exciting looking to the future in his legacy, he wrote a lot of scripts. He was always writing and creating in different genres. And while he completed 4 films, there's scripts there as well. That's what his mother Rebecca was talking about. Maybe one of them will reach Hollywood someday.
Well,
it's possible.
We may not have heard the last of him in that respect, but I think we can assure everybody of this. We haven't heard the last of those 2 because of the legacy they leave the IWK and this program. And I think it's impossible to think about the IWK Telethon without thinking about Jody and Spencer, and it will always be thus. It will never be the same.
Yeah, and when the organizers of the telethon and our Liz Rigney asked if I would do the story, it was like instant. That was an instant yes, because I didn't want anyone else to do the story. They were good friends, both of them, and yeah, I just wanted to share with people why they meant so much to me personally and what I saw in them. So while it was a difficult story to tell, it was probably the easiest to actually write because I just sat down and there it was. This is exactly who I saw them as.
I found you believable.
Thanks.
If I had a dime for every person who said, "How's Jason Baxter?" I'd be a rich man. How are you doing? Great to see you.
I'm doing fantastic.
Yeah.
That's the truth of it. I'm in a really good place. I'm enjoying some time off and and figuring exactly what I want to do next.
Well, you haven't lost the knack for telling stories, and I can think of no better person to have been chosen to tell the story of Spence and Jody. And great to see you, Jay.
It's great to see you, Steve, too, and it's kind of fun. Like, as soon as I saw you, we made eye contact. There were like a couple of veterans.
The old guys, we all got to stick together.
Yeah, a couple of veterans sitting down and doing this together. So,
that's why we got Paul Creelman on the camera, to make us fit right in.
We got a few vets in the room today, don't we?
Yeah, we do indeed. Jason Baxter, great to see you.
Steve, thank you,
my friend. Thank you.
It was a pleasure. Thank you, and an honor.
Beautiful job on the story. Very, very nice.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It is time for Miracle Match number 2. I am Paul Hollingsworth, and is Katie joining me? Katie, come on in here.
Hi,
With
Paul.
the energetic and fast-moving Katie Kelly across the studio. They said, "Paul, get ready." I was like, "Well, it says Katie standing next to me." So I was a little bit.
I was
flummoxed.
oogling over Jay, you know how it is.
So was I. So was I.
Let's be real.
So we're heading into our first Miracle Match was good.
It was really good.
This one's going to be better.
Okay, yeah.
We are building momentum slowly.
Yes,
so
I like your vibes here.
So tell us, help set us up to how this sort of framework goes for us.
Okay, so how it goes is that we're in a Miracle Match Hour. We have a wonderful sponsor that is going to match donations during this hour up to a certain amount. Now, our sponsor this hour is the Lounsbury Group, which I believe, if I am not mistaken, yes, they are going to match up to $7,500 this time. So that's a lot.
Not bad at all. Not bad at all. It's a heavy target.
It is,
we can hit it though.
I know we can hit it. And what we're gonna do, as we did last time, we're gonna start that clock.
Start it right now?
Let's do it.
Let's hit the clock right now, Leo.
Yeah.
All right, we hear that tick-tock.
So this means, as of right now, 4 minutes is what we have.
We have a window of opportunity here like we did 2 hours ago to do the same thing. And by the way, a bit about the Lounsbury Group. They've been serving people in New Brunswick for more than 145 years with a variety of businesses, including car and heavy truck dealerships, not to mention 2 furniture stores. So they're doing a lot in the community. They're doing a lot in the Maritimes. They are a long-standing business that's active in the community. They are doing their part. They're stepping up today. We need you to assist with the match. The phone number is 1-800-595-2266 or go online, iwkfoundation.org. The Lounsbury Group, our Miracle Match in focus with the clock ticking. We are down to 3 minutes and right about 10 seconds. So
yeah, that first minute, it went fast, and it's gonna go fast. So, you know, don't take your time digging your phone out. You can do it online, you can do it by phone. Any donation that you make in the next 3 minutes is going to be doubled. So I always say this, if you don't have a lot of money to spend today, this is the time to spend it because it's gonna go that much further. All of the funds raised in the next 2 minutes and 46 seconds are going to be doubled by the Lounsbury Group.
800-595-2266 or online iwkfoundation.org. As Katie said, could be $2, $5, or maybe something more generous. The bottom line is they are going to match.
Okay, let's have some fun. I'm gonna test your math skills.
Okay.
If somebody donates $20 right now, how much are they actually donating?
I'm thinking it's $40.
Okay, good. I'll start you off easy. If somebody donates $107 right now.
$214.
Oh, you are good. You're
crushing it.
You're crushing it. Okay.
Paul's wicked smart.
All right, what if somebody, let's go out on a limb here. What if somebody was gonna donate, I don't know, $1,228?
That would be $2,456.
I can't even do that math, but it sounds good enough to me.
Somebody run the numbers for me. As we have a minute 45 to run those numbers. I think I got that right.
You're a lot better at math than I am. Great job, Paul.
I'm a lot better at math than I thought. And I can also read cue cards off camera. 800-595-2266, iwkfoundation.org. By the way, side note, great to see Jason in here. Great to see the gang back together. Feeling the vibe, and that tick-tock gets the intensity up. It gets the vibe going on. We hope the people at home feel the same thing.
Yeah, I think so too. It's funny though because I find it like a little bit of panic and pressure when it's going on. So just take a deep breath, be calm, but just take the phone out of your pocket, your purse, or let's be real, it's already in your hand. Go to that website or make that call. We're down to a minute.
We are down to a minute. 800-595-2266. As I say those numbers slowly to try to stretch a little bit, iwkfoundation.org, the Lounsbury Group, so generous with a huge corporate footprint in the province of New Brunswick and in the Maritimes, going on 150 years. They are stepping up. People all day long have stepped up. We are asking you to step up and help double and match those donations. So we're not going to test the math anymore, but we have an opportunity to really take leaps and bounds to hit that $7,500 target.
Yeah, so $7,500 times 2 is what though?
$15,000.
$15,000 is what we're trying to get to. We've got 20 seconds left.
Not bad.
I hope we do it. I really hope we do.
think we
And
will.
I know we can count on our people. I know we can count on our Maritimers and beyond to make this happen.
Looking at the phone banks on the shot, everyone is on the phone. They are talking. They are taking calls down to just about 5 seconds and 4, 3, 2, and 1. That is your miracle match. 4-minute window. The time is up. We thank you in advance for your generosity. We'll check back in later and see how we actually matched up with these numbers.
Yes. Good job, Paul.
Thank you. Right back at you.
We're going to go to Latavia now.
We are happy to be joined by Kim Day, President and COO of Steel Auto Group. Welcome, Kim.
Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely, our pleasure. So can you start off by telling us why Steel feels it's important to support the IWK?
I sure can. At Steel Auto Group, we believe in driving impactful change by partnering with community-focused organizations. One cause especially close to our hearts is the IWK Telethon. Its impact on sick children and their families in our communities reflects one of our core pillars. The IWK provides exceptional care during some of life's most challenging moments, and we're proud to stand with them, whether it's through fundraising, awareness campaigns, or involving our dedicated team. We're focused on helping ensure that every child has access to the highest quality of care close to home.
Absolutely, and how did you raise money this year?
Well, this year we were very proud to be part of the Buck a Pay initiative supporting the IWK. It's an employee giving program where our team members can donate a portion of their pay, and Steel Auto Group matches those donations up to $25,000. It's a meaningful way for our employees to give back, and it really reflects our commitment to supporting the communities where we live and work.
Let's see how much you brought to the IWK today.
Hi, I need
is Natalie. And my name is Christine. Thanks to Steel Auto Group for the really awesome support of the IWK. Thank you.
I'm Christy Matheson. I'm one of the clinic nurses here in the Children's Heart Center at IWK.
And I'm Ann Cox. I'm one of the registered nurses here as well in the Children's Heart Center at the IWK.
I want to thank all of the viewers today for your generous donations. The donations that you're giving go to help the children that come here to the hospital for help, like the children in the cardiology department.
Thank you.
We're so happy to welcome Larry Fitzpatrick, president of the Surrey Lions Club, with us today. Larry, so nice to see you. How does the Surrey Lions Club raise their money for the telethon?
We got two big events, our lotto that's year-round and our toll roads that help towards events like this.
So wonderful to support the young people and women and children in our community.
It is, especially when it's such a great facility and it's not island, but it's important to all the Maritimers.
It sure is. Let's see how much you raised, Larry. Flip that check. What's the amount?
$300 again this year. I think this is probably our 20th year donating.
Joining us, we have Holly Knott with Napa Auto Parts. Holly, you and the team at Napa are big supporters of the IWK. You personally understand the importance of the IWK. Can you share with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So when Napa took this on to help, our goal is this year is we're going to help purchase some sleeper chairs for some more rooms at the IWK, and I'm very excited about it because I know the importance of those sleeper chairs, and I just love being part of something that's going to be able to help moms and dads rest a little bit easier when they're in there with their little ones.
All right, well, let's see how much you brought in today.
We're here with Chris from Godet Electric Motor Repairs. Hello, thanks for being here. Can you tell us why you decided to support the telethon this year?
Yeah, for sure. We last year we had to spend about 2 weeks at the IWK with our daughter, and we were able to stay with her the whole time, and they took real good care of us.
That's fantastic. Let's see how much you raised this year. Flip that check.
$6,000.
I'm here with Craig Snow and Naz Clamy, the owners of Remax Nova. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us about the relationship with Remax and Children's Miracle Network?
Yeah, Remax has been supporting the Children's Miracle Network since 1982 because we care about the kids and we deal with families. And we've raised since then over $214 million in North America.
Absolutely incredible. And tell us about the events you have coming up.
We have our first ever golf tournament coming up June 16th, Heartland Point. Go to remaxnova.com to register.
Absolutely. And you have another one. Can you tell us about it?
It's our biggest event, which is the Family Fun Day, July 26th at Goresbrook Park. It's open to all families, kids to come ride on the balloon. We have bouncy castles, so come out and support us.
And how many brokerages were involved with raising money this year?
So we have 15 Remax brokerages in the Maritimes, and in total we raised over $280,000.
Wow, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello everybody at Remax. My name is Dylan, and I just want to say a huge thank you for all the help and support you've done to help raise money this 2025. Thank you so much, Remax. I could not appreciate your help anymore.
Hi there, my name is Margaret. I'm a social worker here at the IWK. Thank you so much for all of your generosity in supporting families when they need it most.
And with me is Terry Mullock, who is with Castle Building Centers, and Steve Foran, GM of Chester Building Supplies. And we're going to talk with Terry here. So Terry, how many stores do you represent in the Maritime region?
50 stores. And we felt it was necessary. We've been doing this for the last few years, but most of our stores are affected in some way with the IWK, with children. So we thought it was a great opportunity to do another fundraiser this year, and we've have these store decals that are in every store, so you can scan and make a donation, and thank you.
And is that how you do most of your fundraising, through the decals?
Yes.
Excellent. And so what is your contribution this year? And if Steve could do us a favor of doing a check flip.
Here we go, the big reveal. $41,000.
Wow, $41,000. Castle didn't stop there. They have generously matched online donations for a digital miracle match, and they were pleased to share in addition to $25,000. So the online match was $12,000 $134 from you folks, and Castle jumped in, and it's now $37,134. And that is amazing. That's an amazing contribution. It'll go a long way. Look at all these people. They're volunteers from all over the place. Some of them have insignias on them. One's an EHS guy. This gentleman is just East Coast Living Hat, which I love. Anyway, they're all here and they're all waiting for you to call 1-800-595-2266 or an online donation to the IWKFoundation.org. Please do it now. Todd, over to you.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you very much. There's an energy in here now.
Can you feel it? It's getting louder as the day progresses.
The phone banks are extremely busy.
Right.
I think when Paul and Katie were here and they were doing the match challenge and the ticking, you know, you could.
It builds that momentum. We're so happy that people are tuning in. We hope you'll make that phone call, 1-800-595-2266, or go online, iwkfoundation.org.
That was such a moving piece that Jason put together, that we saw him and Steve fronting. Jason had a line that he said when the two of them were chatting that I think really sums up the people whose stories, and we're going to have one here in a moment, that we bring, and that is excuse proof.
Yeah.
I thought that was really good because
it's so profound, isn't it?
It's the one thing that all of these people have in common, whether the children who are going through exhaustive medical treatments and procedures, they never look for sympathy.
No.
It's never about them. I mean, it's...
And there was an absolute appreciation for good days.
Yeah.
You know, that is something that, you know, a lot of us can take for granted. It's easy to do that. But when you face real struggles or real challenges, when you have a good day, you are so grateful for that good day, and you make the most of it. And that's what Spencer and Jody did, and what so many of these wonderful families and patients have done, and they continue to do for us every telethon and throughout the year.
They led by example, right?
Yeah.
And they taught the rest of us how to be better people, I think.
Oh,
right?
You bet.
And here's one of those right here. Cindy Lee, a mother of 4. She knows what it's like to almost lose a child, not once, twice.
Wow. 2 of her children have faced life-threatening emergencies and have needed immediate care at the IWK. We want you now to meet Caden and Macy.
Cindy Lee is grateful for every moment she spends with her children. Both Caden and Macy have faced life-threatening emergencies and relied on IWK Health for critical emergency care.
Because of them, I have both of my children with me still, and there's not a lot. It's hard to put that into words, but the gratitude is there.
At nearly 5 weeks old, Macy was rushed to the IWK's emergency department from her nearest hospital in Aberdeen after Cindy noticed her daughter was breathing faster than usual. At the IWK, a cardiologist determined Macy had a life-threatening congenital heart defect and would need open heart surgery to repair it.
I was terrified. I mean, I didn't know a lot about, number one, the heart condition she had, what it meant for her life, if she was even going to survive it.
The following day, Macy was airlifted to Sick Kids in Toronto for surgery and returned to the IWK after a month-long stay. She then stayed at the IWK for close monitoring for 3 weeks before she was able to return home. Now, at 7 years old, Cindy says her daughter is thriving. She says the care Macy continues to receive at the IWK's Children's Heart Center is unmatched. In 2022, nearly 5 years after Macy's emergency department visit, Cindy's son, Caden, was rushed to the IWK for emergency trauma care after being struck by a car close to home.
It just felt like deja vu all over again, like he was in the same spot she was, except now instead of a little baby, it's my 14-year-old boy, and he's very hurt.
Caden was admitted to the IWK's Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. He needed a ventilator to help him breathe, and MRI results showed he had a severe traumatic injury to his brainstem.
After he was extubated and he wasn't waking up still, and they told me, no, we have to have the conversation that he won't walk and talk, and he'll never, eat by mouth, and he'll need a G-tube, and you'll need, wheelchair ramps to your house and all of those things. None of that happened. You saw him. You saw him. He's walking and talking, and he's doing well too. So That's all, I think, to the care that they give.
Cindy says the staff at the IWK's emergency department saved her children's lives. Because of the quality care they received, she can watch them grow and learn and laugh. The chief of the IWK Emergency Department says the redevelopment of the ED will provide a state-of-the-art space to best meet the needs of patients, families, and staff alike.
Children can be more vulnerable in terms of their tipping point. When they get sick, they can hide it quite well until they get to the point where they then really tip into being unwell. And so we have to closely monitor their vital signs to make sure that we're able to catch those moments, and we have to work hard to decipher pain and fear from acute illness.
Dr. Emma Burns says generous community support will help them provide world-class emergency room care for Maritime children and families.
And as our population grows and we see more and more children moving into the Maritimes, having this highly specialized, highly serviced, highly functional emergency department is just going to do wonders for the entire community and all of the people that work there and take care of children and families there.
It's that kind of compassionate care Cindy says she will never forget.
Supporting the IWK is of the utmost importance. A lot of people don't understand the magnitude of the care that your children will receive there if they need it. And if you ever do need it, you want it to be available. So you should always support the IWK. Donate that extra dollar, do your birthday fundraisers, everything that you can do to keep this wonderful facility on the go.
Hi, I'm Emma Convey, and I'm so excited to be joining the telethon team this year. I'm with CTV News, and this is amateur Alex and Megan Cody with Virgin Radio Halifax. Your radiothon, not telethon, just wrapped up on Friday. Tell me a little bit about how it went.
It was awesome. I mean, this is our first telethon too, by the way, for Alex and myself. So radiothon was great. We always get a lot of great feedback from that. A lot of text messages after going, thank you all, for doing what you do. But normally we might have some totals right now for what that was, and I'd be able to give you. But because we're teamed up with telethon now, we're kind of joining forces. So it's a really special year this year.
And you guys are one of 5 in New Brunswick and Nova Scotia. Tell me a bit about, the support from listeners you guys received.
Well, it was actually incredible. Somebody called, they just picked up the phone, and they basically donated, 3,000 or 8,000.
The $8,000.
$8,375 for a CAD pump. They did this anonymously, and it gets me choked up just thinking about it.
Yeah,
it's incredible.
The anonymous donations, especially for those, buying the sole pieces of equipment that we need, are really special. I mean, donations big and small, but it's really awesome to see that.
Yeah.
Amazing, and you guys have been, committed for 24 years. Tell me a bit about that.
Oh, it's just been fantastic, and I mean, it just keeps getting bigger and better each and every year. We kind of up the ante every year at a different location, and now joining with CTV, so it just gets better every year.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. I so appreciate you being here, and I'm going to send it back to you, Marie and Todd.
Nice to see Emma.
At what point does Alex become professional and no longer amateur? Because he's been at this a while. Alex, when do you get to become professional, Alex? Yeah. Soon.
We're going to start calling him the pro. Alex the pro.
You don't get the alliteration though. Like you do with the amateur, Alex. Professional. We'll have to come up with something. Anyway, he is a pro, and we're glad to have him and Megan here, and of course the folks from Move Radio in Fredericton joining us as well.
Absolutely. It's so nice to see everybody come together, and it's nice to see, as we said, Emma, our CTV video journalist, joining us as well. Time for another patient story.
Yeah, last year, Allison and Leslie's son, William, suddenly became sluggish and started having trouble breathing. His parents blamed it on the heat wave. You remember we had a really bad big one last year. They live in Moncton. They just kind of chalked it up to that.
Right, but just to play it safe, they ended up taking him to their local hospital. Things took a turn for the worse, and he was eventually airlifted to the IWK for life-saving care. Take a look.
William, oh my gosh, he's very passionate about a lot of things. Dinosaurs being his main one. He loves to dance, he loves music. He's all over the house, he's climbing, he's doing everything.
I really don't know where to start. The resiliency on this kid, man, it's unbelievable. Him in the hospital with the doctors informing us that there's only so much time left, and looking at him in that bed, just feeling so hopeless. He was fighting that whole time.
When he was 19 months old, that's when he got sick. Everything was fine. We didn't have any concerns about his health. All of his checkups were normal. We had a heat wave in Moncton, and he wasn't himself. And we didn't know this, but he came in contact with COVID. The COVID caused his heart to stop beating properly. And this happened very quickly over the span of a few hours. We went from having a perfectly healthy child to one that was essentially dying.
So I went to the hospital with William at 5 in the morning, and he was just lethargic the whole time on the bed, just getting more pale by the hour.
When I arrived at the hospital and Leslie and I switched spots, that's when things took a turn for the worse.
I got a call back, and Allison screaming to the phone, "Babe, I need you to listen. I really need you to focus in. William doesn't have much time left." And as soon as I heard that, I just broke down. It was hard to think that I was gonna lose this after a year of just being with him. That's not fair for anybody, you know?
They were communicating on the phone with the IWK the whole time. His heart was not beating properly, and they had made the decision that he was going to need ECMO. It's a machine that essentially pumps your heart for you that only the IWK has for children. When Life Flight arrived, he was critical, so they got him on an ambulance right away. And when we got there and we loaded him on the plane, they lost his pulse. "Oh, Allison, we're gonna have to shock his heart now. Oh, Allison, we're gonna have to get his pulse back." These are all things like that I'm hearing at the time, and I'm just repeating in my head, "Do not let this baby die. Please, God save my son." And it just kept repeating in my head over and over and over and over. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The care that he received from the moment he showed up, it was unbelievable. We arrived so quickly, and he was so acute, like his heart was failing. Like the second we pulled up to the IWK, everybody was ready to help. Whether it was the person holding the door, the code alarm going off, the random strangers running with the gurney, like helping us push the gurney faster down the hall, like everybody helped. We received unbelievable medical care. Immediately when he went in and his heart was the problem, the first two people that came to speak to me were the interventionalist, so the person in charge of that PICU, and then the cardiologist was there. When your heart can't pump blood to vital organs, they go into failure. And so that's what happened to William. So once they figured that out, it was figuring out the residual damage on the rest, and he had failure in all systems. They would constantly come in every day to reassure me that everything was okay, or that what was going on with him, here's the information. The support was unbelievable from all sides, and it's the reason I think that William is here. I truly don't think that he would be here without the help. And I can't just pick one. It was so many departments: music therapy, child life, everyone. And that was the whole journey while we were in the hospital, was getting him metabolically right so that he could go home. Yeah.
Seeing him come out of all of that, the fact that the doctors were able to give me him back and still being able to see him be the kid that he is. He could almost face death and he still could wake up with smiles every day, then I gotta match his energy. His healing process is still coming along.
Coming home, we have a huge amount of support as well. So that was one thing that they really made sure we had before leaving, is that we had a full team here. And then we're followed by the IWK team as well. Nephrology, we still see rheumatology, cardiology, endocrinology. Who am I forgetting? It was a really lovely feeling coming home. Scary, but they made sure we had everything we needed. I am just so truly grateful for everybody at the IWK. Thank you is just not enough, and our son wouldn't be alive without them. And thank you for not just us, but what you do for everybody else. Because we weren't the only people in that building, the only parents in that building.
That's right.
That's right.
Strength, courage, that's every bit of the kid. He doesn't stop fighting. He's set to do something, set to accomplish something great in life. I believe my son will do that, and I love that about him.
We think about it all the time. What will his future look like now? We want to keep him in a bubble and keep him safe, but I have a feeling we won't be able to stop that little guy.
Oh, isn't that what all moms want? Just to keep their babies safe, and we're so happy to see you guys doing well. Although William is doing much better, his healing journey continues. We'll have regular follow-ups with many IWK areas, including cardiology and rheumatology. And again, we wish you the very best, and we thank you for sharing your story. 1-800-595-2266 or iwkfoundation.org. My dear friend, Katie Kelly, reunited, and it feels so good. Hi, honey bunny.
Hi, love. How are you?
I'm very well. So listen, not only are we seeing these amazing stories here on Telethon, but we're seeing them online as well.
Maria, so many.
Yes.
It's incredible. So many people have shared amazing, in particular, photos with us.
Yes.
That the photo wall behind the phone bank,
Yes.
that's actually patient photos. Like,
Yeah.
those are real people with real experiences from the IWK back there. So thank you so much, because we love those photos, and we love hearing the stories that go along with them. And we're actually going to share another one right now.
Oh, let me see.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
So we've got Olivier from New Brunswick. Who was
gorgeous.
right? Oh my gosh, look at that face. So Olivier was transferred from his local hospital to the IWK when he was just 3 years old. He was diagnosed with a condition that affects the large intestine, and he needed surgery when he was just 3 months old. His mom, Jose, says they are very grateful for the care and support that they received from the nurses and the doctors at the IWK.
Oh my goodness.
So this is one of the many posts and stories that we're getting on our Facebook page, and we love it so much. So again, thank you to everyone who's sharing their stories.
Yeah, keep them coming. We'll share as many as we can. 1-800-595-2266. Again, iwkfoundation.org. Katie, good to see you. We'll see you in just a little bit. Right now, though, let's head over to our buddy, Billy.
Oh, I'm a denizen of the phone banks up here. But there's no phones. It's the computer banks now, because it's a new age, you know. But story on story on story on story, that's what we're seeing today. And if you wonder at all, anybody you ask in the Maritimes, they will have a story. That's one of the incredible parts. And I'm here with a couple of wonderful people who have stories. One is Jen Johnson. Jen, hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hello. And this is Emily Cornish. Now, we were going to have Coward Cornish up, her mother, but she chickened out. So Cowardly Cornish isn't here. We've got Emily instead. Hello, Emily.
Hi.
There we go. And you're from Charlotte County, so she's the Cowardly Cornish of Charlotte County. If we want to,
they're from Hampton.
Oh, you're from Hampton. Oh, well, that just ruins the alliteration there. Okay. Anyway, Charlotte County Fundraising Committee from St. Stephen, New Brunswick, which is legend. Tell us what you do.
So we are a group of 6 wonderful mothers and family friends and a great community, and we have 6 events a year to raise money for the IWK.
So if we checked with your children, that would be the epithet they would use. These 6 wonderful mothers is what.
Absolutely.
Okay, good. I'm just checking. I'm just making sure, you know, because you know what I'm saying. Huh? And so what happens? What do you do?
So we do all kinds of different fundraisers, from Children's Carnival to dinner and live auctions to our famous Chalktail Hour during Chocolate Fest.
No, what is that? Chalktail
The Chalktail Hour.
Yeah, what is that?
So we have food, hors d'oeuvres, chocolate and chicken bone martinis, and a Christmas show as well. Let's go to the Christmas.
Okay, Christmas show,
in
okay.
our town. And and we have fantastic volunteers, like my niece here, who has been volunteering with me along with our children and our families she's been volunteering now for about 7-8 years now.
So the generational continues.
Continues.
But also you have a story from today on the banks. What was that?
My very last call I received on the phones was $5,000 for a donation.
$5,000. See, and that makes you feel how?
Oh, fantastic.
That's right. That's how it makes it all feel. So what do they need to do? They need to phone. Yes, and call it 1-800-595-2266. Donate online at the iwkfoundation.org. She's really much more together usually than that. Anyway, and now we're going to listen to some more stories from our many generous donors.
Thank you.
I'm so proud to work for a company like Sobeys, who is community focused and driven, and do so much work to help the IWK through donations and fundraisers like this, to help support our youth and their mental health.
In conjunction with Co-op, Foodland, Needs, and Lawton's locations, raise money from our customers at cash with our cashiers. They provide a $2 donation when they go through the cash, and that helps us raise money for the IWK.
Sometimes you set up a table for cookies, and people drop off, $5, $10, $20 to purchase a cookie for the IWK. It's amazing to have a company that really helps out a local hospital like that supports so much for the Maritimes.
I know we kind of have this spirit of competition within our stores. We'd like to see who the top cashier is, who can raise the most, because it touches all of our lives. And it's something that's very important to the values of Sobeys that we work with. I'm proud to work for Sobeys to begin with, but adding this layer on top of it makes me even more proud.
Hi, I'm Gemma, and I would like to thank the Empire Company Limited for being amazing supporters to the IWK.
I'm very happy to be joined by Jennifer Parker, Vice President, Communication and External Engagement, Nova Scotia Power. Now, Nova Scotia Power has been a long-time supporter of the IWK. Jennifer, just how long?
We've been doing this since 1987, and we have over 700 employees who are involved each year in our payroll deduction plan.
1987, I was 6 years old. And Jennifer, how much money do you think Nova Scotia Power, how much money do you know that Nova Scotia Power has raised for the IWK since then?
We did do the math before I got here today, and it's over $2.8 million in total.
$2.8 million. And the contribution this year, Jennifer, and that big check flip?
We've got $45,680.
Hi there, I'm Allie Flynn and I work for Protection Services here at the IWK. I just want to thank everybody so much for donating today. It means so much to all of us here at the hospital. Thank you so much.
Our friends at the St. Eleanor's Lions Club are here with us today, and we have Robert and Mike Lyons with us. Nice to see you both. Robert, tell me, how does the St. Eleanor's Lions Club raise their funds for the telethon?
We did a 30-hour walk. Actually, I did a 30-hour walk in Summerside for the event, and it went over well, and we had a poker game at our club.
That's wonderful. Good for you. All right, gentlemen, let's take a look and see how much you raised for the telethon.
I'm joined by Justin Bright of Lids. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us how you raised funds for the IWK this year?
Yeah, so we actually have a campaign at the end of the year. It's called our Holiday Roundup. And we actually have a company ambassador for every single year for the whole entire country. And this year was very special. We actually had a kid that's from our area, which really motivated everyone to really donate and chime in. And his name is Ethan. He's a really cool kid. And we decided to give him a good time by coming into our brand new store in Dartmouth Crossing and gave him a good time. Gave him a hat. I personalized it myself, and he actually really cherishes it to this day.
Well, we definitely thank you for your support. Can you show us how much you raised this year for the IWK?
Yeah, not a problem. We actually raised $7,461.
Being part of this wonderful event touches our hearts in ways that is hard to put into words. Knowing that every dollar raised has a positive impact on the lives of children who need medical care and their families is truly inspiring. Hi, my name is Jill Bartlett. I am a member of the Charlotte County IWK Committee. Joining me are
Jen Johnston, Diane Jones-Camo.
Our other members, Catherine Gardner, Angela Gaudette, and Mae McAllister, were unfortunately unable to join us today. For several years, with the help of our community volunteers, donators, and our families and friends, we have been able to support the IWK Hospital, and we can't thank them enough for their help and their dedication. This year, we are proudly issuing a check in the amount of
$22,500.
I'm with Vaughn Smith and John Baxter with the Truckers Association of Nova Scotia. Now, they raise their funds every year through an annual auction with donations from members, but there is a special individual you want to give a little shout out to this year. Isn't that right, Vaughn?
Yes, that is. We'd like to give a shout out to Keith Walton, Associate Trades. He had a little lark at our AGM last year, and he raised several $1,000s for our association and our charities.
That's fantastic, and let's see that check flip.
Thank you to everybody who's making these amazing and wonderful donations. 1-800-595-2266 if you'd like to call, or iwkfoundation.org. You can go online and make a donation that way. It's time for another patient story now. Your life doesn't need to be defined by your illness. That is the motto Jenna, a former IWK patient, lives by. And although she just turned 21, she's already an advocate and a community volunteer for healthcare. Her journey hasn't been easy, but with the support of the IWK and her family, Jenna has overcome so much. Now, she's sharing her story to inspire others to help shape the future of youth mental health care in Nova Scotia. Take a look.
My name is Jenna Ketty, and I'm 20 years old, and I am a healthcare advocate, a chronic illness warrior, and a former IWK kid. I was an IWK kid from the time that I was born. My mom tells me I was in that emerge probably every month for the first 2 years of my life, and struggled a lot with my mental health throughout elementary school. Suffered with quite a bit of bullying, struggling with my body image and an eating disorder, and struggled with depression through junior high and high school and the parts of early adulthood. So the IWK was really there for me through all those parts. Trying to find my place in the world was really, really rough. I was quite different and didn't fit in with the types of activities everybody was doing, but I kind of did my best to find my way. I ended up finding volunteer positions at the IWK, which is what introduced me to the advocacy world. And then through university, I've been kind of traveling around Canada and sharing my story, and that's given me a lot of purpose. My support system has really been my mom. She's been there for me through thick and thin and everything. We're kind of been through it all together and been through the good days and the bad days, but she's been so helpful to me. I was a self-harm survivor and a suicide attempt survivor, and I went through a lot of ups and downs throughout my young life. So I went through a lot of different therapies through the IWK, and I've actually been involved with building the integrated youth services as a youth partner.
My name is Maureen Brennan, and I'm Director of Mental Health and Addictions at the IWK. Jenna's story is an amazing story for us to learn from. To actually have her experience, to understand what has worked for Jenna and what hasn't on her journey, actually helps us shape the services in a way to improve them and to be more responsive in ways that maybe Jenna didn't have access to during her time. IYS provides a suite of support services. These services can be social services, wellness services, or physical and sexual health services that really meet kids where they're at to provide a response to their needs right from day one. IYS offers an opportunity to meet someone on day one and assess what might be helpful for them and to connect them to a level of services that might fit their needs. The idea is to uniquely understand what would work for this youth, what the caregivers might need in a level of support, and connect them in that one location.
It's really important that we set youth in our communities up for success. So all 8 of the locations are going to be in places near schools and near other locations that youth normally are, so that it's not hard for them to go, and you can just walk in and be welcomed by, a smiling face, or we'll have a door that you can come in and maybe not say hi if you're having a rough day. But for me, I think it really would have meant being less confused, knowing exactly where to go.
We've had youth advisory councils that actually come together to help us build the space, understand what the space needs. Everything gets co-designed and integrated with the youth, helping to shape what we do. The IWK is uniquely positioned to be the backbone of IYS Nova Scotia because we're one of 13 children's healthcare hospitals.
Healthcare doesn't need to always be like clinical medical stuff. It can be bringing youth in for a cooking class, because then youth are getting to know the people in their community, and then they have more people to rely on when they need help.
IYS lends itself quite nicely to provide that support and services for those youth and caregivers who might need more support and services during that time. So you have seamless and integrated services out of one location to support youth.
I really think that those services are really going to change the game for a lot of people, and I think having that one-stop shop would have been incredibly helpful for me.
The IYS site relies upon youth like Jenna to actually contribute to the design and to the implementation of the sites.
You're not only investing in, a hospital, you're investing in people's futures, lives, your local community. If you live in the Maritimes, you are so beyond blessed to have the IWK in your corner. It's always there for you. But also remember, your life doesn't need to be defined by your illness.
The world is a complex place, and youth have a lot to navigate with a lot of pressure on their shoulders. IYS is a site that can meet them where they're at and provide immediate access to support and services that might be needed.
Helping others helps you heal, and that's something that's near and dear to my heart.
And we have an update. The Integrated Youth Services Nova Scotia has unveiled its official name. It will now be known as Anchor Youth Space. Sounds good, right?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I love it.
And
it anchors you.
Right, yeah.
Fitting.
And with 8 locations planned across the province of Nova Scotia, these spaces will be an anchor of support for youth and families when they need it.
You know, it's interesting because you look at how much healthcare has evolved through the years. When you and I were kids, to put it, bluntly, mental health didn't quite get the attention that it receives these days. So it's really nice to see that the healthcare system is growing. The first Anchor Youth Space, by the way, has officially opened its doors in Amherst, and more to come.
Bill Carr.
Thank you so much. Speaking of Anchor, they've been just talking about Anchor. You don't have an earplug, so you can't hear them.
Yeah.
But we just saw your story, Jenna. I'm here with Jenna, and you're interested in this Anchor situation, aren't you?
Yes, because I feel like these centers would have absolutely transformed my life and would have helped make my journey less confusing. So if you want to call and donate, let's support our youth and their futures, because 8 communities across Nova Scotia want to help youth have better health outcomes. So let's support Anchor.
You see, and when the proper care is taken, this is the amazing results. Jenna, I think you're a brilliant example of it, and thank you for being here. 1-800-595-2266 or online, iwk.org. And we're going to now check with Latavia Beezer. They're telling me to say she has a fishtail. I'm not saying that because she's talking to the Halifax Tuna Tournament, and that's too cheap.
Incredible. Thank you so much. Donate.
I'm joined by Greg Connor, the Halifax Tuna Tournament Society Treasurer. Can you tell us about the tournament?
Yes, the Halifax International Tuna Tournament has been running for 14 years. It is an opportunity for recreational anglers to go out and try their luck to catch a big game bluefin tuna. Last year, we had 12 vessels participate. We had 15 bluefin tuna caught. The largest fish was 753 pounds, was the winning fish. And the winner of the tournament gets to go to Costa Rica and compete in the offshore international world championships.
That's actually really incredible. So when is the next tournament?
The next tournament will be this September, will be our 15th year. And all fish that is caught and sold, all proceeds are donated to the IWK for the last 15 years.
All right, can you flip the check over and tell us how much you raised?
Yeah, last year we raised $56,122 for the IWK, and we're looking forward to the tournament this year.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This shout out is for the Halifax Tuna Tournament. Thank you so much for your generous contribution to the IWK. It truly makes a difference.
Hi, my name's Corey, and this is my mom.
We hope you're enjoying this year's IWK Foundation Telethon for Children.
Thank you for helping kids who are just like me.
We want to acknowledge St. Andrew's and St. George's Masonic Lodge No. 4 in Montague, PEI for their donation of $1,000. Another $1,000 donation is coming to us from the good people of Woodside Industrial in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. We wish to recognize a contribution of $3,061 coming to us from Ellerslie Elementary School in Ellerslie, Prince Edward Island. Thank you so much to Boston Pizza in Bridgewater, Nova Scotia for their donation of $4,009. A donation of $6,900 is coming to us from the good people of Paintball for Kids in Thorburn, Nova Scotia. And we want to thank Spirit Halloween in Dartmouth, Nova Scotia for their gift of $14,426. All right, let's wrap up the Miracle Match Hour. The Lounsbury Group, our Miracle Match sponsor this hour. It was a chance to double up the donations.
Yep.
I think we're happy.
I feel really good, and I don't even know the numbers yet, but you're holding them in your hands.
Get a load of this. The donors came up with $8,205 through our Miracle Match Hour. Lounsbury matches
Lounsbury, of course, throws in $7,500 for a grand total of $15,705. Thank you to Lounsbury, and thank you for your generosity during this Miracle Match Hour.
Yes, we're $700 over budget, so I feel like we're doing well.
We'll-
Yes.
We'll crush it again later this afternoon.
We sure will. We're going to hand it back to the desk to find out the totals.
Thank you, Paul and Katie, and thank you everyone who took part in that very successful Miracle Match. The halfway point.
I can't believe it.
Right? 4
Coming up on
hours.
2 o'clock here, yeah.
Holy cow.
You ready? You want to know how much
sure.
we've made so far? Let's
Take
do
away.
it. Wow, $2,667,838, and every penny counts, 81 cents.
You're watching the IWK Telethon on CTV.
Hour 5 of the IWK Telethon on CTV across the Maritimes, 800-595-2266, iwkfoundation.org. We're coming to you live from the Lighthouse Art Center in downtown Halifax. We have half the show behind us.
Yes.
Still lots to go. Feels good. Energy's high.
Energy is high in this room, and we hope it is at home too. Please call if you haven't already, or make a donation online. Last night, by the way, it was the annual Telethon Tribute Show, which was just out of this world. Thank you to all of the musicians who came together to put that one on. There were so many lovely patient stories and interviews, and Jonathan Torrens and, of course, Katie Kelly just knocked it out of the park. It was a beautiful night to celebrate the IWK.
Jono and Katie were great together. The house band, fantastic.
Amazing.
Hey?
Yeah, just loved it. Just loved watching.
Hour 5 of the telethon, and we are going to bring you lots of inspiring stories. We've got some guests that we're going to be speaking with. If you're just tuning in, you've picked a great time. Please stay with us for the duration. One of the things last night, hey? You want to talk about this?
This is a big deal.
This is hilarious. I love this.
Anne Murray.
Yeah. You may remember her from the Juno, the Juno Awards. A couple weeks ago, she was on the West Coast getting her Lifetime Achievement Award. And, well, she happened to wear a certain garment.
A beautiful Team Canada jersey that is bedazzled with sequins and all kinds of fabulousness. Oh, here comes Katie Kelly. She's had, why don't you? Go for it. There you are. Yeah. So turn it around and show everybody. Murray won. The one and only Anne Murray has donated this gorgeous jersey. It is up for auction. There she is wearing it at the Junos. Now, you can bid on this and own a piece of Canadian history, honestly, and it is helping the IWK. We thank you, Anne, for sending it our way, and, you know, it's making a difference. I can't wait to see how much it fetches.
Own a piece of Canadian history.
There you go. Right now, it's time to kick off.
And just like that, it's time for a power hour here on the IWK Telethon. This is the 5th hour. So if you like to wait till later in the show to make a call or make a donation, we're getting into the later hours of the program. We're joined now, I should say, by Nadara McIntyre, who is Clinical Leader of Development for Medical Ambulatory Care. That's a big, long title to have on your business card. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Great.
I first of all want to ask you, what is your job exactly, being Director of Medical Ambulatory Care? What does that mean?
Clinical Leader of Development. So I work with the clinics and provide resources for them. I help provide educational opportunities for the staff, and I help do policy development as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the question is, why do you and your people want us to ask our viewers, our friends here, to get you some vital signs monitors? And we'll talk about what they are in just a moment. I would assume it's just as simple as it sounds, pretty much, is it?
Yeah. So as you know, when a child is critically ill, every second counts. So these vital signs machines help us monitor their heart rate, their breathing, their oxygen level, and blood pressure. So those are all key indicators of if a patient is stable or if they're in danger of becoming unstable. So the healthcare team needs all of that information so we can act appropriately and intervene when needed.
So I would assume then that one of the first contacts a child might have when they go into the IWK would be with a vital signs monitor.
That's
You
correct,
guys
yeah.
want to get a quick handle on how they're doing.
So almost every child that comes into the ambulatory care setting at the IWK will have their vital signs taken at least once. And many patients that are coming will have it more than once. We have a lot of planned treatments that happen in our clinics, and they come for blood products or medications, and they can be reactive medications or blood products. So we have to have frequent monitoring of their vital signs so we can intervene if things start to go wrong.
So again, to be really clear, they're doing a lot more than monitoring blood pressure, for example. They're doing that,
yes,
but they're monitoring a lot of other things.
Yes, they're definitely life-saving machines, and they're needed in every situation in the hospital. Yes, sorry.
At what point in a patient's, process through the IWK would it be most vital for them to have contact with this machinery?
Almost every time that they come, like anytime they're coming to the IWK, it's our first indicator if things are going wrong. It's how we can get a baseline of how they're doing before we start a treatment. And having enough monitors ensures that every child coming in, no matter how busy the hospital gets, is receiving the care that they need.
So that raises the question, Adar, do you have enough of these?
We do not. And there's a lot of times where there is a delay in treatment, or a patient comes to clinic and they have to wait longer than they should because we have to share these machines between patients and clean them off in between.
So we've been saying in a lot of our conversations with you and your colleagues that what we really want to do for our children is create an environment that is safe and comfortable. And this is another piece of critical equipment that Adara and her team can use to create safety, because safety first, and then comfort. And the comfort that can be created by having the vital signs and having all of this done quickly without a lot of intrusion.
Yes, exactly.
Right away.
Yep.
I think you've made a great case, and now this is where you come in, you see, because these aren't cheap. It costs a lot of money to buy this specialized equipment, and it's a lot of money to ask any one person or one individual corporation to buy one of these machines. But a bunch of people working together, and particularly working with Katie and Peter, they could make that happen within the next few minutes, couldn't they?
Sure could.
Yeah,
Hey, Peter.
Let's make it happen right now then, okay? Power Hour to buy. Well, let's just start with one. We know how many they need. Vital signs monitors. They are roughly $6,800 each. We need 30 donors to make donations of $19 a month. Become $19 a month donors, 30 of you, and we will buy this vital sign monitor, $6,800. A couple of things from the conversation. I just wanted to say what I heard there. First of all, they are the first indicators if anything is wrong. So clearly, they are super important to the IWK. And more importantly, there aren't enough to go around. We just heard that. And so when they are shared between patients, they have to be cleaned up, and then they can start using them again for the next patient. But why not have one for every patient?
It's clear that this is something that's needed, and people, they seem to know that at home because they're already stepping up, Peter. We've got 2. Yep. We needed 30, so we've already got 2 donations of $19 a month, but we need way more. This is a little bit more expensive. So we need a lot of people to come together to make this, unless there's somebody that wants to buy one. We're okay with that too. But we do need, when we're looking at monthly donors, we do need more people to come together to make this one happen. And like Peter just mentioned, and as Steve was talking about, this is something that's really important. The vital signs, it's vital.
It's vital. It's what you see on TV. What are their vital signs? We need to know right away. Again, $6,800. We need 28 to buy this first one. They need much more than that. But let's get this one purchased first. If you'd like to purchase it outright, great. If you'd like to make a one-time donation, that's great too. But we need the monthly donors at $19 a month, 28 more of them to buy this first vital signs monitor. Once we have that, we'll move on and get just as many as they need. That's what the IWK says they want. That's what we're going to give them.
And everyone's stepped up so far. So let's keep that going. Let's keep that going. All right, we'll check back in just a little bit.
Thank you, Katie and Peter, and if you can help out, we would certainly love to put your contributions forward to that. 15-year-old Corinne was a fun-loving teen with a quick wit. She loved to dance. All that changed on a road in a rural Nova Scotia town when her life took an unexpected turn. Corinne and her friends were in a serious car accident. Corinne's injuries were extensive. Here's her story about her road to recovery.
It was a Thursday.
That was a very typical day. Wasn't a day that I had any worries at all about her safety. I got a knock on my door about between 12:30 and 1 that night. There were 2 police officers at my door, and they said very directly, "Are you Corinne Cameron's mother? She's been in a serious accident. She's been ejected from the vehicle." The accident occurred in a rural area on a really sharp turn. Went over a ditch, through someone's front lawn, and landed.
I went like flying through the car, and I think I was in the driveway. I don't remember that much, but I can kind of remember like thinking that I was gonna die.
She came in with an ambulance. She was completely covered in mud from head to toe, except for 2 little places where the mud had been wiped from her eyes, and I could see all the bright eyeshadow that was underneath the mud. I remember her father and I being at the hospital thinking, what was it like for her at that accident scene? And was she alone, and was she scared?
A grandfather came.
He had been getting in bed that night and heard the car go through the air, and he heard it hit the tree. And he got out of his bed and he came down the road and he walked past Corinne initially.
He thought I was dead. So I talked. I said, "Sir, will you please hold my hand?"
He laid in the mud puddle with her. He's the one who wiped all the mud out of her eyes. He held her hand and he told her that everything would be okay.
It was really nice because I was definitely scared.
Just to know that she wasn't alone was enormously comforting for us. When we ended up in that trauma room of the IWK, there was an enormous sense of relief. We're in a terrible situation, but we were in the best place that we could be. Initially, the thoughts were that she had a lot of physical injuries, but her brain seemed okay. It looked like we were going to be out of the hospital in 10 days. But over time, her speech wasn't coming back like they thought it would come back. 6 days after the accident, they did another CT scan. They were prepping us for, well, maybe her traumatic brain injury is a little bit more severe than we thought. And that was kind of the news that we were prepared for. The surgeon came to the door of her room and she said to me, the results were not what we expected. She had had a carotid artery dissection, and between the time the first CT scan was taken and the second T scan was taken, she had a major stroke. You know, initially we were told that she may never get better and that she may never live independently. The only hope that she had was that the right side of her brain would be able to learn some of the things that the left side of her brain did learn. We were paralyzed with the thought of this very happy, extroverted, outgoing teenager was now potentially never going to be able to communicate, and what that would do to her friendships and her relationships and her happiness. I couldn't function really thinking about that. So after a few days, I just stopped and I just started thinking about the moment that we were in. And then I started to do some research, started reading and understanding brain plasticity, and decided that if everything was uncertain, then we were going to act as if there was the most hope possible. When we started into the rehab, which is about 2 weeks after the accident, my favorite thing was how it was so tailored to her. So they learned her interests. They knew that she liked pink and she liked Barbie and she loved Taylor Swift.
They gave me a bracelet like Taylor Swift because I love Taylor Swift, and they're really nice.
We saw firsthand the difference in care that you get at the IWK. The head of rehab started wearing, a pink blazer when he would come see her. The school, the music therapy, the art therapy, all of those things are added extras over healthcare that make a difference in a kid who's recovering.
Sea whale, crocodile. See a crocodile. There you go.
She has come incredibly far.
Put the yellow bear in front of the chair.
Corey had severe global aphasia, which is a communication disorder that affected her across all modalities of speech. And she also had apraxia. Even if she knew the word to say, she couldn't say it. She also lost all of the sensation on the right side of her body and a lot of her peripheral vision. She has come incredibly far. We just got back from a trip to Alberta where she gave a presentation on lessons from a teenage stroke survivor, and she was able to speak in front of 100+ people for almost 45 minutes.
When I ever do stuff like that, it makes my talking better and makes me more confident, even if I mess up my words. It's not that big of a deal to me.
She's running track, she's running cross country, she went back to dance, and it looks a little bit different than it did before, but she did a solo less than 8 months after the accident. You wouldn't have known to watch her that she had all the struggles that she had.
I think I'm a better dancer because I worked hard, and I think my favorite is probably I can't say that. Musical? Theater. Yeah, which is kind of ironic because it's like the kind of dance where you're like talking, but those are my favorite because I think it's really fun.
It's important to her that other people learn from her mistake and wear their seatbelt.
I can't really change anything about what happened, but I want to talk about my story and my stroke and everything, and I want to help people.
I think that jumping back into her life and being brave in all those awkward, uncomfortable situations that she had to endure to get better is the reason why she is where she is. We're very lucky to have the IWK in our community. Corey working with the IWK together, they've been able to make significant improvements in all areas that she's been impacted so that she can go on to lead a life that's normal for her. Whatever she wants to do, we know that she'll work hard towards it and it'll be possible. And as long as she's happy, we're happy.
And I'm with Josh Jordan with LML Trading. And Josh, I got to ask first, what does LML do?
LML Trading collects used and new clothing from our donation bins. You've probably seen them all over Nova Scotia and New Brunswick.
And about how many bins does LML have out there, Josh?
Right now we've got about well over 600 bins.
And what does it mean for LML to support the IWK Foundation?
For us, it means the world, right? It's a great cause with great people. And a lot of us are parents, so it's awesome.
That's great. And with that said, let's see what LML's contribution is, and you can flip that check.
We raised $122,083.56.
Thank you, LML Trading, for supporting Maritime kids and IWK patients like myself, a cancer survivor.
I have Ronnie McPhee, the president of the Kiwanis Club of Charlottetown, with me today. Ronnie, so nice to see you. Tell me how you raise funds for the IWK Telethon.
We own the oldest dairy bar in Prince Edward Island. It's in its 70th year this year down at Victoria Park. And every dollar that comes in from the dairy bar goes right back into the community.
Oh, we love hearing that. And I need to come visit your dairy bar. 70 years.
We're open now right until through September.
Wow, wonderful. Ronnie, let's see how much you raised. Flip that check.
We're happy to present $800 here today.
We are joined by Frank Goulding of Hampton Inn and Suites, the Assistant General Manager. Thank you so much for joining us. So first off, we want to know, how do you give back to the IWK?
So the hotel donates room nights for the staff, the patients, the volunteers of the foundation, just to make sure they have a clean, comfortable, and happy place to stay when they're in town.
Absolutely. And can you tell us how much you raised this year?
So this year we've raised $4,500.
We're so happy to have Standard Aero Aviation with us today. I have Cohen, Patty, and Todd. Todd, I hear you have a very personal connection to the IWK. Tell us a little bit about that.
We do. My son was in the IWK for about a month over the last couple years, and we're very proud to have a lot of support for the IWK, and I can't wait to present this check.
We can't wait to see it, Todd. And yes, as you said, you must feel so fortunate that Standard Aero is supporting the telethon.
No. Yeah, very, very good, yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. Okay, Cohen, flip the check. Let's see how much you raised. Todd, what's the amount?
$12,000.
My name is Victoria Cherniak, and I'm a clinical manager with the Children's Rehabilitation Portfolio at the IWK.
And I'm Heather Jenkins, an administrative assistant with the Kids Rehab.
Your generous support allows children, family, and youth across the Maritimes receive the important care that they need. Thank you.
It is important for Costco to give back to the community, and IWK is one of the major events we do every year, and it is, dear to our heart. It's also a very proud moment for them to be able to raise the money to help such an amazing cause.
The IWK fundraising is important to me because people in my family have used the IWK as well as myself. I use the women's side of the clinic using the pelvic pain clinic within the IWK because I suffer from endometriosis.
Respond to fundraising in such a positive way. Being involved in this is so big for the team.
I'm so happy Costco supports the IWK because Jackson, the youngest twin by about a minute, he was air rushed to the IWK because he was born with Vactral. It's where his esophagus is not connected to his stomach. They had to do emergency surgery. Now my twin boys are turning 4 next month and they're doing very good.
I think everybody is able to benefit somehow through the IWK. That if that facility did not exist, the care would not be there.
I want to say a huge thank you to Costco for supporting the IWK and kids like me. Thank you, Costco.
Thank you, Costco.
Indeed, indeed, thank you, Costco. And even though he was prompted, I know he meant every word of that. I'm here with 4 very tall people. No, actually, I'm supposed to be here. These are the folks from Costco, and they have an amazing check that they want to show you. And before they do, I just want you all to tell them your names. Quick.
Alicia.
Who?
Megan.
Cody.
Cody.
Okay.
Shane.
There we go. All right. And you were all involved in all of this, weren't you? Yeah. And I will tell you that I said before I was going to surprise them. They already knew. But now you get to know. Please flip the check. Ladies and gentlemen, Costco, $550,000. $550,000. Thank you so much to all of you and all of the people at Costco. And now over to Emma. Emma.
Hi, I'm Akambi here with CTV News, and I'm joined with Kat Elliott and Carly B with Virgin Radio Halifax. Again, your radiothon just wrapped up. Kat, let's start off with you. How'd it go?
It went so well. It's so great to be able to support such a huge part of our community, of course. And I think we always hear the stories on air and we can resonate with them, as a mother myself. I just gave birth to a son, and the IWK has been there for me throughout the entire experience, of course, during the birth. And then, many times I visited over the last 2.5 years to really get the support of the staff there, which has just been incredible. So it's so great to be able to give back.
Amazing. And even just wrapping up here, tell me a bit about the big partners you guys had and what it means to you guys after all the years.
Oh, well, we couldn't do it without our big sponsors and our listeners, of course. It wouldn't be a thing without them. So we really appreciate all of our big sponsors.
And the support from listeners, tell me about that as well.
Oh. Yeah, it's just been incredible to hear the listeners. They always call with their story, which is so incredible to hear. And, we can't do it without our listeners. They donate, they, share their stories, they share our social posts, and it just means so much. So big thank you to all the Virgin Radio listeners out there.
Amazing. Thank you guys so much, and thank you.
The Prince of the Power Hour returns.
That's
Peter.
A lot of pressure, okay?
Well, pressure,
Prince,
Peter.
Okay, listen, we're buying vital signs monitors, and the pressure is actually on all of us to make sure that the IWK has what they need. Vital sign monitors, exactly what they sound like, right? They are the kind of the first line of defense when the kids show up at the hospital, because that's the first signs of whether something serious is happening. So we need a vital sign monitor. It is $6,769. We're just going to buy one right now, but they need more. I'm going to tell you that. So we need to get moving very, very quickly to make this power hour work. We needed initially 30 at $19 a month. We've got 17, so we need 13 more. It's actually changing as we speak. That's a good thing. We're down to 11 now.
Okay.
And that's also the great thing. We can see this in real time. As you donate, we can actually change it right here on the board.
I dare you to erase that board right now.
Really? You're daring me? I can do that. Can we get another number up there? Can we get a lower number than 11? That's what we need. We need $19 a month from you. We need 11 more to buy the very first vital signs monitor, and it's happening, like I said, as we speak.
Thank
Make
you
it
so
10 now.
much.
Make it 10. We're going to get down to single digits very, very shortly, but we need you to make that happen.
We sure do. 1-800-595-2266, or you can go online. It's as simple as that, the click of a button. All you need to do is spend $19 a month. If you want to do more than that, you can, but $19 a month. We need 10 more of you for now. 10 more of you so that we can buy this very, very, very important piece of equipment for the IWK.
Yeah, and you can create a legacy for your family at the same time. You'll be doing this, maybe moving forward from here. It's part of your family's history that you are donating to the IWK.
That's right. Billy Bob, over to you.
They have panels. You see this panel? They have panels all around the studio. And I went in behind one, and I got in here, and look at this, right? If you step in there and you're all of a sudden you're departicleized, and you can be anywhere in the world. And it's right there. It's a transporter. I know it's a transporter. This is an alien, no question, this is alien technology. I just want you to know. Beat me up. No, but don't beat me up. Here, let's find some people who aren't working. This gentleman right here is not talking to anybody. What's your name?
Mike.
Mike, and Mike, you're with, I'm just guessing, EHS.
Good guess.
So you can't get stuff past me. So how long have you been volunteering? You've been here for a while today.
I've been here for a while. I was here yesterday.
Yeah, and why do you do it, bud?
Help out.
Don't talk too much about it. You do help out, but why?
I've got 3 young kids that were all born at the IWK.
There it is.
2 of them were in the NICU.
Really?
Yes.
Okay. So this means that to you, right? Yes. And you know what? Every time I talk to somebody and I pry the story out of them, there's always a good story and there's always something that's happening. 1-800-595-2266 or donate online, iwkfoundation.org. And I'm going to toss back to Maria and Todd. Normally I only toss to Todd, but I'm talking to Maria and Todd this time.
You just got me, Bill.
Oh, no!
You just got me.
This doesn't work. I can't get ahead of this.
Maria went into the vaporizer there.
Darn.
We don't know where she is. She could be anywhere. Thank you very much, and thank you to those of you who are calling in and donating. And a moment ago, we saw our friends from Costco presenting a check for more than $500,000, and it's certainly marvelous that they brought in that money. But as I turn to the folks from Costco, I'm wondering if you may have also slipped in a bag of Chicago mix or something. No, Alicia? You didn't happen to bring a bag of Chicago mix in with you? Anybody who knows the Costco, I can't get down the aisle without the Chicago mix. Nothing, eh? If I see the cheesy fingers, I'll know that you're hiding it back there. All right. We certainly love having the folks from Costco West, so thank you very much. Time for our patient profile now. In February 2024, this young man, 16-year-old Oliver, he was a star quarterback for his high school football team. He discovered a lump under his arm. It wasn't until he started having severe stomach pain and trouble breathing that he realized it could be something very serious.
I started playing football at 8 years old. Ever since, it's just been a huge part of my life, and I didn't really know what else I would do besides football.
He seemed impossibly tiny that first year playing football. The helmet is so huge. He looked so tiny on the field, and he was having the time of his life. It's the best expression of Oliver that you might see is on the football field. As a parent, the very first thing you think when your child says, I have a lump, is that it might be cancer. And then you do everything to talk yourself out of that because that couldn't happen to your family.
You just never expect that in your life. You never think that you're gonna get diagnosed with cancer at all. I thought it was just gonna be a normal, I'm gonna get sick maybe for a week or two, it's gonna go away, but it just started getting worse.
Nobody says cancer to begin with because they don't want you to panic. The emergency room doctor did say you should probably call your husband. Nobody needs you to call your husband to tell you good news. Before his diagnosis, when Oliver first started getting sick, it was clear that he really wasn't himself. He felt terrible all the time. He could hardly eat. He wasn't smiling anymore.
I had like a bump under my arm. I could barely breathe. That's when I really started to notice that this is definitely more serious than just being sick.
We learned about IWK the hard way by walking through the door and needing them. And we were definitely grateful for those extras that the IWK was able to provide for us. I didn't have to stay anywhere else. I could stay with Oliver in the hospital. They were relentless trying to offer entertainments. Craft boxes, dogs, Lego. And that's really comforting because you're trying to make that hospital room your home for a week, or sometimes more. The thought that I had was never that he wouldn't play football again, that we might lose him. You honestly just are every day focused on getting him better and getting him back doing the things that he loves.
You feel like you can just do nothing, or you feel like you're going to be able to do nothing for a long time, but I think the way I coped with it is telling myself I was going to be okay.
Oliver had an ALC lymphoma diagnosis. His chest was filling with fluid, so one of the first procedures that he had to have was to get his chest cavity drained, and that took the entirety of our first visit there, so almost 10 days. As treatment progresses, of course, it gets much, much more difficult for Oliver. He's getting weaker as you go.
The nurses just always came in with like a smile on their faces, you know, treated you like they've known you their whole life. So that's one of the biggest impacts they've had on me, is making me feel like I was their family member. My coach visited me, definitely put a smile on my face. He gave me a shirt with our team name and everything. He asked how I was doing and all that. You know, I think that's really a big thing that coaches should do, and that really helped a lot.
Oliver got the all clear from his oncologist in October 2024.
And one of the coaches pulled me aside out of the locker room while everyone was getting ready. He's like, yeah, you better be ready to take the final snap of the game when it's over. So I've always loved that feeling of being on the field, but I think this one would be a little bit more special than all the other times.
Seeing him out on the field is when it all came out. In that moment, I knew what he could have lost. What we all could have lost. That's one of the best moments of my whole life, was seeing him jump up and down with his friends on the field. It's important to support the IWK, to give every family the opportunity to experience that moment again when their child is healthy, when they get time with their child that might have been taken from them. There's nothing more valuable to that parent.
Vital signs monitors, folks. That's what we're buying during this particular power hour. And some great news. We just got a call from Hideout Studios who said, hey, I want to take out these 10 monthly donors at $19 a month. And that's exactly what they did, okay? They are taking up that mantle of taking 10 monthly donations of $19 a month. They did that. That's great. Now we've got our first vital signs monitors. We need more. There aren't enough for all of the patients at the IWK. So the vital signs monitors get shared. That means they have to be washed down between each patient so that they can be used for the next patient. But of course, wouldn't it be great if every child who needed a vital signs monitor had one? You can make that happen right now by being a monthly donor at $19 a month. And we need a total of 30 to buy one more. We now have 3 donations in for that. So that's 27 more. So we need you to jump in right now. $19 a month. We need 27 of you. Of course, we've asked this before in other power hours, and it has actually worked. One person or one family or one company could buy a vital signs monitor, $6,769. If you want to do that, that would be much, much appreciated, but we still have a ways to go to get all the vital signs monitors that they absolutely needed. I just talked to Tracy from RE/MAX up in the phone banks, and she was telling me that, yeah, When people call, they call and say, I want to be a monthly donor at $19 a month so that they know the Power Hour is working. So let's make it work for the IWK. We need 27 more at $19 a month, and we will have another vital signs monitor, the first line of defense when kids come to the hospital. Okay? 1-800-595-2266 or iwkfoundation.org. And let's go back to Maria at the desk. No? Katie. Hey, Katie.
Thank you so much, Peter. You can call me Maria. We're one and the same at this point. Thank you so much to all of our donors. And thank you so much to all of you who have been sharing your stories with us today on TV and online, because we have our social media pages open and we are receiving stories along with photos, and it's so heartwarming to hear and see them all. So thank you so much. We've been sharing them throughout the day, and we have another to share right now. We've got Lila next up, who is 10 years old from Timberley, Nova Scotia. Her mom, Emily, says Lila lives with a rare neurodevelopmental condition that causes her to have many health challenges. Lila is filed by several care areas at the IWK, including neurology, the eye clinic, and the complex care clinic. Emily says that the care and support that they receive at the IWK is second to none, and they cannot imagine where they would be without it. Thank you so much, Emily and Lila, for sharing your story. Please keep them coming. You can go find the IWK Foundation on Facebook. We're going to check in now with Crystal Garrett, who is standing by.
Now we are joined by Alex Graham from Canada Cycles for Kids. Welcome, Alex.
Nice to meet you. How are you today?
Oh, nice to meet you too. I am great, even better now that we get to talk about the wonderful fundraising efforts you do. So you and your team organize fundraising bicycle tours right across the country, and the money you raise in each region stays in that region. So tell us about your ride here in the Maritimes.
Yeah, so in 2023, we cycled all across Nova Scotia and PEI. So we went from Halifax down to Lunenburg, across over into Digby and back up to Charlottetown. And we raised money for many different charities, most notably the IWK that year.
Oh, wow. Well, to date, you've raised close to $3 million for children's charities. When is your next ride?
Our next ride is this summer. So we're cycling across Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba. We're raising money for 5 different children's hospitals, as well as the Make-A-Wish Foundation.
Well, Alex, thank you so much for helping children in our region. Let's take a look now at how much Canada Cycles for Kids has raised.
So we are proud to present $56,000 this year.
Thank you, Canada Cycles for Kids, for going the distance for IWK.
We wish to acknowledge the Summerside Legion Branch number 5 of Summerside PEI for their donation of $979. A contribution of $3,500 is coming to us from M.E. Callahan Intermediate School in Elmsdale, Prince Edward Island. Thank you. We wish to recognize a donation of $4,250 from Concert for Kids in River John, Nova Scotia. Thank you so much to everyone at East Electrical Supply Inc. in Mississauga, Ontario. We wish to acknowledge Ledcor Group in Annapolis Valley, Nova Scotia for their donation of $8,100. And we want to thank Hot Rod Classic, a yearly event at Scotia Speed World, for their gift of $12,000.
I'm joined by Steve Foran from the Killen Dried Studs, as well as Jay Milton with the ABSDA. So can you tell us, Jay, what the ABSDA is?
Sure. The ABSDA is the Atlantic Building Supplies Dealers Association, and it's made up of all the building supply dealer stores throughout Atlantic Canada, as well as the vendors that support those stores. And the association is basically there to support the group and to grow the business in Atlantic Canada.
Absolutely. And Steve, can you tell us what your role is today?
Well, my role today is actually a drummer for the Kiln Dried Studs. So we formed a band from association members. We're all members of the association working in the building supply industry. And we started a band for fun to play all the industry functions. And we donate all of our band fees. We sell merchandise, all of our t-shirts, and we raise whatever we can. And of course, association members make donations. So we have quite a check for you today.
Hi, my name is Courtney Day. I am a registered nurse and clinical leader of operations at the IWK NICU.
And I'm Gail McRae, and I am the clinical nurse specialist in the IWK NICU.
Thank you so much for your continued support of the IWK Specifically the NICU, we're always so grateful for the support of all the donors.
Your donations have a direct impact on the care and experience of our patients and family. We thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
We are here with Canadian Choice Windows and Doors, Charles and Larissa. Can you tell us how your team raised money for the telethon this year?
Yeah, for sure. A percentage of every window sold in the Maritimes goes towards the IWK Foundation.
That is absolutely fantastic. Let's see how much money that's got us. Flip that check, Larissa.
Woohoo! $12,500.
Yay!
We're so happy to welcome the Bridges family, who have 2 fundraisers to tell us about. Jeff Bridges, Racing for a Cause is your fundraiser. Tell me a bit about that and why you support the telethon.
We started it a few years ago, and we just won the, started for my brother. He has Maritimes, and he had 3 open heart surgeries. His last one was just 6 weeks ago. So we're trying to do that to raise money for other kids that need it.
Absolutely, that's so important. Kate, I want to chat with you for a second. Your fundraiser is Cousins for a Cause. Tell us why it's so important for you to support the telethon.
So my son was born with gastroschisis. He was born with 5 of his organs outside of his abdomen. And his cousin Remy also utilized the IWK. She was born at 30 weeks and was later diagnosed with cerebral palsy. So we do Cousins with a Cause, and it's hopefully something that they can carry out together.
Yes, definitely a cause very close to your heart. Kate, let's see how much you raise before we look at Jeff's. How much do you have?
$3,675.
And Jeff, how much do you have with Racing for a Cause?
$1,700.
I'm joined by Mark Bryan, the Director of Business Development over at Bel Air Direct. Thank you so much for joining us. So can you tell us why Bel Air Direct supports the IWK?
Yeah, of course. So the healthcare industry as a whole is very important to us at Bel Air Direct, and we've been partners with not only the IWK, but the foundation and healthcare across the province and country for a very long time. So this is very meaningful for us as an organization. For me personally, I've got 3 children under the age of 6, all welcomed into the world via the IWK. So I'm very, up to speed in terms of the skills and professions and all of the good hard work that they do down at the IWK. So couldn't be more proud to continuously support and be here for everybody.
Well, we thank you for your support. Can you let us know how much you raised this year?
I can. So we're happy to announce that we will raise $10,000 for this year.
Thank you so much to them. First of all, before we I do the next check, look at these people right here. See these people right here? She's doing little things. Pick that up. Show them what you're doing. Look at that. Look what she's doing. There's not enough calls coming through here. Obviously, these people are bored. This gentleman was crying a minute ago, crying, openly weeping, because he's not getting enough. So we've got to get these people involved. But speaking of involved, Bel Air Direct, which you just saw, $10,000, that's not where it stopped. They also hosted a Bel Air digital match, an hour 5 digital match it's called, and they raised $7,700 in that. They matched it, and their total now is $17,764. Thank you so much to Bel Air Direct, and please make a call, because she's going to cry next, and then they'll be up here weeping. It'll be awful. Todd, over to you. I'm telling you.
No tears, Bill. There's no crying in baseball. Well, this isn't baseball.
In telethons.
Yeah. Actually, there's lots of. I've seen lots of tears, usually from you.
Hands up. Yeah, guilty as charged. Yeah, true story. 1-800-595-2266, iwkfoundation.org. If you'd like to make a donation, we'd love to hear from you. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah?
I'm good.
I'm feeling all the feels today.
Yeah, I know you are.
The excitement, the emotions.
Yeah. And there's been a lot of it.
Yeah. Yeah,
right?
It's lovely. It's so nice. And I love coming together, because it is kind of like, as you said earlier, Old Home Week, right? Because we all get together, retired colleagues, friends that we've made through the years, so many people kind of milling about, and it's the best feeling.
IWK staff that takes part in the telethon. Of course, lots of volunteers that we see, sometimes only on this weekend, right? Yeah. So it really is a nice opportunity to come together, and we hope you're feeling some of that at home as well. We're going to continue on with another patient profile now. Rachel and Corey's daughter Fiona was just 8 days old. Imagine 8 days old when she was airlifted from New Brunswick to the IWK. They didn't know it at the time, but like so many parents who come to the health center, the IWK would be well, it would become a big part of all their lives.
Absolutely. 8 years later, Fiona continues to rely on many specialized care teams at the IWK.
She's soft. My favorite thing to do is to rub my cheek against her cheek. I'll just like rub my cheek against hers and just like think about the softness forever. Just like ingrain it in my mind forever. I don't know. Yeah. Fiona is pure. She's full of sunshine and rainbows and happiness. That's the best way to explain her. People that meet her usually say she's got a very zen energy, and I feel the same way about her. Her snuggles are therapeutic. And for the most part, she's a pretty happy, content girl, considering all her challenges she has. My name is Rachel Doak, and live in Miramichi, New Brunswick. I am a social worker. I'm a mom. I have 3 kids, Tristan and Fiona and Ivy, and a wife to Corey. Fiona was born 3 weeks early. I was induced and things were going well. We were discharged from the hospital, but within 48 hours we were back at the hospital because she was having some feeding difficulties. We spent probably a week at our local hospital and she wasn't improving. So at that point, we're gonna be sent to a NICU for further investigations. And when the choice was given, we said IWK right away because, you know, we watched the telethon, so that was right away where we decided that we would go. She was airlifted there and spent 3 weeks at the IWK in the NICU. And she eventually came around. She started to feed on her own. She had a surgery for her apneas. We weren't sure if this was it and if she just kind of had a one-off and that things will level out, or that she would have more disabilities as time went. But I knew in my mom heart that she was gonna have difficulties. I just felt it. Things just kind of unfolded from there. She had some testing done, and Fiona is technically undiagnosed on paper, but the genetics department at the IWK did find like a blip in HECW2, it's called. So we call Fiona our rare and beautiful unicorn. She eats through a G-tube. She's non-mobile, she's non-verbal. She has some respiratory issues as well. Epilepsy is a big part of her life. She has daily seizures. But despite all that, she's happy. When she's feeling good, she smiles every day. She's laughed 3 times in her life. It's been a long time since we heard that laugh. Sorry. Sorry. We're really lucky to have a video of her laugh. I play it a lot. I know it's in there. I'm hopeful she'll laugh again someday. She talks with her eyes. That's what we always say. You have to look instead of listen for her.
Can you tell us how Fiona talks?
Fiona talks with her eyes.
What does she say with her eyes?
She says, I love you.
They're best friends, true sisters. A lot of her seizures don't require medical intervention. You just ride them out, and Ivy has taken on that role. She'll hold her hand and stroke her. And, it's okay, Fiona, it's okay. Yeah. She's very helpful and good to her sister.
Good job. That is all good.
Fiona, when she's feeling well, she goes to school. If she's not feeling well, she spends the day with her Grammy, which is Corey's mom, Connie.
Mom and Fiona have a very special bond. I think Mom knows her better than we do. I think that connection is just pure love. My name is Corey Doak, and I am proudly Fiona's dad. Fiona is just generally very sweet. I like to
We
say
are
she was
joined
born
now
without
by
an ego.
Jen Auld, who
She is just pure love. As long as she's feeling good and everything's going well, she's just happy to be hanging out with us. People are usually, they lead with, oh, I'm so sorry. And I like to say, oh, don't be sorry, we're quite happy to have her.
She's always received incredible care from the IWK. The nurses and the staff take care of the family, not just the patient. So it's definitely felt the whole time we're there. The well-being of the whole family is important.
They are always happy to take phone calls from the ER department or from the pediatrician department here in New Brunswick and answer any questions that they might have about her care.
We really are so grateful and thankful for all the donors that help out with kids like Fiona at the IWK and families like ours. Like, I don't know where Fiona would be without the care she's received at the IWK. It's literally life-saving, right? It has saved her life. Sometimes children like Fiona aren't necessarily seen nor talked about that much, and they're important parts of our community. We are aware that we're on borrowed time with her. I know that she doesn't have a super long life to live. I want her to be seen, and I want people to see the beauty in her story and the beauty in her family. Like, there are hard days and there's definitely suffering, but there's joy and there's beauty and there's gratitude, and I want people to see her like we see her.
See her.
Hey,
Yeah.
yeah.
Beautiful.
Imagine counting how many times your child has laughed.
Doesn't that put it into perspective?
Yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, it sure is. We want to tell you, although Fiona doesn't yet have an official diagnosis, the IWK's genetics team has introduced the family to Care for Rare, a nationwide research program focused on the improvement of both the diagnosis and treatment of rare diseases.
And through Care for Rare, her care team and family hope that they get the answers that they've been waiting so long for.
For Fiona and for all the rest of the kids at the IWK who have been there in the past and are there right now as we speak at the hospital, let's make this happen. We need vital signs monitors right now. 1-800-595-2266. We've bought one, and we are, I believe I'm about to get an update here. Julie, yes, thank you. We need 17 more to buy our second vital signs monitors, and I brought in a professional because clearly I have no idea what I'm talking about. Vital signs monitors, I overheard a part of a conversation you were having with Steve Murphy in which you said the IWK actually doesn't have enough vital signs monitors for all of the patients.
That's right, yes.
So what does that mean for the patients who need them?
Yeah, so vital sign monitors are essential because that's how we track a patient's heart rate, their breathing, their oxygen saturations, and their blood pressure. So in order to provide safe care for these patients, we need enough monitors that we're not delaying their treatment or delaying their care.
Okay, but if there are not enough, how do we kind of make do?
A lot of the times we're sharing them between patients. So you either have to wait or we have, they'll be alternating from one room to another room.
Okay,
Yeah.
can we let that sink in just for a moment, please? That there aren't enough vital signs monitors for all of the patients? And we don't want that for our kids, our grandkids, our nieces, our nephews, our little brothers, our little sisters. We need vital signs monitors, and we need them now. To buy the second one, 17 more. And you can call 1-800-595-2266, or you can donate online, iwkfoundation.org. They are really the first line of defense, right?
Yes, they are. They are life-saving machines, if you think about it. You need them in order to intervene and know how to treat the patient properly.
Can I get you to say your name and what you do at the hospital?
Yes, my name's Nadera, and I'm the clinical leader of development for medical ambulatory care.
Right. So I asked that, but you are a registered nurse, and this
Yes.
is the position that you have. Okay,
Yeah.
one more thing. I've got one more donation I want to tell you about. Jody Jessup is standing behind the camera right now. He just came up to me just a second ago and said, my wife and I would like to be a donor as well. So at $19 a month, 16, we're down to 15 now. I'm just going to pretend that's a 5. Jody, thank you very much. Please donate. Bill Carr, my friend, where are you?
I'm up here in the phone banks with all these folks, and I just want to mention something. We're almost at that hour. There's 3 more hours to go, this is a time when everybody's sitting there and they're very comfortable and they're wondering, what should I do? What can I do? And I'll tell you what, you can do a lot even when you do a little, if you know what I mean. People come up to me and they'll say, you're on the IWK Telethon. Why do they have to have money? Isn't healthcare free? And I'll tell you something. Fundamentals of healthcare, yeah, maybe. But you just heard why we need extra equipment here at the IWK, why they want to go an extra mile, and the only way they can do it is by supplying technical equipment and programs that go over and above what the government can actually afford to do at this point. And that's what the foundation does to try to make it happen for our kids and our families. That's what you can participate in. And I think if we're gonna be elbows up, one of the things we have to say is, look what we can do and look what it means to us. We don't ever want to be part of anything else except part of this, part of the IWK Telethon. And you know what you have to do, don't you?
We're down to the wire, Peter.
We are down to the wire. 4 minutes left in this particular power hour. That's a lot. Julie, can we get an update on how many more we need to buy one more? We need 15 more. Okay, that's where we're at. It's up to you, folks. 1-800-595-2266. We need you to donate now.
Canadian Tire.
What? Hang on. Say it out loud.
Canadian Tire.
Canadian Tire, Lower Sackville, wants to finish that
Yes!
one. Thank you.
Canadian Tire and Lower. I'm going there tomorrow.
Well done.
Yay!
Another power hour is wrapped up, right?
We did it.
Okay.
Canadian Tire did it.
Yeah, we got it.
Thank
It was
you.
us. No, it was
Thank
all of
you.
you.
Thank you so much. Yes, to everyone involved. That's amazing.
Yeah.
Another
Zero.
vital signs monitor.
Well
Minute
done,
zero
folks.
feels good,
Yeah.
doesn't it? It
Let's
feels
do
great.
one more of these power hours about an hour from now.
Yeah, can't wait.
All right.
See you then, Pete.
All right.
Over to you guys.
It's a group effort.
It sure is.
It's a group effort.
Yeah, thank you to that Canadian Tire in Lower Sackville.
Oh, yeah.
Bill Carr is always so very eloquent, and I think he put it well. Maritimers helping Maritimers, right? We take ownership of this place.
Yes.
This is important to us, so we do this. We come together every year. If you're new to the Maritimes and you're watching this perhaps for the first time, because we know we're so lucky to have so many newcomers
Welcome, first
from
of all.
across the country and
Yeah.
around the world coming
Yeah.
and calling this place home, choosing this place. This is your children's healthcare center.
Yes.
No matter where you are in the Maritimes, you could end up here. So please take part, get involved in the telethon, and make this place your own as well.
You know, so the telethon has been going on for 41 years. I've been on CTV for over 20 at this point. So when I started, I didn't even have nieces or nephews. And then every telethon where I'd have a niece, I'd say, oh, my nephew was born. My niece was born. And then eventually I had my own children here. And you know, what I'm trying to say is you evolve with the hospital. Your family grows with the hospital as well. And if you need this place, knowing that it is the best that money can buy is what makes families here, gives us that peace of mind. Because when your child is sick, you want to know they're getting the best care.
My son was born as a preemie at the IWK. He graduates from university next week.
Congratulations to Ben.
James.
James. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, you know, there's lots, we all have stories like that.
We do,
right?
we do. And you can't find anybody in the Maritimes that doesn't have a connection to the IWK. Do you think it's time to do the totes?
You wanna do it
Are
now?
we ready? It's been 5 hours. Can you believe that? How much have we made in 5 hours?
We're only a minute out here, but I think we should start the next hour with the bang. So here we go, finishing up with...
Whoa, $3,557,524.78. Thank you, Maritimes. Our 6th hour starts in a moment.
You're watching the IWK Telethon on CTV.
All right. Wow, that's a great total for this time of day, isn't it?
Yeah, I love that. I love seeing that number. Thank you so much to everybody who has already called in and supported this amazing facility. We're so fortunate to have it, and we've talked again about how much we've all used it in one way or another, or somebody that we know or love or care about has benefited or will benefit from this amazing place.
Hearing some of the conversations in the background here, is the folks from the phone bank talking to people, those of you who have called in. And great conversations being had, and they're telling stories about their own children or the grandkids. You mentioned nieces and nephews. Everybody has a story, and we're so glad that you're sharing those when you call in and you make your donation. Thank you very much for that. This is a full day of giving. Our friends from Bell Media Radio are with us. They've had their own radiothon the past couple of days, and we're certainly happy to have them in the building with us. We're all under the same roof, which is great. These are our friends from Virgin and Move.
Oh, absolutely, and it adds to the feeling, you know, the good vibes that are in the air today. We want to tell you this is our last Miracle Match Hour, thanks to our good friends at Grocery Foundation Atlantic. Before the hour is over, we'll meet many more generous donors from around the Maritimes, and we'll drop in on the neonatal intensive care floor at the IWK to meet a family who's receiving life-saving care.
Yeah, and again, we want to thank everybody that has decided to donate at 1-800-595-2266 or iwkfoundation.org, and we can tell you that any level of donation that you make, it all goes in to supporting this telethon and to supporting the good work that is done at the healthcare center, of course.
You know, this is also an opportunity to thank all of the patients and families that share their story year after year. You know, it's not easy. These are, you know, for a lot of families, very difficult times, sometimes dark times. And to open your hearts and your stories up to us and to share, because you understand the profound impact that sharing that story will have. Maybe encourage somebody who hasn't donated before to open up their wallet and open up their heart and support the Children's Hospital. So a big thank you to all of our patients who really share their lives with us.
You take the most personal moment that you have as a family and you're sharing them with
everyone,
an audience throughout the region. It's an act of bravery. It's not easy to do.
It is. You know, and in a lot of ways, it's a wonderful thing, because then the community throws that love back at you. And that is, we hope, what the telethon is doing for so many. Again, we want to remind you, 1-800-595-2266 if you'd like to make a donation, iwkfoundation.org if you prefer to make that donation online.
Another story about a brave family now. When Molly and Jane woke up on the morning of their 5th wedding anniversary, they never expected that within 24 hours they'd be at the IWK.
Yeah, Molly was pregnant with her first child and would need the life-saving care provided by the IWK's neonatal intensive care unit when their daughter Matilda arrived 10 weeks early. Here's their story.
Matilda essentially fought for her life even before she was born.
Matilda was our 7th attempt, and then Molly's pregnancy, she was quite ill throughout it, didn't feel great for majority of the time. And it was something that we wanted our whole relationship. Then to have Matilda come early and in the condition that she was, we just felt like this child was the fight that we all needed. And she was gonna get through this because we fought through those other obstacles. And this was just another one in our way to have our perfect little girl.
The morning of our 5th wedding anniversary, June 30th, 2023, I wasn't feeling great. Didn't feel the baby moving that much.
So we just got ready and headed into the hospital to get checked out.
Thought we'd get some blood pressure medications, be sent home. That was not the case. When they told me we were having an emergency C-section, everything happened extremely quickly. Within 40 minutes of us finding out we were going to have Matilda, she was born. She did not cry when she was born. Not hearing her cry was something that still sits with me.
Once Matilda was stabilized, they both needed to be transferred to the IWK.
I had high blood pressure. Therefore, I had to go by ambulance. and Jane had to drive over. Matilda went by airplane, and she had to go by herself.
The drive was long. It was really stressful to be apart from them.
I was worried about Matilda. Was she gonna make it to the IWK? Alive?
When we arrived at the NICU, it was instant assistance. It was instant support.
They had private rooms, and I couldn't imagine not having a private room. We had our own area to sleep. We were able to stay with Matilda 24 hours a day. Every single person that walked into Matilda's room not only looked after Matilda, but us as a whole family. Matilda was a week old. She was getting worse.
She had kidney failure, heart failure. She had a hole in her heart. She had 2 large brain bleeds. We had a very difficult conversation with the neonatologist that was on. We went over possible disabilities, goals of care, and where we would like to go from there in that moment. Being confronted with that question, we both just automatically said, we're not ready.
We knew she wasn't done yet. We knew she had more fight in her.
The next day, that same doctor did an ultrasound of Matilda's heart. The outcome of that was that Matilda's left side of her heart was not functioning. They needed to start medication to start that function to come back. As soon as that medication got to her, we started to see a difference. That little girl never looked back after that moment, and she just continued to rise after that. When I first saw Matilda, it was just, it was overwhelming to know that's my child. She was just so perfect. When she opened her eyes, you could see everything in those eyes. After everything, seeing her now, she's the happiest little girl. She keeps us on our toes, she keeps us running, and she keeps a smile on our face every day.
She has a very feisty personality, and we wouldn't change that for the world because we believe that is what helped her get through.
I'm just so proud of her and who she is and what she's becoming.
Supporting the IWK has never been more important. We didn't realize the impact that the IWK would have on us. If we didn't have them, we don't really know where we'd be.
All right, welcome back. We are rolling into another miracle match.
Third one.
We're 2 for
right?
2, feeling pretty good.
I feel really good. I feel excellent about the first two.
Miracle match ladder of success here. Optimal momentum as this telethon rolls along. 800-595-2266 is the number. IWKFoundation.org is the website.
We have the Grocery Foundation Atlantic sponsoring this one. They're going to double your donations up to $5,000 over the next 4 minutes. Should we start the clock now?
Yeah, we should do it now for a couple of reasons. It generates excitement and takes some pressure off of us because the first time we did this, we started late. We were stretching, but we did okay. We did okay.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
so,
for sure.
Long story short, if you're just tuning into the telethon for the first time and you wonder what miracle match is, emphasis on the word match. You make a donation, our friends of the Grocery Foundation Atlantic will match that. $5 could be 10.
Yes.
$2,220 could be?
4,440, Paul.
Yes, very nicely done.
Why don't you tell everyone a little bit about the Grocery Foundation Atlantic, because they're really, really, really generous sponsors of the IWK Foundation. Like I mentioned, this is their second miracle match that they are here sponsoring.
Today, so we're honored to have them back on board. They donated $5,000 to match your donations, all as a way of thanking their former friend and chairman, Kevin Connors for all the good work he has done, the great deeds he has done, and the energized professional and community member that he is. It's a great way for Kevin to be celebrated and to celebrate and basically acknowledge the achievement that he's done for the foundation and the IWK and Maritime children over the years. So that's what they're doing.
That's so nice. I love that.
We're here to amplify it.
Absolutely.
The people at home need to engage with us to bring it home.
They do. So we've got 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock. During the next 2 minutes and 40 seconds, if you plan to make a donation today, this is the time to do it over this next 2.5 minutes, because every penny that you donate to the IWK Telethon is going to be matched. It's going to be doubled. You're doubling your money. If you only have $10 to donate, that's cool, because now you've donated $20.
And I like your rationale you highlighted a couple of hours ago, Katie. Perhaps somebody's watching at home right now and they have a modest donation to make. They're in a situation where they can't really give a lot. Well, that's okay, because it all goes to a great cause, obviously, but you can maximize that donation now. One for the price of two for the price of one, however you want to splice that. So you can double your donation if you pick up and call the number on your screen, 1-800-595-2266, or the IWKFoundation.org. We are coming down to 1:45 left in our Miracle Match countdown. The clock is ticking. The donations are rising. I'm feeling some excitement building.
I know. I am feeling good about this one. Like we said, up to $5,000, the Grocery Foundation Atlantic is going to match with your donations over the next 2 minutes. This goes all around the board. If you call, if you go online, it doesn't matter how or where you're making your donation. Over the next minute 20, it is going to be doubled. It's a big deal. This is a really good opportunity for someone who wants to make a donation. If you've been waiting, a lot of people do like to make their donations later in the day.
For sure. A lot of people tuning in later in the day, for sure. And of course, Grocery Foundation Atlantic, they did our first Miracle Match, say 3 or 4 hours ago. It was a wonderful success, but here they are back for yet another hour. So let's thank them with their generosity by celebrating your generosity with the Miracle Match, down to 50 seconds and counting, almost 45 seconds and counting. The clock is winding down. We feel the bids coming up. 800-595-2266, IWKFoundation.org.
We do not want to waste a penny of that money that they've got up for grabs, right? Like if we don't get up to $5,000, we'll only get whatever, say we get $2,000, well then we're gonna get $2 more
and
grand.
we'll have to wear it.
That's right, that's gonna be on us.
We want to well, not really, but we're just trying to bring it home here, okay? We're trying to add some drama to it. Down to 15 seconds, about 800-595-2266, IWKFoundation.org. Make us happy. Make this Miracle Match a match worth celebrating and remembering.
Yes, for sure. All right, 5, 4, 3, 2,
1. The Miracle Match comes to an end, so we'll check in later in the hour to tell you how you did with your Miracle Match donations. We thank you for your generosity.
Thank you so much. We'll check in with you a little bit later, but for now we are going to go to Suzette.
Always a pleasure to see our friends at the Brick here at the IWK Telethon. I have Andrew Graham with me. Andrew, so nice to see you again this year.
Good to see you.
Wonderful. Tell me about your fundraising efforts this year.
So we basically sell our bears. So this is Brickley, and all the funds from Brickley go to the IWK. So it's a big part of our fundraising, but the biggest part is our customers. So we ask all of our customers to help us out with donations, and they help us out in a huge way, and they're the reason I'm able to stand here today and give this donation out.
Very well said. Why is it so important for the Brick to support the telethon?
Well, we live here. Our families are from here. Our kids are here. So having a facility like the IWK is super important to all of us.
Yeah, very well said. Before we see that check, what message of thanks do you have for your customers?
Just a huge thank you. We couldn't do this without every one of our customers that come into our stores. So we really appreciate everyone's support, and it's all going to a great cause.
All right, I'll hold Brickley.
All right.
While you show us the check. How much did you raise this year, Andrew?
$107,905.
Hi, I'm Mason, and I'd like to thank the Brick for generously supporting the IWK. You're making a difference for kids like Lily. Because of you, the hospital is a little brighter and a lot more hopeful. Thank you for caring so much about kids and families.
We're so happy to welcome Maureen Mix from Maritime Electric with us today. Maureen, why is it so important for Maritime Electric to support the telethon?
Oh, it's greatly important due to just being for our employees here and supporting our community, that our employees' families can just go over to IWK to get the support they need.
Absolutely. Very well said, Maureen. Let's flip that check and tell us how much Maritime Electric raised.
Absolutely. Pleased to say we raised $1,000.
We're here with Jody and Lisa of the IWK ATV Poker Run. Tell us how this all supports the telethon.
This event started 9 years ago as a Costco fundraising challenge. ATVers all get together for a weekend of fun, muddy trails, live entertainment, lots of draws, raffles, all in support of a good cause. Everybody knows somebody affected by the IWK.
We love that. Awesome. Let's see how much money you've raised.
This one is music to our ears. We have Pat Healy with Long and McQuaid. And Pat, can you tell us about your fundraising drive?
So every year from November till the end of December, we have a fundraiser drive. We're on the store level. We ask every customer, would you like to make a donation to IWK Music Therapy? And we give them a rental coupon if they decide to donate. And it's the easiest thing ever to get behind.
And let's get that contribution for this year.
So this year we managed to raise $23,575.
Supporting the IWK and the telethon has been so important. We've got 2,000 employees in the Maritimes. We've got hundreds of thousands of clients. And all those employees and clients in some way has been touched by the IWK. I think it really speaks to the generosity of the IWK, and it's really easy for our employees and our clients to rally behind such an important cause. Yeah, the team this year got really creative. I mean, from hockey pools to raffles to bake sales, just doing whatever they could that was creative in their branches and offices. And also RBC has their signature events. There's the RBC Race for the Kids, and of course the RBC Hockey Classic.
Thank you, RBC, for helping kids like me.
So with the magic of television, we have brought Aaron, teleported him in that teleport machine I showed you earlier. Darren, tell him your name and what you do.
Darren Quigley, and I'm the regional manager for the mortgage team here in Halifax.
Thank you. For which company, though? Like your organization?
RBC.
RBC, okay, because I wasn't sure.
Thanks, Bill.
What about you?
Hi, I'm Shauna Nicholson, and I work in financial crimes at RBC.
Okay, I never did it. I didn't know, but you can't prove it. Okay. You've been donating to the IWK for the past 40 years. How do you go about raising money?
Well, we do a number of items, or a number of campaigns, and two of our most recent are our charity classic hockey game, and we do Race for the Kids in October.
And you could take the criminals, and never mind. Okay, we'll talk about that later. It's just an idea that sprung to my mind. If you would, please, flip that beautiful check and let them know what's going on. $150,000. Ladies and hit. I was going to yell at the phone banks, but there are no phone banks, as we know. All right, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Thanks, Bill.
And thank you so much for working with them to make this possible. Steve, over to you.
All right, Bill Carr here on the IWK Telethon for Children, live on CTV at 800-595-2266. It's time for you to get on the phone and make it happen wherever you are in the Maritimes, because the IWK, the building, may be located in Halifax, but the IWK exists everywhere in the Maritimes for all of the kids of the Maritimes, and that's reflected in the makeup of the people who run the foundation and the hospital. And right now we're joined by a Prince Edward Island resident, Kyle McDonald, who's also vice chair of the foundation board. Good of you to come in.
Oh, thanks for having me, Steve. I mean, I am just a lowly trustee with an IWK legend here, so it's a privilege.
You're very kind. You're very. Listen, I think it's important that we spend a minute talking about the fact that this is a regional facility, and the donors, the supporters are across the region, the patients are from across the region, the trustees are from across the region. Why is that important?
I mean, I think it's important just because, you know, these services are needed across the region. So, I mean, I can give a specific anecdotal example of that. You know, I feel selfishly very fortunate that the IWK exists in the region because I've got two little kids. So my daughter, at one point about 2 years ago, was presenting with a relatively rare, serious skin condition. We visited 2 emergency rooms. We were unable to get a proper diagnosis for her, but we were told that it could potentially be life-threatening. So we very quickly got in a car. We may or may not have ignored the posted speed limits, but we found ourselves at the IWK fast. And I think within 45 minutes of walking through those doors, we had a diagnosis and a treatment plan. Now that is one story of thousands that are ongoing every single year. So just when you think about the aggregate impact on maritime families, I mean, you can't overstate it.
And the practical point is not every one of our communities can have a pediatric hospital. So we're lucky we have one. We're lucky it's supported across the region. How did you come to be involved at the trustee level? I mean, it's one thing to go from being a patient dad to trustee. How did that happen?
So I am a quintessential Maritimer in that I had to leave for a minute.
To come back.
And then come back.
Yeah.
So in 2018, when I became a trustee, I was actually living in Toronto, and I had co-founded a charity focused on youth mental health. Now, we were doing most of our work in Ontario at that time, but I grew up in the Maritimes. The region is obviously very, very important to me, so I wanted to figure a way to get involved and give back. I gave Jen, the CEO of the foundation, a call and proposed that we do a project together.
Yeah.
Now, that project might have lasted about 3 months. This was in 2018, and I'm still involved. So there's two things that you can take away from that. The foundation team is amazing, but also just the rewards you get from the work.
Many of us who don't follow the business pages very carefully might be familiar with boards of directors, more so than boards of trustees. What's the difference?
Yeah, so I'll be mildly technical and then very simple. So a board of trustees is responsible for taking care of the best interest of the beneficiaries of one or multiple trusts. What does that mean at the IWK Foundation? Basically, every dollar that comes in, we're responsible for ensuring that it goes to its highest and best use. Practical implications of that, across the Maritimes, more women and children getting the best care that they possibly can.
We are almost out of time here, but I want to give you a minute. What would be your message to those who are watching at home on PEI? I know you also have roots in Cape Breton, which, with a name like McDonald, that narrows it down to what, about half the families on the island?
The phone book, I think. They still have phone books, right? So, look, what I want to say is just a profound thank you to everyone contributing today. As trustees, we have the responsibility, but also the privilege of ensuring that the funds raised today get translated to the world-class care that we're so proud of as Maritimers. Every dollar goes to a real family, a real child in their greatest time of need. So thanks to everyone who's opening their hearts, opening their wallets. And Steve, thanks to you. I joked at the beginning, but the Board of Trustees owes you a debt that we'll never be able to repay for all you've done over the years.
It's been my great pleasure on behalf of many others. Kyle McDonald, thanks very much for coming in.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Been a
Emma
pleasure.
Convey, over to you now. Your turn.
Thanks so much, Steve. It's so great to be part of something that's been part of the CTV family for decades now. With me now is Crash from Move 106.9 Fredericton. Let's talk about it. I mean, such a successful radiothon for you guys. Why was it so successful?
Well, I think in part, obviously the donations of our listeners coming in, but I think part of that, a huge part of that is the support of the business community that we have. And, without their continued support, we wouldn't be able to get that other support as well. So I really want to shout out a few fantastic, hi, Bill. You're looking great. We really want to just shout out a few fantastic local businesses that have helped us out. Halifax Seed, NBTA Credit Union, Remax East Coast Elite, and Sleep Country, all offering up matching hours during Radiothon. It was fantastic to see that come in, and then that directly led to other community members and other community groups. We had a call on Friday morning from a 5th grade class at Upper Miramichi Elementary. Hi, guys. They said, we have $100 here that we raised. We want to give it to the IWK.
Amazing.
So having the support of the business community has been huge for Radiothon over the years, and continues to be so.
Great. Well, we're glad to have you guys here. Thanks so much. I'll send it over to you, Maria and Todd.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank you, Emma. Listening to Kyle McDonald there, he makes a really good point. So whether you're watching in O'Leary, PEI, or Campbellton, New Brunswick, or you're watching in Digby, this is your hospital, your childhood, children's and mother's health facility. So it's for all of us.
It is.
And it's a really good point. I mean, sometimes I think we we can be guilty of sort of focusing on the bigger centers, right?
Right.
But those of you who are in the smaller communities that are so vital and so much the heart of the Maritimes, this is your facility, and if you've used it, you know that, but it never hurts to remind all of us that this is a place for all of us, no matter where we are.
Where the specialized care, if the specialized care is necessary, they will transport you to the facility where you will receive it firsthand.
Amherst, one of those communities that depends heavily on the IWK, and that's where we go for our next story. And it's time to meet Jenna, a former IWK patient who's become a healthcare advocate and community volunteer. And she's just turned 21.
Yeah, she's an amazing Maritimer. Today, she's sharing her story to inspire others and shine a light on Integrated Youth Services Nova Scotia, a new initiative that's known as Anchor Youth Space. With 8 locations right across the province, these spaces will be a much-needed support for youth and families when they need it most.
My name is Jenna Ketty, and I'm 20 years old, and I am a healthcare advocate, a chronic illness warrior, and a former IWK kid. I was an IWK kid from the time that I was born. My mom tells me I was in that emerge probably every month for the first 2 years of my life, and struggled a lot with my mental health throughout elementary school. Suffered with quite a bit of bullying, struggling with my body image and an eating disorder, and struggled with depression through junior high and high school and the parts of early adulthood. So the IWK was really there for me through all those parts. Trying to find my place in the world was really, really rough. I was quite different and didn't fit in with the types of activities everybody was doing, but I kind of did my best to find my way. I ended up finding volunteer positions at the IWK, which is what introduced me to the advocacy world. And then throughout university, I've been kind of traveling around Canada and sharing my story, and that's given me a lot of purpose. My support system has really been my mom. She's been there for me through thick and thin and everything. We're kind of been through it all together and been through the good days and the bad days, but she's been so helpful to me. I was a self-harm survivor and a suicide attempt survivor, and I went through a lot of ups and downs throughout my young life. So I went through a lot of different therapies through the IWK, and I've actually been involved with building the Integrated Youth Services as a youth partner.
My name is Maureen Brennan, and I'm Director of Mental Health and Addictions at the IWK. Jenna's story is an amazing story for us to learn from, to actually have her experience, to understand what has worked for Jenna and what hasn't on her journey. Actually helps us shape the services in a way to improve them and to be more responsive in ways that maybe Jenna didn't have access to during her time. IYS provides a suite of support services. These services can be social services, wellness services, or physical and sexual health services that really meet kids where they're at to provide a response to their needs right from day one. IYS offers an opportunity to meet someone on day one and assess what might be helpful for them and to connect them to a level of services that might fit their needs. The idea is to uniquely understand what would work for this youth, what the caregivers might need in a level of support, and connect them in that one location.
It's really important that we set youth in our communities up for success. So all 8 of the locations are going to be in places near schools and near other locations that youth normally are, so that it's not hard for them to go, and you can just walk in and be welcomed by, a smiling face, or we'll have a door that you can come in and maybe not say hi if you're having a rough day. But for me, I think it really would have meant being less confused, knowing exactly where to go.
We've had youth advisory councils that actually come together to help us build a space, understand what the space needs. Everything gets co-designed and integrated with the youth, helping to shape what we do. The IWK is uniquely positioned to be the backbone of IYS Nova Scotia because we're one of 13 children's healthcare hospitals.
Healthcare doesn't need to always be like clinical medical stuff. It can be bringing youth in for a cooking class, because then youth are getting to know the people in their community, and then they have more people to rely on when they need help.
IYS lends itself quite nicely to provide that support and services for those youth and caregivers who might need more support and services during that time. So you have seamless and integrated services out of one location to support youth.
I really think that those services are really going to change the game for a lot of people, and I think having that one-stop shop would have been incredibly helpful for me.
The IYS site relies upon youth like Jenna to actually contribute to the design and to the implementation of the sites.
you're not only investing in, you know, a hospital, you're investing in people's futures, lives, your local community. If you live in the Maritimes, you are so beyond blessed to have the IWK in your corner. It's always there for you. But also remember, your life doesn't need to be defined by your illness.
The world is a complex place, and youth have a lot to navigate with a lot of pressure on their shoulders. IYS is a site that can meet them where they're at and provide immediate access to support and services that might be needed.
Helping others helps you heal, and that's something that's near and dear to my heart.
21 years old, so poised, so accomplished, so amazing, making a difference in so many lives. Outstanding. 1-800-595-2266, IWKFoundation.org if you'd like to make a donation. Katie Kelly joins us once again. How's it going?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm so good. I'm having the best day because everybody, well, not everybody I love, but a lot of the people I love are in this room right now.
All of your work family
All
that
of
you
my
love.
work family, that's what it is.
It's so true. It's been such a feel-good day, for sure.
All the vibes,
The Anne Murray jersey. Yes. I've let it out of my sight for like 2 minutes, and I'm sitting here.
Oh, there's
okay.
Crash with it.
It's there. Be a little bit more careful with it, please.
Did you? Are you serious? That was a serious tone. That wasn't a sarcastic one. So did you really take that home last night?
Truly, it spent
you
the
were,
night.
You were afraid to leave it
spent
unattended?
the night at my house.
Yeah.
There was a few people that I considered giving it to at the end of the night, and I was like, I trust no one more than myself with this jersey, so I took it home. You can bid on the Anne Murray jersey. There is a link on Anne's Facebook page, on Anne's website, as well as the IWK Foundation website. You can find the link there and bid on the jersey and own a piece of Canadian history while supporting the IWK Foundation at the same time. Pretty cool.
Amazing. It is
Pretty cool.
very, very cool.
I'm still hoping she'll call me. I sent her a DM and said, please call me, Anne. Nothing yet, but you know, it's still early.
Well,
we got a couple hours to go.
Call me too. Call me anytime, Anne. All right, so you've been kind of scouring our social media sites too.
Yes. So thank you again to everybody who's been posting, sharing your stories. We've got another one for you, and I know that you love to see the photos, Maria. Next up, we have Sophia.
Oh, look at this princess.
What an angel.
Yes.
So Sophia is from Prince Edward Island. Her mom, Megan, says that Sophia has a rare genetic disorder called Jacobson syndrome. So Sophia is followed by many great teams at the IWK, including hematology and cardiology. And she just wants to say thank you to everyone for all of the support over the years with sweet little Sophia there.
Oh, very sweet, Sophia. We wish you the best, Mom. Thank you for sharing that photo. And I know, you know, for the moms and the dads and all the caregivers out there, the IWK is a light. It's a hope. So I can understand the thank yous because, you know, when you need help and you don't know what to do to help your child, you go there and somebody holds your hand through it all. It really is profound.
And I've seen you use it time and time again.
Yeah. Yeah, very
So you
grateful
know
for it.
firsthand, for sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, let's check in with our buddy Bill Carr, who's standing by with some of our phone bank friends. Where would we be without them?
No,
without
you can say, buddy. Now, you see how nice Katie seems? Did you see how she seems really nice up there? The reason I got yelled at a minute ago was because I crossed in front of the radio people because I was running away from Katie because I was asking about the Anne Murray thing and she bit me right there. No, she bit me. So she's taking it very seriously. I want you to know this. Right now, she bit me. Well, she didn't quite bite me, but she was going to bite me. But that's not what's important now. I'm over it. I'm past it now. What I'm upset about right now is there's not enough of these folks who are being occupied. Listen, it's near that point in the telethon where you have to do the activity. You have to get up, go to the phone, make the call, go to the computer, use the computer, make sure that you connect. Because I'll tell you what, you don't want to wake up tomorrow and say, you know what, I would have, but I didn't, and I shouldn't have. And you know what, you can, and you can even after that. But I want you to do it during the telethon so we can put your numbers up with everybody else's numbers, and we can recognize what an amazing community we have built here in the Maritime provinces around our care for children's mothers and families. That's a big deal. 1-800-595-2266 or donate online, IWKFoundation.org. And if you do happen to see the Anne Murray thing, stay away from it because Katie will bite you.
She's tougher than she looks.
Okay.
Yeah, I can attest to that.
There's truth to that.
Yeah.
You know, we laugh about it, but
Don't mess with Katie.
It's not funny.
it might happen, Bill. You're right. It might happen.
All right, we're gonna head into the hospital here. Having a child born premature is frightening. Both Todd and I can attest to that separately because we do have preemies of our own. But when you have the talented team who work in the neonatal intensive care unit at the IWK, you know that you are in really good hands.
Our colleague CTV's Crystal Garrett caught up with a mom and her very, very tiny son Wyatt to see the care they're receiving and how the IWK is ensuring little Wyatt will have the best healthy life and future he could possibly have.
You'll notice, by the way, what look like large padded gloves on the baby. These are weighted gloves. They're used in the NICU to soothe babies and also to keep them from scratching themselves. Take a look.
We are at the NICU South at the IWK. I'm joined by Megan and Wyatt. And how Wyatt came into the world is quite a story, isn't it, Megan?
Yeah, just a little bit. He came at 27 weeks. He weren't expecting. I was admitted for an ultrasound, and then around 12:50, I went to the bathroom, and Wyatt came.
Wyatt came unexpectedly. This is where you live in?
Bridgewater.
In Bridgewater. So you're in the hospital in Bridgewater. You immediately were admitted, and there was Wyatt. How big was he when he was born?
800 grams.
So that's
1.76 pounds.
Okay, so that's tiny.
He was very tiny.
Tiny. So how did you come to the IWK?
So he was life flighted from Bridgewater by ground, and then I got discharged and brought here, and then we've been here since that March 27th, and they've been great.
Well, how is Wyatt doing?
He's doing really well. He's had some setbacks, but he's now on CPAP, and he's doing very well for his age and his lung disease and stuff. He did some steroids and that, which the team here has been great about explaining everything and making sure everything's good. But he's making milestones.
He really is. I mean, he's a beautiful, beautiful baby. And right now he's having a nice little snooze. But you're saying that, oh, they're always blinking. That Wyatt, sometimes, how does he show his affection to you?
So he'll come out for snuggles, for skin to skin is one of his favorite times. He'll just stare at us now. And he'll track us when we talk and everything, which is really nice.
Oh, it's incredible that he's making these developmental milestones while he's being cared for here at the IWK. He's growing well. He's more than doubled his size since he came in here.
He's about 3.5 pounds now.
And it sounds like going home is actually in your, the lights at the end of the tunnel there.
Yeah, and should go home around June 23rd, which we're pretty excited about. Terrified, but excited.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Well, he's just a beautiful baby. And is there anything you want to say to people right now about why they should support the IWK?
The IWK has been absolutely amazing. I don't think we would have been able to get through this without them. The nursing staff and the doctors and everything here are amazing. The resources they have help us a lot because this is our first baby, so it's been a bit of a surprise. But they've made it a lot easier to get through.
Well, Megan, congratulations to you and your husband, Jonathan, and welcome to the world, Wyatt, and thank you so much for sharing your story.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Julia Chevery, and I'm here on behalf of Irving Oil. Since 2002, Fuel the Care has helped more than 100,000 families, giving gas cards to help them travel to get the care they need at great hospitals like the IWK. The program helps take the burden off of families so they can focus on what matters most, their children. The IWK is our founding Fuel the Care partner, and in 21 years, we have donated more than 1 million in gas cards. We are also proud of the work taking shape on the new Children's Emergency Department, which our company, together with the Arthur L. Irving Family Foundation and members of the Irving family, has donated $6 million to support. When I was 6 years old, I was diagnosed with an atonic colon and spent many visits over 6 years at the IWK. And I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the amazing nurses and doctors that helped me through those visits and support my family. I am here to present this year's donation of $87,500 for the IWK.
Hi, my name is Gabby, and I'll say a big thank you to Irving Oils for supporting kids like me at the IWK.
We want to acknowledge the employees of Dexterra in Halifax for their donation of $1,000. We wish to recognize a contribution of $3,225 from the Nova Scotia Network, a group of Nova Scotia business owners. Thank you so much to everyone at Bruce Auto Dealerships in the Annapolis Valley, Nova Scotia, for their gift of $3,461. A donation of $5,477 is coming to us from the good people of Co-op Atlantic in Moncton, raised at their AGM silent auction. And we want to thank FJ Shea and Sons of St. Louis PEI for their gift of $6,556 and their over 30 years of support to the IWK.
We have the O'Leary Lions Club with us right now. I have Kirk Boland and Paul Arsenault with us. Kirk, tell me, how do you raise your money year after year?
We have an elimination draw every April, and part of the proceeds from that goes to various places, and this is one of them for 41 years.
We love hearing that. Let's see how much you raised. What's the total?
500.
I'm here with Andrew Inch, the Vice President of Corporate Development at Cresco. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having us.
So can you tell us more about the fact that you build homes, but you also build communities? So why the IWK?
Yeah, we build communities. It's one of our most important values is community. Another one is family and also caring. So that's very consistent with what the IWK is doing every day. So we're very happy to support the IWK.
Absolutely. And you're also this year supporting an online match. So tell us about that.
Yeah, well, we're hoping that people will dig deep and donate as much as possible. And we're going to donate a match up to $10,000.
We are joined now by Jen Auld, who is the VP for TD in the Atlantic region. Welcome, Jen. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks, Latavia. Great to be here.
Well, TD is actually very involved in the community, and you've also been a longtime supporter for the IWK. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Yeah, for sure. At TD, we believe every child deserves access to the healthcare they need, but we know that's not the reality for all, especially in underserved communities. That's why, through the TD Ready commitment, we're proud to stand behind organizations that are pushing boundaries with research, innovation, and new ways to bridge the gaps in care. Supporting children's hospitals across Canada is a cause that's close to our hearts. We're committed to helping break down barriers to essential health services for kids and vulnerable families. Because when kids thrive, communities thrive. Over the past 30 years, TD colleagues and customers have rallied together to raise over $80 million for Children's Miracle Network member hospitals. And since 1987, we've been honored to support the IWK, a place that's been a lifeline for so many families across Atlantic Canada. Today, we're thrilled to be a part of this incredible event once again, standing with our customers, colleagues, and communities to help give kids a healthier, brighter future. So thank you to the IWK, to every volunteer, and to every donor. Your passion and commitment are truly making a difference for families across the Maritimes. And we're so proud to be alongside you. Thank you.
Well, we thank you for your continued support of the IWK. Now let's take a look at this year's donation.
Hi, I'm Charlie. Thank you to TD Bank for helping us kids like me.
Yeah, so you know what? There are new people that are just joining in. They're not doing anything yet, but they will be, and we'll be talking to you later. But meanwhile, you know, like, stare at your screens and put your hands on.
I thought you were live right now.
I am. What, that's what I do. That's what I do. I do live. I'm a live guy here in the phone bank. Anyway, well, I got to get them going. The Cresco people, which we just heard about, they also did a tech match, a technical match. An online match raised an incredible $7,399 for a grand total, because they matched at 10 and they gave it anyway, $17,399 from Cresco. Huge round of applause. Everybody yell. Come on, yell, yell. It's supposed to be. The least you can do is yell. Goodness gracious me. They're just new. They're just new. We'll break them in. Steve, over to you. I got to break in this new crew here.
Nobody better than Bill Carr to do that. Listen, we're coming up on the 4 o'clock hour, so if you're waiting for an opportunity to call here for Telethon 41, this is it. And the phone is available here, 800-595-2266, or online at iwkfoundation.org. A little bit later, we're going to be dropping in on the oncology department at the IWK. The hard reality is when we hear the word oncology, we think cancer, because we know oncology and cancer are frequently heard in the same sentence. And there may be some who wonder about how difficult it might be to work in the oncology setting in a children's hospital. It would be a difficult job, but our next guest is here to tell us it's also a very rewarding place to be in the IWK. She is Meredith Tassiopoulos, Family Care Coordinator in the Hematology and Oncology Unit at the IWK. It's great to have you here.
Thank you for having me.
I want to begin with that because the word oncology often scares people as soon as they hear it. Let's begin with how we accept the reality that cancer is among us and oncology is going to be among us, and that we need to accept it and embrace it and not instantly fear what lies ahead. How do we do
Yeah,
that?
I think that's a really good point. We try to really embrace that in our practice at the IWK. You know, cancer is a big, scary word, and it's important to know that lots of kids actually do very well, and they're very resilient, and research has come a very long way. So we try to make it as good of an experience as possible. We try to, incorporate families and their care and make sure that their quality of life is really at the upfront of their treatment and being considered the whole way throughout their treatment.
I find it interesting too, Meredith, that you are the Family Care Coordinator, which is a recognition that your work doesn't involve just the patient. Obviously, that's the primary focus, but you have an entire family to care for. Let's talk about that. How do you do that? How do you bring the whole family in as soon as you can?
When a child gets diagnosed with cancer, we're with them from day one throughout the duration of their treatment, and we are responsible for trying to enable families to feel safe and capable of caring for their child at home between admissions and that sort of thing. So we're really focused on providing great teaching, giving them all of the tools that they need to set them up for success, and then they know that they always have us, their family care coordinators, as a lifeline. They can call us or text us whenever they have any questions or concerns at any point. And, we try to just be there for them. We try to work their treatments around important dates for them, whether it be birthdays or proms or graduations, trying to incorporate things that are important to them and seeing them through treatment.
You have been working in oncology for 9 years. Your role now is different than it was in the beginning. You were actually in the front line in terms of delivering chemotherapy and so on. Let's talk about how that role is so much different. And maybe in some ways how it isn't different.
Yeah, we still, as a family care coordinator, do deliver chemotherapy from time to time, but I'm more responsible for coordinating their care. So not every family is from the HRM. So we are coordinating from centers in other areas of Nova Scotia and PEI, New Brunswick, to try to get their care done as close to home as possible whenever possible. But otherwise, we're their one consistent person. So each time they come, they may see a different oncologist, a different nurse practitioner. They may have a different nurse caring for them. But their family care coordinator is that one consistent person who's been there with them from the beginning and knows their kid inside and out.
And that brings me to, I guess, what's the most difficult issue for us to talk about, but I think it's important that we do. Not every IWK story has the happy ending we all dream about. Some cancers are very aggressive and they don't respond to the treatment that we hope and believe they will. How do you support a child and the family if that's the case, when the treatment just isn't doing the job?
Yeah, we worked very closely with different members of the healthcare team, specifically the PACT team in those situations. Some families are more comfortable to have their child die in hospital, whereas others feel very passionately that they want to let them be home. And so we meet them where they're at and support them and hook them up with whatever resources they need. And they know that we're always a phone call away to provide emotional support and teach them through things and talk them through things to make it as comfortable as an experience as possible.
And are you able to stay in touch with families after the loss of a child?
A big part of our job is keeping in contact with these families, checking in. We try to touch base with around important dates like Mother's Day, Father's Day, the child's birthday, anniversary of their death. We're that one consistent person, who knew them so well, and I think it's important to know that we still think about them and cherish them and love them and support them as they grieve the loss.
I can well imagine this must be a very difficult job some days, but you seem to have a joy about what you're doing, and I think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I feel very
We're lucky.
privileged, to get to care for these families. They put a lot of trust in us, and they're in a very scary, vulnerable state when they come to us, and the fact that they trust us to care for them and be there for them, I think, is really special, and I feel very privileged and lucky to get to know these families and see them through to the end. Yeah.
A Dal nurse, we got to say, we're giving all the nursing schools a little bit of a cheer today, because we've heard from the CBU and the UNBs and the ex-nurses, and now we've heard from Meredith Tassiopoulos. Thank you for what you do, and thank you for coming in.
Appreciate it. Thank
Okay,
you.
Toddy, back to you.
Steve, thank you very much, and how appropriate to talk about marking the lives of everyone that passes through the IWK. I want to talk to you now about Michelle and Matthew, and they were eager to grow their little family and give their son Dean a sibling, and they were delighted last summer when they discovered that Michelle was in fact pregnant. But the joy of welcoming another child quickly turned into fear when they learned their unborn baby had a rare and life-threatening heart condition. Here again is Hugh's story.
Matt and I were actually on our first trip away from Dean in Chicago, and I had suspected that I might be pregnant. We were just over the moon that we were going to be able to add a second child and give Dean a sibling.
Felt great just to know we're on our journey here, and so excited that baby number 2 is coming.
We had our genetic testing done. I was at home and received a call from an OB at the IWK. She told me then that there was a 98% chance that this baby had trisomy 13, which is a condition incompatible with life. It felt like everything we had been envisioning for the last several weeks of our family of 4 had just come crashing down, that I was losing something that we had wanted so deeply, and it felt so unfair. When we went in for the ultrasound to confirm the diagnosis, they started to say, this looks normal. He's looking perfect right now. He's looking healthy.
That was, it was the best news I've ever heard in my life. It was just this swing from grief to just utter joy.
I was having some follow-up blood work, and it actually came up that I was positive for some autoimmune antibodies. These antibodies being present could mean the risk of a baby developing something called heart block.
We found out that Hugh had a heart block at 22 weeks, and when he gets here, he will need a pacemaker.
It was one of the worst days of my life, was hearing that our baby had 3rd-degree heart block and was now at real risk of not making it here.
It brought out the full strength of the IWK.
We're the only pediatric hospital in Atlantic Canada offering pediatric heart surgery, as well as interventional cardiology. A 3rd-degree heart block in a newborn baby, we call that a congenital 3rd-degree heart block, is very rare. It's not unheard of. We see one a year or every 2nd year through the Maritimes. 3rd-degree heart block is a condition where when the electrical impulse is triggered in the upper part of the heart, it doesn't actually then get to the lower part of the heart. So not having that, your heart will stop and you will die. When it becomes critical, we'll have the baby delivered and then assess the baby outside the womb.
We continued the waiting game as an inpatient on the 7th floor from January 17th onwards. So the NICU teams were prepped, the cardiac surgeons were prepped, so it really felt like we were in good hands. Unfortunately, as soon as he was delivered, he wasn't doing great. He wasn't super stable. And so they took him in for surgery, and Matt and I were left to just wait.
We have to have a device that is small enough to get implanted and not protrude and not be outside the body. So the challenge is, the smaller the patient, the harder it is to implant a device that's artificial.
Matt got a call, and all I hear is a scream, like a crazy loud scream in the hallway, and my nurse and I kind of both looked at each other and said, I think that's a happy scream. But he came running back into the room and said, he got the pacemaker. They got it in. He's going back to the NICU. And it was just the most incredible relief. The care you receive in the NICU is like no other. I mean, every single nurse and doctor that came in to explain things to us, to provide care for Huey, was so compassionate. These nurses that work in the NICU, they're angels.
For what Huey's been through, there's nothing that can stop him now.
The vision I had of us settling in at home with our two babies, we got that because of the IWK.
The IWK is incredible. We are so fortunate to have a world-class facility like this in our backyard. The incredible team here, the resources are here at the IWK, and it's just the most amazing facility. Hugh would not be here today if it wasn't for the IWK. So how could we not give? How could we not give back to this team that got our boy here?
Oh my goodness, isn't that the truth? How sweet is that?
It's amazing how strong those babies are. They're tiny. They're undergoing this incredibly invasive procedures, multiple in some cases, different stories we've heard.
They're mighty.
I know we keep hearing the word resilient,
Yeah.
but man, it's
In
just
the heart of a
physical
lion,
strength to
right?
be
They
able
have
to do that.
fighters born fighting, so
Yeah.
they keep on going.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's amazing. 1-800-595-2266 or iwkfoundation.org if you'd like to make a donation. By the way, we're glad to see Hugh doing so well, of course. We recently learned that Hugh was one of the youngest patients ever to receive a pacemaker at the IWK.
I believe it. Holy cow, he was teeny tiny.
Mhm.
His medical journey is a reminder of just how fortunate, of course, we are to have the IWK around these parts. Now it's time to hear from some wonderful donors.
The Kent Great Big Dig for the IWK is so proud to be part of the telethon. We've been part of it for 2 decades, and we look forward to be part of it for decades to come. What is so unique about the Great Big Dig for the IWK is the community spirit that it really brings out in the construction industry. Contractors, insurance brokers, all of us are competing in this highly competitive industry of construction, and it is so unique to have an event like this bring everybody together. They take their hard hats off or our calculators out of our pockets, and the rivalries go away, all in support of really coming together and making a true difference in patient outcomes for women and children in our community.
Hello, I am Caden.
And I'm Lucy, and we are IWK patients.
We'd like to give a great big thanks to the
Kent Great Big Dig
for supporting the IWK. Thank you.
We're here with Carrie from Circle K. Can you tell us how your team raised money for the telethon this year?
Yes, every year we do our annual golf tournament where we invite our marketing and merchandising partners out to have some fun on the golf course and help contribute to raising some money for our foundations close to our hearts, which is the IWK Foundation.
Fantastic. Sounds fun. Let's see how much money's on that check. Go ahead and flip it.
$48,800.
Hello, hello, hello. I'm here with Sarah Taylor. Sarah, who are you?
I am a midfielder for the Halifax Tides, and I'm also a Nova Scotian local from Bridgewater, Nova Scotia.
Now, the Halifax Tides are, as everybody knows, but you should tell them.
We are Halifax's first women's professional soccer team.
Hey, that's a good one in itself. And you're competing in the Northern Super League, is that correct?
That is
Does that
correct.
mean you have to wear capes? No, probably no.
We're just superheroes without the capes, I think.
Okay,
So.
Okay, good. And your team is partnered with the IWK Foundation. Talk about that.
Yeah, I mean, the IWK is our biggest sponsor, so really without the IWK and their support, we probably wouldn't have our first season here with the Halifax Tides. So we appreciate the IWK so much, and I know that they help so many families and individuals across the whole, well, Nova Scotia specifically.
Do you know any of these people behind me here? Do you know who they are? Who's
No,
this?
I've never seen them before.
What?
No, this is Sarah Olay.
Sarah Olay.
Our international from Sweden.
Okay.
Sarah Miller. And I don't know if you've ever heard about this one. It's Aaron McLeod.
Okay, so there you go. Huge round of applause. We got the Tides here, folks, and we want to thank you for being
And
here. Thank
Soph
you for
over here.
Oh, whoa.
She's
Let's go.
working. She's working.
She's working. Okay,
She's
fine.
busy.
She's just there. She's done. No, okay. So who you play next?
We play Calgary on June 5th in Calgary. So
And I'm gonna get you to tell people that number and tell them to call.
You need to call 1-800-595-2266.
Or donate online at
IWKfoundation.org.
Oh, brilliant.
As
Thank
soon
you
as you
so
can.
much. And other than that, go Tides.
Go Tides, go.
Go Tides, go
Go
Tides.
IWK.
See ya.
We're wrapping up another miracle match here on the IWK Telethon. Paul Hollingsworth, give me some good news, buddy.
So big props to the Grocery Foundation Atlantic for the Kevin Connors Miracle Match this hour. So our people who called in, people who donated online, raised $13,051 in the last hour part of our Miracle Match. Of course, the Grocery Foundation matched $5,000 for a grand total of $18,051 in this hour.
Yes.
The Miracle Match doing very well. And we have a couple of more coming up in our last hour.
Yes.
But we are building momentum with this Miracle Match.
We are. This was our best one yet, buddy.
Feeling
yes,
good. Feeling good.
This
Feeling
is
cocky.
amazing.
Feeling cocky. Yes.
How
Well,
are
not that
you?
cocky.
Never.
No.
How are you two feeling?
Feeling good.
Feeling great. Yeah. How about the Tides here with us?
Amazing.
Hey,
Yeah,
fantastic.
isn't that wonderful?
And the women, their jerseys has the IWK Foundation logo right on it, so they are intertwined. All right, it is the top of the hour. Should we do it?
Let's do it. Let's
take a look at our total. Let it roll. At the end of this hour, you have helped us raise $5,199,384.97. Thank you very much.
You're watching the IWK Telethon on CTV.
IWK Telethon 41. Can you believe it? We are back for hour 7 of Telethon. We've been here since 10 a.m. It's gone by in the blink of an eye.
Sure has.
Yeah.
1-800-595-2266, IWKfoundation.org. We are live at the Lighthouse Arts Center in downtown Halifax, a beautiful facility, and we are thrilled to be here.
Oh, it's amazing. We're so happy to be here. You know, I want to take a minute because I want to shout out to all of the nurses, because if you've been to the IWK or to any hospital or healthcare facility, you know that the nurses are the ones that you spend so much time with. Obviously, we love our doctors and everybody that's helping to keep the machine moving.
Yeah.
It's the nurses, though, that are going to hold your hand. They're the ones that are going to give you that extra little TLC. Having received it myself, a big thank you to any nurse that has touched my family or my life in any way, because it is a really special thing.
Yeah, it sure is. So thank you to all of them. We were talking a bit about them earlier. Dow, UNB, St. FX. So here we are today on Sunday.
Yes.
But of course, this all began with the Radiothon a couple days ago with our friends at Bell Radio, who are here with us from Move Radio and Virgin, of course, and also the big tribute show last night.
Amazing.
Acts like Heather Rankin, my old classmate, who was there, Dee Dee Austin, Jordan, Casey McGee, Rankin McGuinness. The house
was
band
amazing.
was fantastic. It was just brilliant.
Katie and Jonathan, too, as hosts. We saw so many familiar and wonderful faces, and it was such a treat to watch from home and to see that everybody's coming together for our kids.
Yeah, that's right.
All right, are we ready to
Should
keep
we
on
kick
moving?
off? Well, let's kick off another power hour. Why not, right? Let's do it.
You having fun yet?
This seems a little hard to believe, but this is the last power hour of this telethon. So if you want to get involved with some other people, or perhaps maybe you, your family, your business would like to buy one of the critical pieces of equipment we're about to tell you about, this is a great chance for you to do it. Now, we have a familiar face from last year's telethon. Back by popular demand is Jennifer Bowdridge, who's clinical leader of operations in hematology, oncology, and nephrology in the inpatient unit at the IWK. Again, a long title for a business card.
That's me.
And we won't be saying it again.
Okay.
At any rate, it's good to have you back here. First of all, before we get to the CAD pumps, which we want to buy, what exactly does that long title entail, your job?
So I was a staff nurse on the unit for 10 years, and then I've been in this kind of leadership role for the last 8 years.
Right.
And it's like a bit of a jack of all trades. I'll help on the unit if we need it. I'll go in charge if we need it. I'll see to the helping with getting the kids discharged or admitted, just making sure everything's running smooth.
We'll do what is required when called for, which is a good
exactly.
way to put it. So that's the who. Let's talk about the what. What is a CAD pump?
So a CAD pump is a small pump, and it's only about this big, and it connects to some tubing that connects to the child, and then they can put that small pump inside of a backpack that we've had specially made with really nice fun prints, and then the kids don't have to stay in hospital receiving their medication. They can actually leave the hospital and wear this backpack and go to school and birthday parties and even go see Santa.
Even go see Santa.
They can.
So this again, we're talking about safety and comfort for our kids and the kids who are the caregivers for the kids. This is a good, safe thing to do, and it creates comfort. The kids get back to their normal lives while getting the expert treatment and the drugs they need.
Exactly, and they get to go home and they get to sleep in their own beds, and their mums and dads can go back to work, and they can live their lives a little more comfortably than they would if they had to stay in hospital.
And again, you were saying, and I think we were in a picture of the CAD pump when you were saying it's about this big.
Yeah, it's
so
smaller
it's not
than
very
that
big.
even, just about this big.
So not heavy. The kids can take it. Even little kids could wear it in a backpack.
Or
take
little
it to school.
ones.
What about when it comes to the areas of pain management? Some of these kids have quite a bit of chronic pain.
Yeah, so we can use these CAD pumps for drugs, specifically morphine, hydromorphine, to really control their pain really well and allow them to be home instead of in hospital, and really having a much better quality of life to be with their families in the comfort of their own home.
There's some amazing things going on with treatment, particularly of cancer in children. This is exciting.
Yes, there is. So our most common diagnosis of cancer is acute leukemia. And so some of our kids are deemed a high-risk diagnosis, and we've recently incorporated a drug for them that increases the survivability of the disease by actually 11%, which is enormous.
That is amazing.
The drug runs over a 28-day period continuously, so without these pumps, the kids would have to stay in hospital. So with these pumps, they can wear them in these fun printed backpacks and go to school and live their lives.
So again, this is ticking off all the boxes. It's safety, it's comfort, it's new, it's life-prolonging, life-saving. One quick thing before we throw to Pete and Katie. We've done CAD pumps before, tried to raise money for them.
Yeah.
Why is the need so great right now?
Well, it's so great because now this drug, particularly for us in oncology, has become what we call standard of care. So it's not just a drug trial. These kids are all going to be receiving this drug. So we need more pumps, and we need them now.
So we are here to pump you up, literally. That's a really old reference to Saturday Night Live from when Katie wasn't even born, Peter. We're here to pump you up. Okay, let's get some CAD pumps. Let's get some CAD pumps. How do we do it?
Yeah, pump it up. It's a big ask, Steve, to tell you the truth. We need a whole bunch of pumps, and they cost about $8,400 each. And as you've just heard, it's now standard of care. It is exactly what's expected when you go to a children's hospital and you need a pump, that it's going to be there. And they're not there at the moment, not enough of them at least.
Right, so how many do we need?
Oh man, I don't even want to tell you.
Okay.
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
Okay, let's start with one.
Okay, and how much does one cost?
One of them costs about $8,400.
Okay.
So we need 37 monthly donors.
Monthly donors at $19 a month.
That is the biggest
one.
ask of the day when it comes to an individual piece of equipment. Now,
They're big, but they're important.
we have a few that are coming in just as that conversation with
It's
Steve
happening.
just now.
Yep.
We had 3 come in, so we need 34 to buy this first pump.
Okay, so we're down a few.
Yes.
Few. Not
And
enough, but a few.
As always, again, because this is our last power hour, this might be especially important. We know times are tough. We know not everybody can do this, but we know there are individuals who can come up with $8,400 all on their own and buy what we just heard is the standard of care. It allows kids to be kids. It allows kids to go back to school again and still receive their medication. It goes from there until they get better. And in some cases, we're talking about palliative care. We're talking about end-of-life care. And so that kids can still be kids, even at that stage in their life. So it's important. It's important that we get these pumps for these kids. It is the standard of care. They're $8,400. We are going to buy as many as we can, but we start with 1. We're now down to 33 to get this first pump. And then we'll see where we go from there, okay?
We will. Okay, I believe in you. I believe in you. We can do this. This is, like Peter mentioned, our last power hour.
Yeah, they come with us, to us, the IWK each year, with a list of equipment that they need.
Yep.
This one is high on their priority list.
It is, and that's why we kind of, saved it to the end here. We know there's a few people maybe holding off, waiting to make donations later in the day, and now is the time, because this is something it's just so important, and we need it really bad. We're down to 33. We still need a lot more. So
let's get them going. 33
we need
more
those calls.
donors.
We need those donations.
Let's make an impact right now.
Let's do it. Okay, we're gonna throw things back to the desk.
Thank you so much, you guys. Cindy Lee, this is another story here that we want to share with you. Cindy Lee, a mother of 4, knows what it's like to almost lose a child, not once, but 2 times. 2 of her children have faced life-threatening emergencies and have needed immediate care at the IWK.
We brought you the story a little earlier. It's worth showing again, so sit back and meet Caden and Macy.
Cindy Lee is grateful for every moment she spends with her children. Both Caden and Macy have faced life-threatening emergencies and relied on IWK Health for critical emergency care.
Because of them, I have both of my children with me still, and there's not a lot. It's hard to put that into words, but the gratitude is there.
At nearly 5 weeks old, Macy was rushed to the IWK's emergency department from her nearest hospital in Aberdeen after Cindy noticed her daughter was breathing faster than usual. At the IWK, a cardiologist determined Macy had a life-threatening congenital heart defect and would need open heart surgery to repair it.
I was terrified. I mean, I didn't know a lot about, number one, the heart condition she had, what it meant for her life, if she was even going to survive it.
The following day, Macy was airlifted to Sick Kids in Toronto for surgery and returned to the IWK after a month-long stay. She then stayed at the IWK for close monitoring for 3 weeks before she was able to return home. Now, at 7 years old, Cindy says her daughter is thriving. She says the care Macy continues to receive at the IWK's Children's Heart Center is unmatched. In 2022, nearly 5 years after Macy's emergency department visit, Cindy's son, Caden, was rushed to the IWK for emergency trauma care after being struck by a car close to home.
It just felt like deja vu all over again, like he was in the same spot she was, except now instead of a little baby, it's my 14-year-old boy, and he's very hurt.
Caden was admitted to the IWK's Pediatric Intensive Care Unit. He needed a ventilator to help him breathe, and MRI results showed he had a severe traumatic injury to his brainstem.
After he was extubated and he wasn't waking up still, and they told me, no, we have to have the conversation that he won't walk and talk, and he'll never, eat by mouth, and he'll need a G-tube, and you'll need, wheelchair ramps to your house and all of those things. None of that happened. You saw him. You saw him. He's walking and talking, and he's doing well too. So, that's all I think to the care that they give.
Cindy says the staff at the IWK's emergency department saved her children's lives. Because of the quality care they received, she can watch them grow and learn and laugh. The chief of the IWK emergency department says the redevelopment of the ED will provide a state-of-the-art space to best meet the needs of patients, families, and staff alike.
Children can be more vulnerable in terms of their tipping point. When they get sick, they can hide it quite well until they get to the point where they then really tip into being unwell. And so we have to closely monitor their vital signs to make sure that we're able to catch those moments, and we have to work hard to decipher pain and fear from acute illness.
Dr. Emma Burns says generous community support will help them provide world-class emergency room care for maritime children and families.
And as our population grows and we see more and more children moving into the Maritimes, having this highly specialized, highly serviced, highly functional emergency department is just going to do wonders for the entire community and all of the people that work there and take care of children and families there.
It's that kind of compassionate care Cindy says she will never forget.
Supporting the IWK is of the utmost importance. A lot of people don't understand the magnitude of the care that your children will receive there if they need it. And if you ever do need it, you want it to be available. So you should always support the IWK. Donate that extra $1, do your birthday fundraisers, everything that you can do to keep this wonderful facility on the go.
Thank you so much. 1-800-595-2266. That's how you can make a difference. You can also do so by donating online, iwkfoundation.org. And while you're online, why don't you check out the IWK Foundation Facebook page? There are so many amazing posts there from people that are sharing their stories, sharing their photos, and we love to see it. And we love sharing them on television today as well. I'm going to show you another one. I'm going to introduce you to Edith Anna from New Brunswick. Her mom, Mallory, says Edith Anna was diagnosed with cystic fibrosis at just 14 days old through newborn screening. Mallory would like to thank her daughter's care team at the IWK's chest clinic for being there guiding light through her journey. Thank you so much to you, Mallory and Edith Anna, for sharing your story. And if you want to check out some more IWK stories, again, please go to our Facebook page, check out some, and if you have one to share, please share.
We're here with Chris and Colin from Marriott International and Delta Hotels. Can you tell us how your team raised funds for the telethon this year?
Yeah, Marriott International has 23 hotels in Atlantic Canada that support this great cause through a number of initiatives, through golf tournaments, as well as opportunities when you purchase meals in the restaurants, they donate money. Our hotel specifically has a newly created CMN suite where we donate a portion of that profits of that rental every time that room's booked. And we do a Play Yellow golf tournament each year, which is our largest tournament and producing event, and we were happy with the results last year.
That's awesome. Why is it so important to your team to support the IWK Telethon?
We're firm believers that, if you look after your community looks after you. CMN and IWK, of course, in this region, touches everybody. Everybody has a connection to it, and we feel that that's really important to support those families in need.
That's beautiful. Let's see how much you've raised. Flip that check.
So we raised $130,512.85.
Thank you, Marriott International and Delta Hotels.
Going above and beyond with the IWK.
I'm joined by Stu Cowens of Boston Pizza. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us how you raised funds for the IWK?
We sell kids cards, and we also make heart-shaped pizzas in February.
And why do you think it's important to support the IWK?
Because we love the communities that we're based out of, and we want to support the families and friends that we have.
Absolutely. Can you flip that check for us and tell us how much you raised this year?
Absolutely. $36,055.
We wish to acknowledge Shaw Resources in Lance, Nova Scotia for their donation of $5,400. A contribution of $6,482 is coming to us from the employees of Hustis Insurance across the Maritimes. Thank you so much to Tim Hortons, located in the IWK Health Center, for their record-breaking gift of $8,150. We wish to acknowledge Halifax's Play Yellow by Dormy Workshops for their donation of $9,800. A contribution of $15,300 is coming to us from the Phantom Freak Show Haunted House in Kentville, Nova Scotia. Thank you so much. And we want to thank Million Reasons Run across the Maritimes and their IWK patient ambassador, Georgia, for their gift of $74,951.
We are so happy to welcome the Cimbria Lions Club with us today in Charlottetown. We have Lorraine and Braden with us. Lorraine, tell me, how does your Lions Club raise funds for the IWK?
We're very active all year round, and we have a number of functions and activities that our volunteers are dedicated and committed to putting on, and it can be anything from coming up, we've got a lobster supper, we do weddings in the summer as well, we have a Thanksgiving weekend fundraising festival, we do a toll bridge,
wow.
We do refundable pickups on a monthly basis. It's small and large things that allow us to generate some funds that we can put back to the community and give back to the IWK as well.
All right, Braden, flip that check. Lorraine, how much do we have?
We are happy to have $5,000 to donate to the IWK for the children.
I'm with Michelle Walsh, store manager at the Micmac location of Northern Reflections. And Michelle, can you tell us a little bit about what it means to you to support the IWK?
Oh, it means a great deal. Northern Reflections has been doing this for almost 40 years. We've been a great supporter, and I've been with the company 6 years, so to have something like that is really fantastic.
Well, let's take a look at the contribution from Northern Reflections this year. So the amount and check flip, Michelle.
Certainly. The amount is $8,353.
We've got Bailey here from TD Insurance. Can you tell us how you and your gang raised money for the telethon this year?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've done a Mother's Day basket. We've had an in-office online auction, raising items from local businesses, and yeah, various other things. We're doing gift cards and that sort of stuff. So
that's an awesome team to work with. Let's see how much money you've raised.
Awesome.
See how much money they raised. I'll tell you how much money they raised because it's on this check right here. TD Insurance from St. John, we want to thank you so much for all your hard work. And by the way, it's a wonderful illustration of all the different little ways that make for a big check of $5,143. Thank you so much, TD Insurance. Now, Emma in the Radio Bank, over to you.
Hi, we're here with some radio friends here. This is Kate Milton with Move Radio Halifax. Now, Kate, you are not a stranger to the IWK. You have quite the story. Your daughter, Charlie. Tell me a bit about her IWK journey.
Well, our direct connection to the IWK is an ongoing story, and it's the 5th floor of the IWK. Shout out to Dr. Pinto and all the other incredible nurses and doctors on that level. When Charlie was 3 years old, she was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, and I don't think I quite understood what was happening in that moment, and I will tell you it is a constant battle daily. But there are technologies and they are working on a cure, and the IWK is so special to us. They help us at any hour of the night, and trust me, there have been many nights where it's 3 in the morning and I don't know what I'm doing, because as soon as you think you have diabetes figured out, you don't. So it's so incredibly important for me to be a part of the foundation, the IWK Radiothon and Telethon, to give back to the heart of Halifax.
100%. Tell me a bit about Charlie. You know, how old is she? How's she doing?
So Charlie is 10 years old now, going to be 11 this summer. She's an ambassador with Breakthrough T1D, which was formerly JDRF. So she uses the platform that she gets through me to raise awareness for diabetes. And as she says in every one of her speeches, my diabetes or my pancreas may not work, but I never will stop working to find a cure. So,
well, thank you so much for sharing your story, Kate. I so appreciate it, and thank you again.
Got an update for you on how we're doing buying the CAD pumps. But first, I want to introduce someone who's going to join me in just a second. Jennifer Bowdridge with the IWK. You were talking to Steve. Can you remind me of your position at the IWK?
I'm the clinical lead operations nurse for the hematology, oncology, and nephrology inpatient unit at the IWK.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. But, you know, she knows a lot about the CAD pumps. So I want to give you an update as I give everybody else an update. We had an anonymous donor come through and say, I would like to buy straight up one of the CAD pumps. So that's happened. So now we're working on our second CAD pump, and we need 20 more. I'm going to put that down right there. 20 more donors at $19 a month. If you can do that, we'd love it if you could. And if you can do that, you will buy the next CAD pump. But we need so much more. Now, a couple of things that stuck with me from your interview with Steve Murphy just a few minutes ago is you said that these CAD pumps are now standard of care for children's hospitals.
They are. They allow our children to receive life-saving medications in the comfort of their homes and to go about living their lives. Instead of living their life in the hospital, they can live their life as they normally would, going to school, going to birthday parties, and going out to play with their friends while wearing these small CAD pumps on their backs and these little specially made backpacks that we have for them.
Okay, so the CAD pumps, would they be like the syringe pumps we purchased earlier, but like on a mobile basis?
They're similar but smaller even. The syringe pumps are smaller, and these are even smaller, and they're safe for our kids to have in their little backpack, and they're quite light. They're even lighter than our syringe pumps. So what would have kept children in the hospital for weeks, if not months before, is now allowing them to come into hospital, get the CAD pump set up, hooked up, and then they can go home within a few days.
Right. As a standard of care right now, they need all the CAD pumps they can get. We need 19 more donors at $19 a month to buy the second CAD pump, and we are going to keep going. 1-800-595-2266 or donate online, iwkfoundation.org. Bill Carr,
They've been going all afternoon. They're not about to stop now. I'm here with Steve Foran. Steve, you're with the Tell Them Who.
Well, it's the Kiln Dried Studs Band. We're a band formed from the Atlantic Building Supply Dealers Association.
Like you would.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. We're a good group of buddies, and a bunch of us played music, so we formed a band, and we started raising money for the IWK.
Yeah, and you've done fundraising in different areas. This is your first time at the IWK?
Well, it's my first time doing the phone banks. Right. So we've been raising money for a long time, and the personal bucket list for me was to be a volunteer on a phone bank. I've seen it on the telethons, and I'm like, I want to do that someday.
What's it was like over there? I was sitting over there, and when I interrupted you, what was going on?
Well, listen, I've had about 6 calls already, so please keep calling in. And I'm meeting people from all over the Maritimes on the phone, and they're sharing their personal stories. One lady, her husband was one of the first patients at the IWK, and she thinks he might be the longest living patient at the IWK. So it's just great stories, and everybody's telling me their personal family stories, and we're all touched by the IWK in some way.
The IWK is rich, story rich, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Thanks
you.
For what you're doing. 1-800-595-2266, online, iwkfoundation.org, and maybe you'll get Steve if you call in soon.
Call me.
Back to the desk with you guys. Thanks, Steve.
My sister and I are taking her to stories out there.
Right.
Thanks for watching, everybody. Again, 1-800-595-2266 or iwkfoundation.org. Another patient story to share with you here. This one, Corinne was 15 years old when she and her friends were in a serious car accident. Her injuries were extensive. Here's a story about her road to recovery.
It was a Thursday. That was a very typical day. Wasn't a day that I had any worries at all about her safety. I got a knock on my door about between 12:30 and 1 that night. There were 2 police officers at my door, and they said very directly, "Are you Corinne Cameron's mother? She's been in a serious accident. She's been ejected from the vehicle." The accident occurred in a rural area on a really sharp turn. Went over a ditch, through someone's front lawn, and landed.
I went like flying through the car, and I think I was in the driveway. I don't remember that much, but I can kind of remember like thinking that I was gonna die.
She came in with an ambulance. She was completely covered in mud from head to toe, except for 2 little places where the mud had been wiped from her eyes, and I could see all the bright eyeshadow that was underneath the mud. I remember her father and I being at the hospital thinking, what was it like for her at that accident scene? And was she alone, and was she scared?
A grandfather came.
He had been getting in bed that night and heard the car go through the air, and he heard it hit the tree. And he got out of his bed and he came down the road and he walked past Corinne initially.
He thought I was dead. So I talked. I said, "Sir, will you please hold my hand?"
He laid in the mud puddle with her. He's the one who wiped all the mud out of her eyes. He held her hand and he told her that everything would be okay.
It was really nice because I was definitely scared.
Just to know that she wasn't alone was enormously comforting for us. When we ended up in that trauma room with the IWK, there was an enormous sense of relief. We're in a terrible situation, but we were in the best place that we could be. Initially, the thoughts were that she had a lot of physical injuries, but her brain seemed okay. It looked like we were going to be out of the hospital in 10 days. But over time, her speech wasn't coming back like they thought it would come back. 6 days after the accident, they did another CT scan. They were prepping us for, well, maybe her traumatic brain injury is a little bit more severe than we thought. And that was kind of the news that we were prepared for. The surgeon came to the door of her room and she said to me, the results were not what we expected. She had had a carotid artery dissection, and between the time the first CT scan was taken and the second CT scan was taken, she had a major stroke. You know, initially we were told that she may never get better and that she may never live independently. The only hope that she had was that the right side of her brain would be able to learn some of the things that the left side of her brain did learn. We were paralyzed with the thought of this very happy, extroverted, outgoing teenager was now potentially never going to be able to communicate, and what that would do to her friendships and her relationships and her happiness. I couldn't function really thinking about that. So after a few days, I just stopped and I just started thinking about the moment that we were in. And then I started to do some research, started reading and understanding brain plasticity, and decided that if everything was uncertain, then we were going to act as if there was the most hope possible. When we started into the rehab, which is about 2 weeks after the accident, my favorite thing was how it was so tailored to her. So they learned her interests. They knew that she liked pink and she liked Barbie and she loved Taylor Swift.
They gave me a bracelet like Taylor Swift because I love Taylor Swift, and they're really nice.
We saw firsthand the difference in care that you get at the IWK. The head of rehab started wearing, a pink blazer when he would come see her. The school, the music therapy, the art therapy, all of those things are added extras over healthcare that make a difference in a kid who's recovering.
Sea whale.
Crocodile.
See a crocodile.
There you go.
She has come incredibly far.
Put the yellow bear in front of the chair.
Corey had severe global aphasia, which is a communication disorder that affected her across all modalities of speech. And she also had apraxia. Even if she knew the word to say, she couldn't say it. She also lost all the sensation on the right side of her body and a lot of her peripheral vision. She has come incredibly far. We just got back from a trip to Alberta where she gave a presentation on lessons from a teenage stroke survivor, and she was able to speak in front of 100+ people for almost 45 minutes.
When I ever do stuff like that, it makes my talking better and makes me more confident, even if I mess up my words. It's not that big of a deal to me.
She's running track, she's running cross country, she went back to dance, and it looks a little bit different than it did before, but she did a solo less than 8 months after the accident. You wouldn't have known to watch her that she had all the struggles that she had.
I think I'm a better dancer because I worked hard, and I think my favorite is probably I can't say that. Musical? Theater. Yeah, which is kind of ironic because it's like the kind of dance where you're talking, but those are my favorite because I think it's really fun.
It's important to her that other people learn from her mistake and wear their seatbelt.
I can't really change anything about what happened, but I want
to talk about my story and my stroke and everything, and I want to help people.
I think that jumping back into her life and being brave in all those awkward, uncomfortable situations that she had to endure to get better is the reason why she is where she is. We're very lucky to have the IWK in our community. Corey working with the IWK together, they've been able to make significant improvements in all areas that she's been impacted so that she can go on to lead a life that's normal for her. Whatever she wants to do, we know that she'll work hard towards it and it'll be possible. And as long as she's happy, we're happy.
Oh boy, they're doing it. They're doing it. Maritime family, you are really doing it. CAD pumps, our most expensive purchase during power hours, $8,375. We had an anonymous donor buy one. We're now down to 3. Oh, I should write that down.
Yes, you should.
3 more at $19 a month. If you can do that, Move Family. Right now, we can move on. We'll have 2. We'll have 2 more.
Did you ever tell us how many we need, or you're not going to tell us?
No, I'm not telling you.
We're not going to go there yet.
The number is a little overwhelming, right?
Okay, so we want to just ease our way.
Right.
But knowing that we only need 3 more to get 2, that feels good.
It does, it does. And I mean, it's so overwhelming because, as we've been told, they are the standard of care. So it's what each and every child expects, what each and every family expects if they want their children to have a weekend of normal life or weeks of more normal life or go to grandma's. The CAD pumps will provide the medication needed to make that happen.
This is key. This is key. And how much is one again?
Yeah, one of them is $8,375.
It's a big number, for
so
sure.
If anybody wants to jump in again, that's a huge ask, we know, and buy one of those straight up, they can do that. If you're in a position to do that, that would be great. If not, we are going to continue getting Maritimers to give $19 a month, one person at a time. And what are we moving at now? We need one more. Okay.
We're
you
down
can
to
do
one.
that. You can do that right now, right? 1-800-595-2266, and we'll be there. We'll be at 2 pumps, and then we're going to keep buying. We're going to try to keep getting as many as we can to the hospital. Pardon me. Yes.
We need more donors.
One more donor.
We have had somebody else purchase
Another
one.
Again,
So we
you
have
don't
2.
ask. A boss of mine used to say, you don't ask, you don't get. So we had another anonymous donor.
Okay, so we have 2 paid for.
We need one more monthly donor.
To have
That'll
a third.
be 3.
Yep, okay.
Right? And we're going to keep going. We still have almost a half an hour left.
Okay.
And we have the one done.
have it.
Okay, great. Don't stop.
So we
I'm
have
telling
3.
you.
So we have 3.
We have
Let's
3.
high five.
Okay, we
We
can
have
high
3.
five.
We
You
have 3.
did. Okay.
But we need a lot more than 3.
Yes,
So
we do. And I
that
can't even tell you how
doesn't
many.
mean to stop things.
Yeah. Power hour. Still have 24 minutes left. Let's keep it going. We'll buy as many of these as we can
Peter,
for the IWK. Never mind, that's the spam call.
Okay, no, but my phone keeps ringing, and it's
Yeah.
just the only reason I'm bringing this up is because it's an unknown number,
Yes.
and I keep asking for Anne Marie to call me. And what if? What if?
Yeah, that's silly. Of
Should I
course not.
answer it? I'll be back. You keep going. I'm just gonna go answer
Okay.
it. I'm just gonna step out in the hall and
All
just
right.
let me know.
Bye. Okay, this is what we need. Let's start all over again. We need to have 37 monthly donors at $19 each time. And what if it is Anne Marie? What if it's in it?
Hello?
Hello, Katie. This is Anne Marie. How are you today?
Oh my gosh, Anne Marie. I'm good. How are you?
I'm great, thanks.
Thank you so much for calling. We just really wanted to say thank you so much for donating your Junos jersey.
Oh, well, I've tried to think of what would be the best thing to do with it, and of course, the IWK came to mind right away.
It's so beautiful, Anne. What made you want to wear that, and can you tell us a little bit about the jersey?
I was in Florida at the time, and I was looking for something to wear to the Junos, and I couldn't find a thing. I looked in about 4 stores and nothing, and my friend looked at me and said, why don't you wear a hockey jersey? And I said, oh. And I thought, what a great idea. And then my daughter, Dawn, said, well, Mom, if you get a jersey, you got to bling it up. So I said, okay, bling. So I got in touch with my management office in Vancouver, and Jordan from the office said, "Oh," she says, "I can do that." So away she went, she and her friend. I don't know, it was time intensive, I think. I don't know whether they used a glue gun or what they used, but every one of the numbers and letters had shiny glitter on them.
Yes, that would have taken hours, I assume.
Yes. Yeah, I think it would have. So I was mighty grateful.
Well, you look fabulous in it, and I know somebody watching is also going to look fabulous in it. So yes, we're so grateful, Anne.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
Congratulations on your induction, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, that was quite exciting being there. And after a while, you think, my goodness. Anyway, it's done. I think that must be my 26th Juno or something.
Oh.
And I think we're done here.
And of course, Anne, a big birthday coming up for you on June 20th as well.
Do we need to talk about that?
Oh, come on. How does it feel, though, to be turning 80?
Well, I don't know. Sort of like this, I guess. But no, I'm still kicking. I'm in pretty good shape, and I feel pretty good. And so I guess this is what 80 feels like for some people.
Listen, Anne, again, we are just so thrilled with this jersey. It's gorgeous, and I know it's going to raise a lot of money. Why did you want to give it to the IWK?
Well, you know, what's more heart-wrenching than a sick child? I can't think of one thing, and so there was no doubt in my mind. I didn't even hesitate when we wondered about a donation. So I'm really happy that's where it is.
Oh, that means so much, Anne. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Katie.
And listen, now that I have your number, I'll try to keep the limit to calls to maybe just once a week.
Okay, that's great. I'd love to. I'm an early riser, so you can call anytime.
Excellent, great. Well, thank you so much, and it was great to talk to you, and thank you again, and we'll chat soon, I'm sure.
Okay, thanks, Katie.
Bye, Anne.
Bye-bye. Bye.
We're back. We're back. 1-800-595. It turned out it was Anne-Marie. Come on. Here's what we need. 34 more monthly donors, $19 a month. That's all it'll take. And we will have our 4th CAD pump. So important. And as we've heard, the standard of care now for patients at the IWK. Life-saving medications to allow kids to be kids. Can you make it happen? I know you can. 1-800. Oh, hi. Hi.
Good thing I answered that.
Can I have her number? You know,
I'm guarding that.
We're from the same county. I'm sure that counts for something, after all.
Okay, so where are we again?
Oh,
I'm flustered now.
34 donors is what we need. That says 37, but that doesn't, 34.
Excellent.
Yep, that's what we need. And we will have our 4th CAD pump. Okay, let's make it happen.
Awesome. Okay, thank you, Peter. We're going to throw things over to Latavia.
We are now joined by Scott Fleming, the chair of Trailblazer for Cancer. Welcome, Scott.
Thanks for having me. Hi, Latavia.
Hi. It's absolutely a pleasure to have you. Can you share with us the details of the Trailblazer for Cancer fundraiser?
Well, we started back in 2014 was our first year. We had 100 participants then. We raised $75,000 our first year. People had so much fun that first year that we definitely had to come back for a second year. And here we are in 2025, and this thing has really grown from that first day. Our co-founders, Chris Nolan and Corey Bell, had both lost their sisters to cancer and wanted to give back in a meaningful way. And this was something that we as a group could do to support families going through cancer.
Absolutely, and we thank you for your support for the IWK. You're gearing up, I believe, for your 10th anniversary event. Is that true?
We are. It's going to be our 10th anniversary coming up on June 21st, and we're super, super excited. Last year, we had 225 participants, which was really big for us, and we're looking to grow upon that as well.
Absolutely. It sounds very exciting. So can you tell us how much you raised this year?
Gosh, in 2024, we raised a record total of $176,036. Huge.
Yes, thank you so much for your support.
We are the Myra family.
And we want to thank Trailblazer for Cancer for supporting the IWK. And Maritime families like ours.
We're so happy to welcome our friends from the Tignish Co-op, Darren McKinnon, the general manager. Nice to see you. Darren, how do you raise funds for the telethon?
Well, this past year, our staff has been engaged in fundraising bingo and some other smaller activities throughout our community. And yeah, we've been very successful in supporting this year.
Oh, we're so happy to hear that. Darren, let's flip the check and tell us, how much did you raise this year?
So $2,368. We're happy to contribute.
We're joined by Tony Cooper and Betty Cooper from Kent Building Supplies, the Fredericton South Store. Welcome to you both. So Kent Building Supplies is a supporter of the IWK. Each store raises money with the help of generous donations from customers. Tony, the Fredericton store alone raises a great deal of money each year. Tell us a little bit about that.
Last year we were able to raise just over $2,000 collectively from the Fredericton, the gracious donations from our customers. Very happy to say that this year, so far within the campaign, we raised over just $2,500. It's very important for us here at Kent Building Supplies. We have an avenue to be able to reach out and speak to many, many different customers to inform them about the IWK campaigns. And that's why it's important to us and why we're able to have such success for such a great cause.
Yeah, it's amazing. And Betty, you must have some very loyal and generous customers. Can you tell us a little bit about your interactions with them?
I've been here just about 10 years, and I have a lot of my regular customers who always go above and beyond and give their donations. And I ask every customer, it's important to me because I was always taught from a young girl to give back to my community whenever I had the chance to do so.
Amazing. Well, you do such a great job. Both of you do such great work. So let's see how much money was raised overall by Kent for the IWK Telethon.
I have Lions, Inez, and Joyce from the Winslow Lions Club with me today. So nice to see you both. Inez, tell me how you raise your funds for the IWK Telethon.
We raised our funds through Chase the Ace. We had last year, so we made 12 days of Christmas before Christmas. So you people were the last of the 12 days. So
wonderful. Well, we love seeing that and hearing that. Joyce, I'd love to see how much you raised. Let's flip that check. What's the amount, ladies?
$20,000.
The NSLC has been affiliated with the IWK fundraising for over 39 years.
Every May, our team gets really excited to support the IWK. We like to have a little challenge to see if we can make more money than we made last year.
So we give the customers the opportunity to donate a monetary amount at their checkout.
I find that they're very, very quick to contribute because they want to. Customers, by and large, just love to give us the stories that their experiences with the IWK. There's a continued loyalty to the IWK and a feeling of great gratitude.
We all here at the NSLC have an immense amount of pride when it comes to supporting the IWK.
We've done things such as yard sales, raffles on a gift basket, and had a fun game of mini putt with the customers.
Well, as a mother that has traveled back and forth to the IWK for 8 years, working for a company that supports the IWK means so much. When I hear about our final donation amount, it makes me feel very happy, very proud to be a Nova Scotian, and it's overwhelming.
Hello everyone, I'm Cannon. I'm an IWK patient, cancer survivor, and last year I was also the IWK champion for 2024. I'm just here today overlooking some of the new progress at the IWK Emergency Department construction. And I just wanted to say a huge thanks to all of you over at NSLC for helping fundraise and making projects like these possible. What you guys are doing is just amazing, and I just want to thank you guys all from the bottom of my heart.
So he thanks you, and you heard how they raised the money. Let's just talk to these people. What's your name?
Misty. Hi.
Misty, and?
Sarah.
Sarah. Now we get to tell you exactly what all of that effort amounted to when you please flip that check. $775,000. Let's hear it, hear it up. $775,000. Thank you so much from that young man, but from all of the people and all of the families that are affected by the IWK. Steve, over to you, bud.
That is a tremendous donation, and it's greatly appreciated. We appreciate all the donations, large and small. That's from the large category. We want to take a moment to recognize that even as we celebrate 41 years on this wonderful broadcast and all the wonderful work that's been done through the donations you've provided, that families, all kinds of families in all of our provinces, have generously shared their stories with us. And many of those IWK families have come back here each and every year because they have become members of this family, the IWK and CTV family. So it's a great time to celebrate that and to honor those people, but it's also a time, and a somber time for many of us, to remember, because in the past year, since the last telethon, we have lost two wonderful friends of this program and two young people who had long histories with this place. We want to thank their families for sharing their stories with us once again. Those stories told to CTV producer Paul Frozel with Jason Baxter. My buddy, Spencer McKay.
This is how viewers may remember them best. Genuine moments on the IWK Telethon.
I must say, when I saw Jody Ross come in, I was trying to place where I'd seen you last. Of course, you were doing a little hosting on the telethon last year.
Quick-witted and poised, Jody Ross smoothly stepped into a co-hosting role with me in Sydney, despite having no previous experience in front of a camera.
He's a good friend of all of our Spencer McKay, right? Hey, Spencer.
While Spencer McKay was an absolute scene stealer in every appearance with Steve Murphy.
Scene stealer from age in the arms. He had a wonderful sense of where to be and what to do, and it made him a very effective messenger. He used his own life experience to tell the bigger story of the IWK.
They were talented dreamers with profound connections to the IWK hospital. Proud Cape Brettoner Jody spent much of her teenage years here in treatment for an excruciating and rare form of Crohn's disease.
Can you tell us a little bit about Jody's diagnosis, because it was atypical for Crohn's?
She had very complex illness. Actually, all the doctors used to call it Jody Ross disease. From the time she was 2 until the time she was 16, which is when, although they kept her after she was 16, they kept her till she was 18. She spent approximately 5.5 years as an inpatient in the IWK.
Jody was told her health issues would prevent her from having children, but at the tender age of 20, still in treatment, Jody gave birth to a little boy she called her miracle baby.
How would you describe your mother for people that don't know her?
She was a very strong woman. She went through more than I've seen anyone go through in this world and probably will in my life. She was very fun. She was very funny. She was a light in this world.
Spencer's first health crisis came at birth. Physical challenges limited his fragile body, but nothing slowed Spencer's incredibly strong mind or dampened his zest for life.
Spencer had a really big personality, and when he wanted something, he wanted something. Like if he wanted to do a film, well, it got done. If he wanted to go to Just for Laughs and go up on stage in front of everyone, he did it. Even though he was little, his personality was so big.
He was successful with everything he did. He got awards, he got nominated for stuff all the time, and yeah, it could only go up, really.
Spencer wrote, directed, and completed 4 short films in different genres, including the 2022 comedy Scouter Joe.
In 2018, I did a story about Spencer creating and directing his first film called Same Nightmare, based on some of his high school experiences.
And action, that was great.
He said if I was going to be on set, he wanted me to be an extra playing a school teacher. But when I went to the film premiere, all I saw was one arm in one shot. I asked him what happened. He said, "Yeah, I just didn't find you believable."
Jody documented her life and trials under a pen name and successful blog. She was a talented writer, curious about the world around her. She soaked life in.
She wrote about her experiences in such a way that you would not even think that she was writing about herself.
My ending may be tragic, but the story in between, my life, those are the happy parts. And honestly, who would rather have a happy ending than a happy being?
I wish I could tell you Jody had the happy ending she deserved, disease under control, living life to the fullest. But she struggled with the constant in and out of hospital until her sudden death of heart failure earlier this year at just 42.
How would you define Jody's legacy?
I think Jody's legacy is one of courage, and she had a lot of courage.
If you could describe your daughter in one sentence, what would it be, Martin?
She's my hero.
After 27 years of defying odds and dozens of cardiac surgeries, Spencer's courageous heart took its final ambitious beat last fall.
He left us all with a very, very valuable lesson about what people are able to accomplish. Despite whatever life threw at Spencer, he just kept on going. The IWK Telethon will never be the same. It will go on and it will continue to do its good work, no doubt. But it won't be the same without Spencer.
Big part is just how he was able to live life, dealing with what he had to deal with. He didn't let anything stop him.
Spencer had a lot of dreams, but his number one dream was to direct and produce a film and have it launched in Hollywood. And maybe one of them will get there. Maybe.
Jody and Spencer touched so many lives, including my own. And I know they would have been here today celebrating this hospital and its staff, which played such vital roles in both of their lives. Lives lived to the fullest despite their health setbacks. I hope you can see why I'm proud to call them both friends.
I surely do wish they were here today. I think they'd be happy with what is going on here today. But much of what goes on today is only possible because of people like Spencer and Jody. So Jay Baxter, beautiful job on that story. Paul Frozell was the producer. George Reeves, who's just to my right, is the camera operator, cameraman, editor, the artist who made that story possible. And I again want to thank those families for sharing those stories, but moreover, sharing those wonderful people with all of us.
Things are heating up in here.
I've always dreamed of having one of those action shots with the wind blowing through my hair. Can we make that happen somehow?
Buddy.
Right? Listen, serious business here. We're buying CAD pumps for all departments, all across the IWK. We are so close to having our fourth one purchased that all we need is three monthly donors at $19 a month, and we will have done that. Okay. We've had a number of people step forward and say, yep, I want to buy them outright.
Okay, so 2 people outright bought them. We've had 1 purchase through monthly donors.
Yes, and we're 3 away.
And we're 3 away from our 4th.
Okay, Julie's just actually updating it now. Oh, we're 0, okay?
Yay! Okay, so we have 4.
That's the danger. I don't want yes, we have 4, but I don't want people to know that
they told us we need a lot.
We need a lot. Can I tell them?
Well, I'm scared.
IWK needs 32 CAD pumps, okay?
That's a lot. I actually thought it was a typo. They need 32. That's a lot, and we only have 4.
Let's buy one more. Let's buy one more between now and the end of power. Oh, no, it's 3 minutes away.
I think we can do it.
All right, folks. Anybody want to buy one outright? Let's do it right now. It's going to cost you $8,400. Otherwise, we need 37 of you at $19 a month to buy one more CAD pump.
Okay, you guys, how are we doing anyway?
Doing great, aren't we? I hope.
All
are you doing?
1-800-595-2266.
Okay. Latavia, here you go.
We are joined now by Bridget St. Pierre, the Director of Official Languages and Community Engagement at the Air Canada Foundation. Hi, Bridget. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's an honor to be part of this incredible event on behalf of the Air Canada Foundation.
Absolutely. Can you tell us about the foundation and your partnership with the IWK?
Of course. The Air Canada Foundation's mission really goes hand in hand with the valuable work carried out by the IWK with children and youth wellness at the heart of everything we do. Through our programs like the Hospital Transportation Program, which provides transportation to kids requiring medical care outside of their communities, and our in-kind contributions, we are committed to supporting children and families facing significant health challenges. With the help of an efficient care center like the IWK, children can benefit from effective treatment and develop to their full potential.
And can you tell us about your fundraising efforts for this year?
Absolutely. As a reflection of our commitment to helping children and families across Canada, I'm pleased to announce that the Air Canada Foundation is renewing its partnership with IWK with over $100,000 in support for 2025. We hope that this donation will inspire you to contribute to the IWK's life-saving programs today and help us provide maritime families with the care they need.
Well, we thank you so much for your continued support.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sophie. Thank you to Air Canada Foundation for helping maritime kids like me. You're the best.
They are the best, and you are the best. And the Air Canada Foundation has made a tremendous donation, and I get to flip the check all by myself. And we want to thank the Air Canada Foundation for $119,400, which is wonderful. Thank you so much. It's just the giving keeps on coming. That's what we're saying now. Coming, keeps on coming.
Let's wrap things up.
Yeah. It's the top of the hour, right? Again, we want to buy one more CAD pump. You can keep on giving. Pretend this power hour is continuing even though the hour is up. 1-800-595-2266. We need 37 donors to buy another CAD pump. That's crazy, I know. $19 a month is what we're asking you for, and we know Maritime Family, you're going to do that for us.
We know you will. Please continue to call and go online and make those donations. Todd and Maria, how are we doing?
Well,
great.
I think it's time to do another one, right?
We've had some big totals this past hour.
We're heading into our last hour, so at 5:01 on this Sunday, you have helped us raise $6,505,096.88.
You're watching the IWK Telethon on CTV.
Oh my
All right.
goodness. Wow.
Here we go.
That's amazing. $6.5 million. Let's keep on keeping on.
$6.5 million. We got 1 hour left.
Yes.
This is the hour that a lot of people have been watching and they're thinking, okay, well, maybe now I'll help with that push. If that's you, this is your time, right?
It's go time,
It's
as
go
they
time.
say. It's go time. If you've been touched by the IWK in any way, and if you live in the Maritimes, you have. Even if you don't know, you know somebody who has used this facility, and it has made all the difference in their life. And we hope that you, if you'll dig deep, 1-800-595-2266 or iwkfoundation.org. I know you and I have both used it in our own families. We have friends and colleagues, and we know so many people who have, and it means the world to me that this hospital was there for me and for my family when we needed it most.
That's right. And we've had some big appearances so far today. We've had Anne Murray call in to talk to Katie about the jersey. We'll mention that a little later, about we're auctioning that off. We got the Halifax Tides back here. Roll Tides. And Jerry, our floor director, came in for a
Making a special appearance, yeah.
He came in a little earlier as well today. So, you know, there he is. It's been a big day, Jerry.
We love you, Jer. You can see those bloopers tomorrow on CTV News at 5.
We talk about being live TV, and it's great. It's, you know, it's a little looser, less unscripted. We've had some emotional moments. We're going to share more of those with you through the next 60 minutes, and we're going to give you lots of reasons to pick up the phone and call 800-595-2266 or go online at iwkfoundation.org.
That's right. If you've been waiting, now is the time. Please pick up that phone. All right, we've got another patient story to share with you here. Rachel and Corey's daughter, Fiona, was just 8 days old when she was airlifted from New Brunswick to the IWK. They didn't know it at the time, but the IWK would become a very big part of their lives.
Yeah. 8 years later, Fiona continues to rely on many specialized teams at the IWK. Here's a look.
She's soft. My favorite thing to do is to rub my cheek against her cheek. I'll just like rub my cheek against hers and just like think about the softness forever. Just like ingrain it in my mind forever. I don't know. Yeah. Fiona is pure. She's full of sunshine and rainbows and happiness. That's the best way to explain her. People that meet her usually say she's got a very zen energy, and I feel the same way about her. Her snuggles are therapeutic. And for the most part, she's a pretty happy, content girl, considering all her challenges she has. My name is Rachel Doak, and live in Miramichi, New Brunswick. I'm a social worker. I'm a mom. I have 3 kids, Tristan and Fiona and Ivy, and a wife to Corey. Fiona was born 3 weeks early. I was induced and things were going well. We were discharged from the hospital, but within 48 hours we were back at the hospital because she was having some feeding difficulties. We spent probably a week at our local hospital and she wasn't improving. So at that point, we're gonna be sent to a NICU for further investigations. And when the choice was given, we said IWK right away because, you know, we watched the telethon, so that was right away where we decided that we would go. She was airlifted there and spent 3 weeks at the IWK in the NICU. And she eventually came around. She started to feed on her own. She had a surgery for her apneas. We weren't sure if this was it and if she just kind of had a one-off and that things will level out, or that she would have more disabilities as time went. But I knew in my mom heart that she was gonna have difficulties. I just felt it. Things just kind of unfolded from there. She had some testing done, and Fiona is technically undiagnosed on paper, but the genetics department at the IWK did find like a blip in HECW2, it's called. So we call Fiona our rare and beautiful unicorn. She eats through a G-tube. She's non-mobile, she's non-verbal. She has some respiratory issues as well. Epilepsy is a big part of her life. She has daily seizures. But despite all that, she's happy. When she's feeling good, she smiles every day. She's laughed 3 times in her life. It's been a long time since we heard that laugh. Sorry. Sorry. We're really lucky to have a video of her laugh. I play it a lot. I know it's in there. I'm hopeful she'll laugh again someday. She talks with her eyes. That's what we always say. You have to to look instead of listen for her.
Can you tell us how Fiona talks?
Fiona talks with her eyes.
What does she say with her eyes?
She says, I love you.
They're best friends, true sisters. A lot of her seizures don't require medical intervention. You just ride them out, and Ivy has taken on that role. She'll hold her hand and stroke her. And, it's okay, Fiona, it's okay. And she's very helpful and good to her sister.
Good job. This is all good.
Fiona, when she's feeling well, she goes to school. If she's not feeling well, she spends the day with her Grammy, which is Corey's mom, Connie.
Mom and Fiona have a very special bond. I think Mom knows her better than we do. I think that connection is just pure love. My name is Corey Doak, and I am proudly Fiona's dad. Fiona is just generally very sweet. I like to say she was born without an ego. She is just pure love. As long as she's feeling good and everything's going well, she's just happy to be hanging out with us. People are usually, they lead with, oh, I'm so sorry. And I like to say, oh, don't be sorry, we're quite happy to have her.
She's always received incredible care from the IWK. The nurses and the staff take care of the family, not just the patient. So it's definitely felt the whole time we're there. The well-being of the whole family is important.
They are always happy to take phone calls from the ER department or from the pediatrician department here in New Brunswick and answer any questions that they might have about her care.
We really are so grateful and thankful for all the donors that help out with kids like Fiona at the IWK and families like ours. Like, I don't know where Fiona would be without the care she's received at the IWK. It's literally life-saving, right? It has saved her life. Sometimes children like Fiona aren't necessarily seen or talked about that much, and they're important parts of our community. We are aware that we're on borrowed time with her. I know that she doesn't have a super long life to live. I want her to be seen, and I want people to see the beauty in her story and the beauty in our family. Like, there are hard days and there's definitely suffering, but there's joy and there's beauty and there's gratitude, and I want people to see her like we see her.
Maria, Fiona doesn't have an official diagnosis yet. So what has happened is the IWK genetics team has introduced the family to something called Care for Rare, and it's a nationwide program. It brings families together with specialists to improve both the diagnosis and treatments of various ailments. It's astonishing how much we know about treating children, diseases and different conditions, and that there's still
so much that we don't know too. Right, and we hope that through Care for Rare that the family gets the answers that they want and need so desperately.
All right, guess what?
What?
It's Miracle Match Time 2.0 times 2.
Yes!
We have double the Miracle Match, double the fun, double the fundraising, double the efforts, and double the excitement, and double the clock ticking for the next hour.
And you are talking double time.
Off the hook. That's all I have. But it is fun. We've been doing miracle matches all day long. So basically, it's an opportunity to double up and match those donations. We've had success and momentum building throughout the day. We have another one now and another one coming shortly.
Yes, we do. And this one is sponsored by Walmart. We want to thank Walmart so much. What a huge, huge supporter Walmart is to the IWK, and we can't thank them enough. Should we start the clock now?
We should get the stopwatch going. There it goes. So we've started the clock. Walmart's been a big supporter of the IWK for years, as of course we all know and you all know. All donations at Maritime Walmart stay 100% local thanks to the customers who are big contributors to Walmart. We've seen this effort time and time again. We're going to see it twice for this hour.
Yes, and Walmart supports the IWK all year long with fundraising campaigns across the Maritimes, from the month-long spring campaign in May to the Spark a Miracle campaign around the holidays and summer fundraising in August. So we just want to say such a big thank you to everyone at Walmart, all of their associates, who all came together to make this long-lasting impact for Maritime families. And we know you do it year after year. This isn't a one-time thing. This isn't, you know, we don't just see their name on the screen here this year. We see it every year, and we just want to thank you for all you do all year round.
Wonderfully generous and wonderfully connected to our terrific community. Now, you hear the clock ticking. We're down to 3 minutes and less. We're below the 3-minute mark. We felt this thing amping up as the day's gone along. We've seen some of the donations come up. People making, when it comes to the Miracle Match, making modest donations. You mentioned it a few times. It could be a $10 donation, a $20 donation. If you want to have a bit of a calculus around your donation, do it around this, because it is double the donation, regardless of what you give. Yeah.
Yes, it makes such a bigger mark, especially if you do have a smaller donation to give. So, Paul, if somebody donates $100 right now, how much are they donating?
I'm thinking $200.
Okay, what about if they donate $500 right now?
I'm thinking it's a grr, 1,000.
Okay, what about $10?
$20.
Because you know what, if all you have is $10, we're cool with that. This is the time to do it, because it's going to be $20, and that's amazing. And thanks to Walmart, and thanks to the $5,000 that they're using right now to double your money, we're good.
Now, I don't want to show off my math,
Yes.
but if somebody donated $17, that would be $34.
See, I start panicking in those situations, especially on live TV. I'm like, oh my gosh.
I had to think about it the whole time you were talking, just to make sure I had it right. Please call now, 1-800-595-2266. That's the phone number on your screen. You can make a donation online, iwkfoundation.org. Now, to preface all this, we're thrilled with the generosity today from all the people who are tuning in and supporting this telethon, all the corporate donors who have stepped up to make it a wonderful success. We have less than an hour to inch this across the finish line. A couple of more miracle matches can put a real exclamation mark on this.
For sure. I can't believe we're down to the final hour, Paul. I can't believe we're almost at the 1 minute mark of this miracle match, and it will really be a miracle. Just do us this one more miracle.
Do us this solid. No, I'm just kidding. But we're having, Katie and I have had a bit of fun with this, because each miracle match became a bit more successful.
Yes.
It's not because of us, but we like to see the arrow go this way as opposed to that way.
It's true.
So we're having a good time. The clock's ticking down now, 55 seconds, 54 seconds, winding down. Lots of activities on the phone behind us. 800-595-2266 is your number. iwkfoundation.org is your website. And 42 seconds is the clock count as it winds down the miracle match, brought to us by Walmart. Generous supporters, corporate supporters doing their job once again.
Paul, who does not love Walmart?
I love Walmart.
I love Walmart.
You can get everything.
Everything. It's a one-stop shop, including, oftentimes, it's a space to also donate to the IWK.
Without question, down to 20 seconds. We hear all kinds of activity on the phones behind us. 800-595-2266, or go online, iwkfoundation.org. I'm feeling good about this one.
Me too. The countdown is on. We're 7 seconds away.
5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And there you have it. The miracle match has wrapped up, the first of 2 from the Walmart. And of course, we're excited about it. And we'll check back in shortly to tell everyone how we did and get you set for another one.
We will.
All right.
All right, we're going to throw things to Latavia. We'll see you back here soon.
I'm joined by Michael McGilvery, of the CEO of Century Auto for Hyundai. Thank you so much for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you.
So first of all, can you tell us how you raised the funds for the IWK?
Oh, absolutely. So every one of our 226 Hyundai dealers across Canada contribute a portion of all their cars sold. As well, Hyundai Canada's corporate head office also contributes on top of that.
That's absolutely incredible. So why did you decide to donate to the IWK specifically?
Yeah, we chose to donate to the IWK specifically because we believe in giving back to our future, in our children, in our communities, and we want to see this donation go towards the research and care of childhood cancer.
Okay, can you tell us how much you raised this year? Can you flip that over for us?
Absolutely. So this year we raised $250,000 for the IWK.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Hi, I'm Matthew LeBlanc. Thank you for Hyundai Hope on Wheels for donating to the IWK.
We are so happy to welcome Darren, Ryan, and Lily from Ryan's Warriors with us today at the telethon. Darren, tell me a little bit about the community support that Ryan's Warriors receives.
Well, community support has been phenomenal. Ryan had been a patient at the IWK 5 years ago, and the support we've had from our community, our family and friends has been unbelievable, and it's been a big contributing factor in Ryan's recovery, as well as the support we've been able to give back to the IWK, which is an extremely important organization in our lives.
Sure, it sure is. All right, let's flip the check and tell us, how much did you raise?
We raised $5,848. I'm with Kevin and Kate Ewell, and they run the IWK Playoff Pool. Can you tell us a little bit about the Playoff Pool, Kevin?
Well, it's a pool format where we have teams of two, a couple hundred people join, and everyone picks different players, and obviously the team that gets the most goals and assists in the playoffs, by the end of the playoffs, wins.
Probably a lot of organizing. Who helps you at the pool, Kevin?
A lot of organizing. I got a great team. Chris Nolan, Mike Murphy, Dan Rudisella, Ben Pride, and Andrew Sparky Graham. Great team, great cause.
And the contribution this year, and Kate will get you to flip that check.
Well, we were very happy to report that we raised $15,000 for the IWK.
Always a pleasure to see our friends from the Roy Chasseau Memorial Fishing Derby with us here at the telethon. I have Nadine and her grandson Ashton with me. Nadine, tell me why it's so important for you to support the telethon.
Hi. So 26 years ago, the IWK saved my son Carson's life, and I was doing little bingos or little fundraisers out of my home to give back to them. And then it'll be 17 years ago, my husband died of cancer, and he loved trout fishing, so I turned it into a trout fishing derby for the IWK, and it's been amazing and getting bigger and bigger every year. And
we certainly appreciate your generosity, Nadine. Let's take a look at how much you raised.
And heading into the 6 o'clock hour, we're joined now by the president and CEO of the IWK, Krista Jangard. Great to see you, Doc. How are things?
Good to see you. Things are great. What an exciting day this is today.
You want to believe it. I want to ask you in practical terms, what difference does the telethon make in the way the hospital actually operates every day?
It makes a huge difference. The monies that come in get used for all sorts of things. You talked last night about it not just being the building and the equipment, but being the people.
Yeah.
And it actually does. It helps us support our people. It does do buildings, it does do equipment. You've heard all of that. But one of the things it really does is it gives us the tools to be the very best that we can, so that every family gets the best of us.
This may be a rhetorical question, but where would the IWK be without the telethon, without the foundation?
So we would have equipment, we would have people, we would have things, but we wouldn't have that little extra.
Right.
And we wouldn't have some of the extra things like the clowns and like the special things that make life more childlike and more wonderful.
And some of these things you've just spoken of, Krista, are the defining features of the IWK for a lot of families.
Absolutely. We talk about the head, the heart, the hands, and the heart.
Yeah.
The head and hands are the things that think and do the stuff, but the heart's what makes us really real. It's what gets us through the tough times, and that's what this foundation helps us support.
Before we let you go, you can't go by the IWK without noticing this great, big, beautiful thing rising from the ground, the new ER. Realistically, when do you think you'll have your first patients through?
We should be taking possession of it in the fall of 2026. We have to do a few things and get it ready, and hopefully have it open that winter. It is amazing.
Yeah, and it frees up all the old ER space for other things in the existing hospital. So it's a win-win.
It is a win-win-win.
A win-win-win. Great to have you. Great to see you.
Always great. Thanks for doing this year after year.
We love doing it, and your people love doing it. We've had just a parade of outstanding IWK pros here today.
Well,
including
people is what we are about.
You won't believe it. Krista Jangard, President and CEO of the IWK. Emma.
One of the busiest people today has to be Peter Harrison with Moose Radio. Honestly, you've been holding down the power hour. How's it been for you today?
What a tremendous day. I love it so much, to tell you the truth. I mean, it just shows the generosity of Maritimers. It shows the generosity of our Move Radio family, and of course the CTV Atlantic family as well. You guys did amazing today, and we're about to find out pretty darn soon just how amazing.
And you've been doing this for years. I want to say you've done it longer than any other radio person that I know. And is there any patient story that really stands out to you?
Oh my! I mean, even this year, so many patient stories come to mind. I love the Matilda story, and I got to interview Jane, one of Matilda's moms, and then just met her today. So maybe that's why it's standing out so much. But Corinne's story from this year, fantastic as well. I mean, they're all special, to tell you the truth, Emma.
Amazing, and that's why we do it. I'll throw it back to you, Maria and Todd.
Thank you, Emma. Emma, one of these new colleagues of ours. Is this her
doing a
first
great
telethon?
job.
So she's discovering it. We were talking about all our previous colleagues and retired friends who are coming back, but she's an example of how we keep
new
going.
face,
New generation, yeah. When Nora was 3 years old, she was adopted from an orphanage in India. There she is, that beautiful smile. Her parents, Marie and Eric, brought her home to New Brunswick knowing the IWK would be a big part of their lives.
Nora needed surgery to repair her cleft lip and palate. Today, she is 9 years old and is this year's Children's Miracle Network champion child for the IWK. Here's her story.
Who is Nora?
She's just a sweet little special little girl. She just loves everybody. Everything that she's had to do, she's had to work extra hard.
The challenges that she first experienced in life and what she is continuing to encounter and overcome, it's pretty amazing.
Big, great, Noah!
When we saw Nora's picture for the first time, it's a memory that I think every adoptive parent has that you don't ever want to forget. You could almost see her soul through her eyes.
It was just love at first sight.
She was the one for our family. Nora was born with a bilateral cleft lip and palate, so she had openings on either side of her lip and the roof of her mouth.
Her initial stages in life, some of the medical experiences that she had caused some initial trauma.
She had 1 or 2 surgeries, so she would have spent a lot of time in hospital by herself. And when we first brought her home, there was a lot of medical appointments she had to go to, so that was always a bit of a struggle for her.
When a doctor would enter a room, she would immediately start to cry. And those were tough, tough days.
When we were waiting to adopt from India, I did some research and I found out that the IWK had a cleft lip and palate clinic. From my own experience, I knew she would be in great hands. I was born with a faulty heart valve. I was what they called a blue baby, so I was blue around my mouth. I had to travel to Fredericton to see a cardiologist from the IWK, actually, Dr. Murphy. He knew that it was a valve issue. Then I had open heart surgery. I was followed by them throughout my childhood. I would see the traveling clinic in Moncton, and the cardiologist would come up from the IWK every year.
The beautiful thing about the IWK, they meet you where you're at. They created the environment that was supportive and welcoming. All of a sudden, we would be sitting with Nora in the chair in the doctor's office. The doctor would come in, and there would be no tears.
She had some remaining holes or fistulas in her palate, so they had to get those fixed right away. She came through that with flying colors. Then the next step for her would be to have a bone graft. So what they do is they take bone from her hip and they help rebuild the top of the gum. She came through that like a trooper too. I remember Dr. Dusek coming and seeing her walking the hall. He's like, wow, she's up already, and they let her go home because she was doing so well. There was a few more visits that year to have follow up from her surgery, and now she just goes every year, and they all just make sure that she's developing like she should. It's great. She walks through the IWK now like she owns it. No fear at all. Her speech has come really far. When we first picked her up, the speech was pretty well non-existent, and now it's 90% of the time we can understand what she's saying. She's just a typical 9-year-old little girl.
Yeah, when I think about the impact that the IWK has had on us and our family, it's hard to put it into words.
The IWK has changed her life. She would never have had a voice without it. The biggest thing I've probably learned from Nora is what true grit and determination is. You know, she had a really rough start, and she's sailed through that, and she's just such a bright, positive, funny little girl, and it truly shows that, you know, you can start with nothing and turn it all around.
I get excited when I think about what's in her future, because I don't think much will stand in her way.
Don't mind me, I'm just saving Anne-Marie's phone number to my phone. I can't believe she called me. How cool is that? If you haven't made a bid on the Anne-Marie jersey yet, make sure that you go online and do that. And while you are online, check out our IWK Foundation Facebook page. That's where so many people have been sharing stories and photos, and we're going to share another one with you right now. This one is really cool because this one was submitted by Dave Culligan of Halifax, and it's actually a shot of him with his grandmother Mary, who recently turned 94. Now, Dave shares that his grandmother is a longtime IWK Telethon viewer. So, Mary, we just wanted to say thank you so much for tuning in, and hi to you from all of us here at CTV and at the IWK Telethon. Thank you so much for sharing that photo, Dave. All right, we are going to throw things to Bill now, one more time.
One more time is right. There's less than a half an hour. It's just on that half-hour cusp right now. And I'll tell you what, you can give to the IWK any time of the year if you want, but if you donate today and become part of this telethon, you get to have that feeling that you can have tomorrow morning when you wake up and see what the number is and say, you know what, I was part of that. The world has been messy and ugly and kind of nasty over the last little while. This is something beautiful and something that you can be part of, and it's hopeful and it's great, and it's what makes us truly part of something special, namely the IWK and the Maritime community. So there's the numbers. There's what you need to do. It's simple. Do it now, and you'll feel part of something very special. And like I said, you wake up tomorrow morning and you can listen to the worst news in the world and say, yeah, but I was part of something special, the IWK. Over to you, Maria and Todd.
And you might just get to talk to one of the members of the Tides.
That's right. You see them there in the background. Yeah. For sure. Make that phone ring. All right. In this final hour of telethon, we have one last visit to the IWK to see firsthand the impact that first-class care has on patients and families.
Our colleague, Crystal Garrett from CTV Morning Live, dropped into the IWK's oncology department where she met with the Meyer family.
I am at the oncology clinic at the IWK, and I'm joined by the Myra family. We have Carter, Craig, Dawn, Carson, and Cameron, and we're all here because of Carter. Now, Carter, you started a cancer journey here at the IWK back in January, but it's remarkable how far you've come since then. You played hockey this morning. You're admitted for your regular treatments now. What's going to be happening tomorrow?
I'm needing chemo and radiation.
And you get this every couple of weeks.
Yeah, I get the chemo every 2 weeks and radiation every day during the week.
And it goes into a little port that's right there on your chest. Does it hurt when you have the treatment?
I don't feel anything during the treatment. Just when they access me, they'll put a little bit of numbing cream and then stick a needle in. So.
Well, I can't believe the progress you've made, because this journey all started as a huge shock to the family back in January. Dawn, take us back to that time. What happened?
So we made a few different visits to the IWK over the last few months prior to January, just with Carter having so much pain. And we landed back here a couple days before their 16th birthday, and he ended up having an MRI done that actually showed that we were possibly dealing with cancer. And a couple days later, we found out that it was Ewing sarcoma.
Yeah, I know. That must have been a shocking diagnosis for the family, because I think people at home don't realize that Carter is very good hockey player. Like, he was just an incredible hockey player, putting in the time on the ice, but he was getting injured, and the injuries weren't recovering fast enough. Is that what made you notice that there was an issue?
He's been dealing with injuries for over 2 years, and with all his training, we thought it was the wear and tear of his body. And like my wife said, we made multiple trips to the IWK, and we're finally able to figure out what we were facing. And, you know, no parent wants to hear that their child has cancer, but, you know, we hit it head on just like we do on the ice. And here we are with the support of the IWK, taking this one day at a time to do what we can to make sure we come out on the other end of this with the win. So, yeah.
So the type of cancer that Carter has is a bone and soft tissue cancer. How has the staff been able to support your family as you deal with this?
I don't know, every day when we come to the hospital, it feels like you're coming home, even though it's not your home. We've made this our home, and it's a safe place. It's a place they are excited to see us when we walk in the door. They check in, they have silly conversations with Carter. They're always joking around with whoever's in the room with us, whether it's family, friends, his girlfriend. They just always really make you feel welcome and feel like you're very well cared for, and that we really matter, and that they really want Carter better.
You're going to school through this, you're weight training, and you're actually on the ice these days too. Like, what's happening there?
I have a few restrictions, but I just try to go out and make sure I'm not missing anything.
It seems like Carter's handling this like a champ.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. He's a resilient boy that's working his butt off to beat this, and he has an army behind him. The community is behind him 100%, the hockey community, and there's an army here at the IWK. His team of doctors, there's over 20 of them. They meet regularly to discuss his treatment plan, and then just the front line folks, the nurses that do the treatments. They're there to, you know, give him that tender love and care each time. They do treat him like he's family, and, you know, we want people to treat other children like they're their own, and that's the care that he gets here at the IWK. Is they all treat them like he's their own child, and the care is second to none. One plug I do want to give is, you know, during our journey here, there's times where the nurses are sharing different equipment for treatments with all the different kids here on the 6th floor, and you know, it would be great to give all the folks here all the materials they need, so that they're not having to share from room to room, and giving that great quality treatment that the kids need.
For sure. And Dawn, is there anything you want to say to people about how they can support the IWK?
Just donate anything you can, whether it's you monetary or whether you can volunteer here. The kids are amazing here. You see so many of them. We've met so many kids in the hallways, and, you know, no matter what they're going through, everyone has a smile on their face. Everyone's so happy to be here, even though you don't want to be here. And I think it just all goes back to the care and the comfort that you get because of the staff at the IWK.
Well, I'll give the last word to Carter. I know you've been working your butt off to beat this cancer, and everyone's on Team Carter. Everyone in the community, everyone here at the IWK. When are you hoping that you can finally, like, lace up the skates and get back on the ice and skate with your team again?
I'm hoping by September I'll be able to go out, try out, and really prove myself again.
All right, well, Carter, you're well on the way. Thank you so much for all of you for letting us visit you today. Thank you.
Thank
you. Thank you very much.
I'm joined by Alexis Chamberlain of Guise Frenchies. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us how you've been giving to the IWK? Because you've been doing it for 21 years.
Yeah, 21 years is a long time, and as many people will know, we do a WestJet raffle, so you can win tickets to wherever WestJet flies. It's been extremely popular.
Well, it's absolutely incredible, and you actually have 18 Frenchies locations over Nova Scotia and New Brunswick. So can you tell us how much overall you think you've raised in the past?
Well, it's incredible. You will not believe it, but it's over $1 million.
Wow. Okay, so we're going to get to the check flip board today. Can you flip that over for us and tell us how much you raised this year?
Sounds good. $56,747.
Wow, thank you so much.
Thank you.
From all of the nurses at the IWK, thank you to Guise Frenchies for all that you do for our children at the IWK.
I'm with Jeff Harding of IWK Health. Jeff, tell me, how do you raise your funds to support the telethon?
This is a situation where employees contribute and have an opportunity to potentially win some money in the process, and anything that's made as proceeds goes back to the foundation.
I love that, and I really feel like it's a win-win for everyone. You know, it could be a win-win for the employees, but also, of course, for what matters, the hospital. Tell me a bit about why it's so important for the staff to support the place they work at.
Well, I can speak from my own experience. I'm the Director of Redevelopment, Space and Leasing Services here, and our projects are direct beneficiaries of the foundation funding. So the things that we're doing to improve patient care, accessibility, all happens because of this donation.
I love hearing that. Jeff, show us the check and let's see how much you raised this year. How much is that?
We've got $50,117.
A huge thanks to IWK staff who support Grand Slam lotteries. Thank you so much.
We wish to acknowledge O'Connell Drive Elementary in Porters Lake, Nova Scotia, for their donation of $1,652 in memory of former student Addie. A contribution of $2,000 is coming to us from Atlantic Hockey Group in Moncton. Thank you so much to the Kinsman Club of Summerside PEI for their gift of $2,000. We wish to acknowledge MUFG Investors of Halifax for their donation of $2,130. A contribution of $6,727 is coming to us from the village of New Minas in Nova Scotia. Thank you so much. And we want to thank Armbrae Academy of Halifax for 30 years of giving and this year's donation of $8,706.
Well, you liked it so much the first time, we're going to do it again. It's second verse, just like the first. Miracle Match, another one in this hour, brought to you by Walmart. You hear the clock ticking from 4 minutes on down.
Yes.
A chance to match up and have some heavy donations for a wonderful cause.
Yeah, and we're serious when we say this is your last chance. Right now, in the next 4 minutes, this is your very last chance to double the money that you donate to the IWK Telethon today. If you got $10, it's automatically $20. It's as simple as that, but you got to do it now, and you got to do it quick.
Telethon 41, so if you donated $41 and you matched it, you would be how much?
$82.
$82. Think about that. Could be $4 equaling $8, $20 equaling $40, or maybe something more generous than that, whatever you can afford. All you need to do is call 800-595-2266 or donate online on our website. It's on the screen, iwkfoundation.org. It's 3 minutes now, just about 3 minutes. So the first minute's gone, 3 more minutes to go.
Yeah, so Walmart, as we mentioned, matching all the donations in the next 3 minutes up to $5,000. And we're trying to raise every penny we can here today. We want to make sure we take all of their money. So we want to get that full $5,000.
For sure, and the Walmart footprint is so enormous in the Maritimes. Stores are pretty much every community. Technology, food, clothing, massive stores, massive opportunities, and a great opportunity also for the store to have a solid corporate community connection, which we're seeing today, as evidenced by 2 miracle matches inside 1 hour. By the way, we had one about 10 minutes ago. That means that about 20 minutes from now, Katie and I will come back and do a final tally on how these 2 back-to-back miracle matches worked and how they added up. But we can tell you now it's 2 minutes and 15 seconds. 800-595-2266 is the number. iwkfoundation.org is the website. Please give, and we will match through our friends at Walmart.
Yeah, so you've seen us here throughout the day. We have done, how many is this now? So we did...
This will be 5.
This is our 5th miracle match of the day, but it is our 5th, and hear me when I say our final miracle match of the day, your last opportunity.
It's
yeah,
over
this is
after
it.
this.
I mean, what time is it in general right now?
It's
Anybody
about
know?
5:35.
No, it's 5:42.
5:42.
So we've only got 18 minutes left in general before we announce today's total. So if you have been waiting, you're like, you like to, get your number into the last minute. This is the time. We've got a minute and a half left. This is your chance to double your money. And we can't thank Walmart enough. They raise funds all year at so many of their locations, they do this. It's so important to them, and we just love to see that the way they give back to the community and, of course, to the IWK specifically.
So imagine a scenario where you haven't made a donation all day long. Yet we're at a minute, almost a minute, down to a minute left. And at 5 to 6, 5 minutes to go in the telethon, you say, okay, you know what? I'm being swept up in it. I'm going to call or go online and make a donation. Why do that then when you can do it now and we can match it up, double the money, double the impact, and really take those dollars and put them to work at the IWK for a wonderful cause with twice as much strength through this miracle match.
I'm going to do a test. I'm going to do a test because we've got 45 seconds left.
Okay.
Can I get on the IWK website in this amount of time?
We're down to 35 seconds right about now. IWKfoundation.org.
People are laughing. I knew it. I just wanted them to say, okay, here I am. Donate. Look, 26 seconds to go. How easy is that?
Done.
How easy is that? And it's and it's really easy because it pops up and it's right there.
So we are down to 15 seconds. This is what we'll do. We'll wrap up this miracle match. Katie and I will be back long about 10, 12 minutes from now, and we will wrap up the tally from both of these miracle matches inside this 5 o'clock hour. How cool is that?
3, 2, there's the buzzer. There's the buzzer. Thank you so much to everyone who stepped up in the last 4 minutes, and thank you to Walmart.
Thank you very much, Walmart. Well, we talked about, thank you very much, all those who called in. We talked about how this is a maritime-wide effort, right?
Right.
And we've just been watching the ticker along the bottom. If you called in and made a pledge, your name shows up here. Listen to some of the communities. Gary Dunphy called in from Kensington, PEI.
Yes.
Tina Murray called in from Ryan River, Nova Scotia. Stuart Manuel called in from Juniper, New Brunswick.
All over.
We're getting
I love
every
it.
community in the Maritimes. You can see them there.
Can you hear how loud it is in here too? Because Maritimers are making that last push. This is your time right now, your last chance. Of course, it's not really your last chance. You could go on the website too because you could donate at any time. But during the telethon, which ends at 6 o'clock today, we're coming up on our final total here. We'd love to have your number included.
Yeah, we'd love to get that rolled into the big number that we will be showing you at the end of the show. All right, the folks are busy. Here's the reason why we're doing all this. Last year, Allison and Leslie's son, William, suddenly became sluggish, started having trouble breathing. His parents, well, they blamed it on the heat wave that we've been experiencing in the Maritimes, in particular in Moncton, and they went and got it checked out.
That's right. They took him to the local hospital, and unfortunately, his health took a turn for the worse, so he was airlifted to the IWK, and it's a good thing he was.
William, oh my gosh, he's very passionate about a lot of things. Dinosaurs being his main one. He loves to dance, he loves music. He's all over the house, he's climbing, he's doing everything.
I really don't know where to start. The resiliency on this kid, man, it's unbelievable. Him in the hospital with the doctors informing us that there's only so much time left, and looking at him in that bed, just feeling so hopeless. He was fighting that whole time.
When he was 19 months old, that's when he got sick. Everything was fine. We didn't have any concerns about his health. All of his checkups were normal. We had a heat wave in Moncton, and he wasn't himself. And we didn't know this, but he came in contact with COVID. The COVID caused his heart to stop beating properly. And this happened very quickly over the span of a few hours. We went from having a perfectly healthy child to one that was essentially dying.
So I went to the hospital with William at 5 in the morning, and he was just lethargic the whole time on the bed, just getting more pale by the hour.
When I arrived at the hospital and Leslie and I switched spots, that's when things took a turn for the worse.
I got a call back, and Allison screaming to the phone, "Babe, I need you to listen. I really need you to focus in. William doesn't have much time left." And as soon as I heard that, I just broke down. It was hard to think that I was gonna lose this after a year of just being with him. That's not fair for anybody, you know?
They were communicating on the phone with the IWK the whole time. His heart was not beating properly, and they had made the decision that he was going to need ECMO. It's a machine that essentially pumps your heart for you that only the IWK has for children. When Life Flight arrived, he was critical, so they got him on an ambulance right away. And when we got there and we loaded him on the plane, they lost his pulse. Oh, Allison, we're gonna have to shock his heart now. Oh, Allison, we're gonna have to get his pulse back. These are all things like that I'm hearing at the time, and I'm just repeating in my head, do not let this baby die. Please, God save my son. And it just kept repeating in my head over and over and over and over. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. The care that he received from the moment he showed up, it was unbelievable. We arrived so quickly and he was so acute, like his heart was failing. Like the second we pulled up to the IWK, everybody was ready to help. Whether it was the person holding the door, the code alarm going off, the random strangers running with the gurney, like helping us push the gurney faster down the hall, like everybody helped. We received unbelievable medical care. Immediately when he went in and his heart was the problem, the first two people that came to speak to me were the interventionalist, so the person in charge of that PICU, and then the cardiologist was there. When your heart can't pump blood to vital organs, they go into failure. And so that's what happened to William. So once they figured that out, it was figuring out the residual damage on the rest, and he had failure in all systems. They would constantly come in every day to reassure me that everything was okay or that what was going on with him, here's the information. The support was unbelievable from all sides, and it's the reason I think that William is here. I truly don't think that he would be here without the help. And I can't just pick one. It was so many departments: music therapy, child life, everyone. And that was the whole journey while we were in the hospital, was getting him metabolically right so that he could go home. Yeah.
Seeing him come out of all of that, the fact that the doctors were able to give me him back and still being able to see him be the kid that he is, he could almost face death and he still could wake up with smiles every day, then I gotta match his energy. His healing process is still coming along.
Coming home, we have a huge amount of support as well. So that was one thing that they really made sure we had before leaving, is that we had a full team here. And then we're followed by the IWK team as well. Nephrology, we still see rheumatology, cardiology, endocrinology. Who am I forgetting? It was a really lovely feeling coming home. Scary, but they made sure we had everything we needed. I am just so truly grateful for everybody at the IWK. Thank you's just not enough, and our son wouldn't be alive without them. And thank you for not just us, but what you do for everybody else. Because we weren't the only people in that building, the only parents in that building.
That's right.
That's right.
Strength, courage, that's every bit of the kid. He doesn't stop fighting. He's set to do something, set to accomplish something great in life. I believe my son will do that, and I love that about him.
We think about it all the time. What will his future look like now? We want to keep him in a bubble and keep him safe, but I have a feeling we won't be able to stop that little guy.
You can feel it. It's winding up. You're going to be part of something really special. This is the final check flip, and I get to announce it. I wish I get to do it, but I don't. It's from our friends at Walmart, and as usual, they are the biggest, and they're saved for the end. We want to thank them for the incredible donations that you're about to see on this video right now.
We at Walmart are very proud to be part of the IWK Telethon. We have fun days, we sell cotton candy, which is one of our most favorite fundraisers to do. Our staff has bake sales and silent auctions in our back office area. And we'll do just about anything to get some funds to go towards the foundation of the hospital.
We raised money for IWK with our annual campaign, asking every customer for support and having some fun with it, with buying bows and balloons and putting them on managers, having barbecues and anything we can do to raise some support.
It's great getting involved in community events and community actions like this for the IWK, making a difference right in our own communities with people that we work with and also people that shop at Walmart.
The customer is a pivotal part of our campaign each and every year. Obviously, every dollar that we take in comes from them and our associates, so we are very grateful for the customers when they come in. We'll ask if they'd like to round up a transaction, and instead of a quarter, they give $3 or $4.
So my message of thanks would be just thank you very much for donating, and it's going to a good cause, and we really appreciate it.
I think it's amazing that Walmart supports the IWK, and I'm pretty happy that I work at a place that supports the IWK where my daughter goes.
One of the things I love working for Walmart is knowing that we're with the community and trying to make a difference.
On behalf of Walmart Canada, we would like to present over 1.2 million! Woo!
Hi, I'm Kendra. Hi, I'm Kinsey. We want to send a special shout out to Walmart. We know how passionate you guys are about fundraising for the IWK. Your support truly makes a difference in the lives of Maritime children, women, and families, and helps make the IWK the best it can be. Thank you.
Wow, let's hear it for Walmart. $1.2 million. Outstanding. And again, it's phenomenal. It is phenomenal. Of course, they run campaigns all year. The month-long spring campaign in May to the Spark a Miracle campaign around the holidays and the summer fundraising in August. A big thank you to Walmart and, of course, their associates and the generous customers who come together to make this happen.
Yeah, and with that $1.2 million, their total now over their lifespan that they've been doing this, $10 million. Thank you very much, Walmart.
Thank you.
Okay, let's go to Paul for one more look at the Miracle Match.
All right, Miracle Match wrapping up. Katie, we're pretty happy with this. So the donations from the Walmart Miracle Match times 2 this hour, $20,662, matched with $10,000. Grand total from Walmart, $30,662. Thank you very much for matching. A wonderful donation.
Thank you so much to Walmart.
Here with Trent McGrath, who's a general manager of CTV's Atlantic properties, including CTV, and Jennifer Gillivan, president, CEO of the IWK Foundation. We've got about a minute. There are hardly any telethons left if you look at TV today. Why is this one still so successful? Why does it still work?
That's a good question. We were just talking about that. And I'll tell you, I think you always have to be doing a little tweaking, I think, Steve. So the addition of radio this year tied into telethon seemed to make sense. Tribute show we added last year, coming to this venue. You're just always a little tweak, but generosity of Maritimers.
Speak to that, Jennifer. I mean, you are the great eloquent spokesman about the generosity of Maritime.
I think Canada's a very unique and special place, but I think Maritimers are at the top of the cake. They are the best. And they prove it year over year. They care about their kids, they care about family, they've got the right values, and this is an expression of that. And we're all looking to live here.
And this is the right partnership for it, too. The footprint of CTV and the Maritimes and the IWK.
We are seamless. We become one big team, and there's so much work goes behind the scenes, but it's an amazing partnership.
All our employees, they cover the Maritimes. We all have a connection to the IWK.
That's right.
It's an easy sell.
Great teams begin with great leaders. We have 2 here. Thank you, Jen.
Thank you,
Trent. Okay, back to the desk.
Oh my goodness. Okay, the excitement is building.
It sure is.
Look at all these beautiful faces here, ready to make the big reveal.
We're going to have an unveiling here, but before we do, a big thank you for everybody who's been working on the show in front of the camera, behind the camera. All of our guests here have been working the phone banks. Everyone who's volunteered their time from the IWK and folks who just make this part of their life every year. Thank you very much.
Yes, our technical crew, CTV, Lighthouse Arts Center, everybody at home, we are so grateful for your support. Thank you for supporting the telethon year after year. All right, where's Steve? Is he ready?
All right, Steve, over to you.
Okay, so look at all the stars I have here. Let's have a big hand for all of these stars. And these guys have the magic number. So one at a time, we're going to turn the numbers around. Let's start right here. Here it is. Here it comes. There's 1, 6, 16 cents. What do we got here, Vance? Spin her around. Let's have a look. There's 5. What do you have on your big card? The H says an 8. What's the T say? Look, oh, it's a big 1. What do we have on the E? It's a 1. What's this L say? Oh, it's a 3. What's this one say? Oh, it's a 3. What's that big one say over there? It's $8,331,185.16. Great job, everybody. Whoa. Always a pleasure. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Woo!
Jennifer, what do you think?
This is the Maritime. This is why we all live here.
What do you think? A date to do it again next year?
Oh, 100%.
All right.
Oh, it's Anne Murray.
Thank you very much for joining. Have a wonderful Sunday.
you.